I'm making this video with the hope that I am extremely wrong here, and in a few weeks we can all look back and point and laugh at how off I was. Like, I want this video to age horribly. But with my hand on a stack of Bibles, I don't think it will. One Punch Man Season 3 has started, 2 episodes are out, the second one just aired, and you can probably still see my eyes are a bit red from the tears that I shed watching it and rubbing them away. Not because I witnessed peak, but because I witnessed pee. Actual waste. One Punch Man is one of my favorite property. I've watched it weekly since season 1, and it's one of the very few anime that actually got me interested in reading the manga. I've talked about this before, but I typically don't read manga of property that already has an anime adaptation because I'd rather not know what's coming. I'd rather it be a surprise. Even though I typically don't mind if I get spoilers or whatever, because for me it's more about the journey than the destination. But still, I prefer to be surprised when it happens, oohing and awing and kicking my little legs in my chair when there's a big plot twist or something that unfolds. But One Punch Man is just so juicy to me. I love the world. I love its whimsical, wacky characters, and it is so full of spectacle. The fights are extraordinary in a beautiful manga. And I even really like in One's webcomic the way that he portrays things in there. I love everything about One Punch Man. It is a beautiful manga that I can't help but sink my teeth into, even knowing full well it will spoil what comes up in the anime. I can't resist. And like I said, it's very uncharacteristic of me to do that. Typically the manga I read is on things that don't have real anime adaptations, like Berserk. Lord help us, it is so sad. Bit of a tangent. Berserk is an actual masterpiece of a series, which I'm sure all of you have heard before. People gushing grannies over Berserk for a good reason. It is a sin that it doesn't get a true, real anime adaptation past what they already did in the 90s. What happened in 2016, which we don't need to reopen old wounds there, but I don't want to get too lost in the sauce. Point is, I don't typically read manga for things that have an anime. One Punch Man is the exception because I absolutely love the characters and the world there. Anyway though, One Punch Man Season 1 I think is one of the best seasons of anime ever produced. And throughout streams people will often ask, I've never checked out anime, what should I start with? And like clockwork, I will always recommend One Punch Man Season 1 as an entry point to the medium. I think it is just so well done. From its pacing to its beautiful, breathtaking animation, unbelievable animation, the fights are incredible, but also just the character work is executed so well in Season 1. It is extremely good. It is extraordinary. And Season 2 rolled around, and it was a bit of a wet fart. That one was very disappointing to me, and I know a lot of people don't like my take on it, but I mean, it's how I feel about it. I think it is just such a huge step down, not only in the obvious decline in animation quality, it's a different studio, it's JC staff that took it over, which doesn't typically do something like One Punch Man, and they did not a great job. Season 2 did not have the greatest animation. It was no longer fluid, it had some really wonky CG in there, and it just wasn't as great as Season 1. It still had its moments because the characters are just so well done, like from the source material, it's hard to fuck that up, but man did they try. It was still a fine season, but just such a huge step back. So when it was announced that Season 3 of One Punch Man was once again going to be that same studio, I was immediately sad, but I tried to remain optimistic that maybe this time, given more time to cook, they could deliver something better. And now that we're 2 episodes in, they're delivering something even worse. It is actually even worse. Season 2 got dubbed by the fans One Frame Man because there's so little animation. A lot of the times you're watching still images, basically just manga panels and a PowerPoint. Season 3 is even worse so far. I shit you not, in the latest episode, episode 2, there is 2 separate scenes where it is a still image with the slowest panning camera imaginable. I actually thought my TV froze. And it goes on for like 20 seconds. Like it lingers for 20 seconds on just a still frame and some like narrator dialogue. And it's just inexcusable. How can something as good as the One Punch Man property get this treatment? It's incomprehensible to me. It's just insulting, especially considering some of like the most slop trash manga is getting beautiful anime adaptations. Like these actual nothing burger properties you've never heard of that are just actual garbage, bottom of the barrel slop. Like last winter the Wizard Lord transmogrified me into a paperclip and whisked me away to Vampireville, where all of these vampire babes shoved me up their ass and tasked me with defeating the Demon Lord. And it's like, who even knows what that is? And then the anime rolls out and it's breathtaking. Like, why does that kind of garbage get that kind of passionate studio treatment, but something like One Punch Man, beloved, gets JC Staff spitting in our face? I don't understand it. Now, I want to mention, I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I just don't think this is the kind of studio that can do One Punch Man justice. They already proved they couldn't with Season 2, yet they're hopping back on the saddle again with Season 3 just to prove people even more right that they just can't do it. So why did they even get this work again? It doesn't make sense. These 2 episodes have been abominable. Like, they are not good. Even outside of the obvious lack of animation, if you watch Season 3 of One Punch Man, you probably noticed that there's pretty much no movement happening in this show. To call it an animation is being really loosey-goosey with the term. You're looking at pictures mainly, with dialogue. You're not really seeing anything move. Now, in the last episode here, at the very end, it's gearing up for a fight. And there is a little bit of movement at the very end there. Which is why I'm making this video now, because I believe that in the next episode it's going to follow the Season 2 formula where that fight is mainly going to be impact frames and camera pan, but not actual action or animation. But I'm really, really praying, fingers crossed, I am wrong with that. In this episode, I shit you not, there is even a scene where Garo, when he's going down a hill to break up these bullies from picking on this kid, they didn't bother to animate anything there. So to have him go down the hill, they took Garo, that still image of Garo, and just moved it down. Literally panned him down with no animation at all. It is so janky. It is so gross looking. Now, I've read a lot of conflicting things about why this is in the state that it is. Apparently, like, there was a bunch of back and forth on who was going to get Season 3, and it ultimately ended up in the hands of JC Staff, but it took, like, a prolonged period of time, so they didn't have a lot of time to get in the laboratory and work on something of high quality here, so this is what they shat out. I don't really think that's an excuse, to be honest. Like, something needs to change in that case, where scheduling is better, or, like, extend the deadline, instead of just, like, pump out whatever just to, you know, slap it on screen and ship it, when it's clearly not in a state for that. This looks so undercooked. It is just half-baked. And to be honest, at this point, I'm not even sure if my anger is misplaced on JC Staff, or if it really is just like Bandai refusing to invest real money behind this project because maybe they're just so content with mediocrity. They know this IP is so popular, people will watch it no matter what. So what's the point in delivering something special? Like, I think that's equally possible as well. Like, maybe they're more to blame than JC Staff. Like, maybe they just weren't given enough time or enough resources to make something good. I'm not really sure, but it is just tragic. And I don't think Season 3 is going to get better. I actually think it's only going to get worse with the fights based on these first 2 episodes. But again, I'm making this video hoping that I'm wrong, and it could be something that we look back on and be like, wow, Charlie's no Baba Vanga here. Look at this prediction being super fucking wrong. Well, in that case, it'd make me exactly like Baba Vanga, to be honest. But point is, I'm hoping that all of this is just water under the bridge over the next few weeks as Season 3 of One Punch Man continues, and maybe it gets incredible and it just goes ballistic. Maybe they just wanted the first 2 episodes to look like shit as part of a, you know, galaxy brain plot to make people think it's going to be a bad season, but really it's going to be the best season. It's hard copium from me here, but whatever. What happened to the show I love, man? To see where One Punch Man Season 1 was to where this is now, a decade later. It's been a decade, by the way, and this is only the 3rd season, and it looks this bad. It's just infuriating. It really is. Anyway, though, can't wait for episode 3 here of One Punch Man Season 3. Maybe that's the one where it's gonna really get it together. That's when it all comes together. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this. That's it. See ya. I don't know how many of you are following the drama in the pizza industry, but for those of you that aren't, I'll give you a brief overview. Papa John's is a massive pizza chain that I'm sure the majority of you are familiar with. You've probably eaten some of their grease before. You may like it, you may not. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's, you know, that whole deal. Well, it has a founder named John Schnatter, and last year he made a multitude of mistakes. The biggest was saying the N-word on a conference call, which was then brought to the public's attention. Well, as a result of the racism, the Shat Master was taken off the board and annihilated online. In response, Schnatter says that he was pressured into using the N-word by the people on the call, which just sounds ridiculous because I can't imagine on a conference call for business they were poking John Schnatter in the ass saying, hey, be racist, be racist, be racist until he was racist. Or like some type of hypnotist fucking puts him to sleep and makes him racist. It was a ridiculous defense that he came up with. But anyway, fast forward till today, he's been pretty quiet on most things that I was able to see. And then he comes and does a bizarre interview about where he is now and talking about the day of reckoning.
Sooner or later, the tape's going to come out in public and people are going to go, wow, that's what he said. And so that's what he said. And they're going, they made this out of that. They know what they did. They know it was a setup.
John Schnatter looks like a Borderlands character. His fucking hair looks cel-shaded. He is the wettest human being I have ever seen. In every commercial, every interview, every picture, he just looks like he's sweating profusely. It's as if he's eaten so much pizza, his skin is starting to become the consistency of pizza, all greasy and shit. But anyway, his side of the story is he was set up by the people closest to him so that way they could take more of the company and take it away from him, which makes a lot more sense than his original defense of the aliens forced him to be racist. But even still, he has no proof behind this claims of setup, and he even says there that once the tape comes to light, you'll hear what he actually said. But he also confirmed that he said the N-word, so you're still going to hear the N-word. I don't know. He doesn't really have a solid defense.
When it finally gets out what they did and what was said, I think my phone's going to ring off the hook going, wow, we made a huge mistake here.
John, you naive boomer. It's 2019. No one says sorry for anything, and they for damn sure will not be admitting a mistake.
I've probably had over 40 pizzas, 40, in the last 30 days. They don't make the pizza the way that I used to make it, the way we used to make it. It just doesn't taste the same.
I want you to stop for a moment and just take in how absurd that statement is. That's like one of those SAT math problems that you know could never possibly exist. That shit like, Sally has 10,000 apples and Julie wants half of those in her fridge. What do? Use the algorithmic Pythagorean theorem. It's absurd. 40 pizzas in 30 days. Let's assume he's going on the traditional American diet of 3 meals a day. That means that he was consuming roughly 3.5 pieces of pizza per meal every day for a full month. John, you either can't do math, you're lying, or you have the strongest fucking metabolism of all time. Because this man's heart should have just stopped halfway through this diet. This shit makes the Super Size Me documentary movie look like child's play. That is an absurd number, John. No fucking way you had 40 pizzas in 30 days. It's not possible. The human body wasn't built to handle that kind of magnitude. And especially not Papa John's pizzas. And if the recipe truly does taste different, it's probably because John isn't there. The secret ingredient is probably the moisture from his fucking hair just dripping into the fucking cauldron that they make the pizza in. It's crazy. I don't think he actually had that much pizza, but I could be totally wrong.
I would just say, stay tuned. The day of reckoning will come. The record will be straight.
Why not set the record straight now? I mean, what is it about the record that's not straight?
Stay tuned.
How soon will that happen?
Stay tuned. Sooner than later.
It's like a badly done Joker monologue. It comes across very weird. It sounds like he's calling himself the Antichrist even, you know, the Day of Reckoning, and then this weird giggling stuff. I don't know. It's a very weird interview. Now, growing up, Papa John's was like the only pizza that I actually liked, and even to this day, it's still my favorite pizza. I'm not a huge fan of most pizzas. I can already hear the comment section going off. You never tried New York pizza, have you, Charlie? What the fuck? Yeah, you like Papa John's? That's ridiculous. Oh, my God. I just don't like it. I've had a lot of New York pizza when I was in New York. I'm not a huge fan. You know, we have to accept people are going to like different things. I liked Papa John's. I still like Papa John's. It doesn't taste very different to me today. I don't know what John's tasting. Maybe when he eats it now, he tastes a little bit of hate in there. And that's totally understandable, because if I got fired from my massive multi-million-dollar pizza chain, I would never want to eat that pizza again. Anytime I take a bite of that pizza, it tastes like asshole. So I get why he thinks it tastes different, but it really doesn't. It's probably exactly the same. But anyway, growing up, my dad used to tell me stories about John, because John used to do business in the area my dad was in, and he was so confident in his pizza and really wanted it to succeed, he used to drive around in his car and pass out free boxes of pizza to everyone in my dad's area. So I always had a very positive impression of John, just from the stories my dad used to tell about him. He was apparently a great guy around the area. And even in this interview, he talks about some of the community outreach shit he does. I don't know what the fuck has happened. His reputation has certainly been tainted. Maybe he is truly innocent, which seems unlikely in this case, but I guess you never really know. But man, he's made some big old fuck-ups, and that's for goddamn sure. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this bizarre interview that he came out of nowhere to do. I'm excited to see the next developments in this pizza soap opera. That's it. See ya. Do you have an arcade machine that plays all the consoles and arcade games in one place? In one package? No. I was actually just talking to my friends, though. What I'd really love is just like this black box where it can just play every fucking console ever, just emulate it, and do kind of what the RetroTink does where it can just upscale it. It'd be so convenient. Then I wouldn't need to like have splitters and shit for all my OG consoles. Just one big fucking box where I can pop a GameCube disc in, an Xbox disc in, just no hassle. And just play it on my fucking CRT. That'd be so nice. $1 million idea. Not really. That shit would get shut down so fast from all of these companies, bro. Are you kidding me? You could probably make one yourself, like a very bespoke one probably, but you couldn't sell it. A PC. No, but I'm not talking about just like an all-in-one emulator. Because I've been a big physical media guy. Appreciate the raid, Moki. Hope you had a good stream. I've been a big physical media guy. So I want to be able to use my physical media really conveniently. So if I just had like one box that could just take all my fucking load of physical, it'd be so convenient. And upscale it like the RetroTink does. Oh, that'd be lovely. That'd be so lovely. You could buy a mini Linux PC, connect to your CRT, and just LARP the discs into a hole. Then that could work. You're onto something. Wait a minute. Didn't a streamer in China make that? You're talking about that content creator who made the Switch, Xbox, and PlayStation.
This Chinese YouTuber built a console that can run a PS5, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch 2 at the same time. And here's the crazy part. Switching between the consoles only takes 3 seconds, but the process of building it is the most bizarre part. First, she realized that the 3 consoles together weigh around 10 kilograms because of the huge number of components. So she decided to create a single cooling system and a single power supply using a triangle.
Like, it's very cool. Don't get me wrong, it's very cool, but I need that wumbo. Give me everything. I'm talking fucking Sega Genesis in there too. N64. Turbo graphics. I'm talking the kit and caboodle where it could just take anything. The closest thing to what you want is the Retro Freak. The hell is the Retro Freak?
Which I can think is.
Okay, see, wait, we're getting somewhere.
Having the Retro Freak on my desk and plugged in every single cartridge, I can think, man, this is just looking kind of wicked, to be honest. This is an overkill of cartridges and looks like a huge monster at this point.
See, I like that. That's some good shit right there. That's some good shit. So now you take this and you wumbo it again. Then you give me some N64, you give me some GameCube, you give me some Xbox, you give me some Xbox 360. And by the end of it, I'll have a fucking giant box that's the size of my whole room. That is cool, though, man. That is very cool. Literally just an emulator that fakes reading games. Oh, that's not the impression I got. I guess maybe it is, though. He did mention it emulates it. So, yeah, I guess it just fakes reading them. But then in that case, why would it matter if there was multiple cartridges? You basically want a console that looks like the ultimate GameCube monstrosity with all the attachments. Oh, here we go, like that. Yeah. Yeah, fundamentally like that, yeah. Oh, that's some good shit. I think it'd go hard. Maybe it's just me, but I think that shit would go ballistic. It'd probably cost a lot to make, and you could never sell it, because I think you'd just get shut down right away if you're emulating more modern consoles. Well, not even emulating. Let's take emulation out of it. Well, actually, no. I would definitely want emulating. Especially for like upscaling certain things. So I don't know. There's a way. You could definitely make one. You know, I'm gonna message Nick. I'm gonna see if I can pay Nick to do it. He's the guy that made the CSGO chair for us. He's the fucking GOAT. As long as you don't want to emulate the Switch, that's when Nintendo sends the assassins. Fuck them. We do the Switch too. Can you imagine? I mean, what are they gonna do though? Like, it wouldn't necessarily be emulating the Switch. I'd just have it housed in this monstrosity. And it would read the game like normal. And it would just basically do what it does now when I plug it into the computer. Wouldn't have to emulate it. The whole point is that I could use my physical media and conveniently put it into this thing. Oh, something I didn't even consider, though. Controller. Well, no, I guess it doesn't matter. I could just do one controller, one size fits all. But then I lose some of the charm of playing like N64 on the classic controller. There's some bugs we'll have to work out. Maybe we could also have the controllers fucking flying off of it like some kind of Lovecraftian monster. Nah, a controller actually fucks it. Either have 30 ports or rebind every time you swap consoles. Yeah, that would be kind of tough. Unironically reach out to Shank Mods or Ginger of Oz. I'm not familiar with either one of them. Transforming a 90s Hot Wheels PC into a modern gaming beast. Oh my god, I remember this PC. Holy Toledo. Wow. What a throwback.
Hello, I'm Shank, and this is the Hot Wheels Sleeper PC.
Oh my god.
Absolutely top-of-the-line gaming PC crammed into the infamous 90s computer case. But what's even crazier than this monstrosity is the story of how I wound up building it.
This seems so cool, what the fuck? I haven't heard of this channel. Oh, they're not very active, that's why. Oh wow, there's actually only 11 videos here. Damn, what a shame. This seems so cool, I gotta watch that whole thing later.
Hello, I'm Shank, and this is an average-sized 27-inch cathode ray tube TV, also known as a CRT. It's almost 2 feet thick and weighs about 100 pounds. Up until the mid-2000s, most homes in the United States had a tube TV like this.
Goddamn right, I got mine right over there, the old JVC. Ginger of Oz does similar stuff too. I built 5 different portable Wiis.
This is a G-Boy. It's a fully portable Nintendo Wii crammed into a case that's identical in shape to the original Game Boy, making it one of the smallest portable Wiis I've ever built. I think that this is one of the greatest portable Wii designs of all time, which would be a pretty tasteless thing to say if it were my own design, so it's a good thing it's not. In fact, all 5 of the portables I'm showing off today were designed by different members of the portabilizing scene, who have been kind enough to give me the opportunity to build.
How big is the portabilizing scene? I haven't heard of that before. Damn, he's also not super active. I built a PlayStation.
This is a piece of art titled PlayStation, a wonderful creation by artist On Dang. When I first saw this image a few months ago, my first thought was, huh, that's cool. And my second thought was, wait, I could build that. And the idea has been firmly lodged in my head ever since. There's only one way to get it out of here. I need to speed up the course of nature and carcinicize a PS1 myself. And this is our starting point. A cheap beat-up PS1 I got off of eBay. It's certainly seen better.
This seems so cool. I love this kind of shit. Retroid game consoles are huge. There's a whole subreddit dedicated to these types of devices and emulating old gen games. I didn't realize it was so big. Retroid Pocket 5 will do good for what you want. I don't think so. I don't think there's anything that does what I want. Not yet. It's gotta be built. Yeah, see, like, I'm not a portable gamer. I'm not a big handheld guy. But this does seem cool. And the big thing for me is the whole reason I want this is for the utilization of my physical media. That's like the big thing. I want it to be able to read the physical media. You're just gonna have to get the switcher set up AVGN has for his 100 consoles. I already have like a setup that works. I'm just saying, It'd be really cool if there was a giant fucking monster that could read every single game. Is every game console rolled into one? Bro, trying to build the Metal Gear. So I have mine set up. I have 12 consoles plugged into my office, connected to a switcher to my capture card. I think it's the best you can do right now. It is. It is basically the best you can do right now. I imagine you use RetroTink. Well, I guess it depends on what consoles. Make it as big as the first PC ever. Oh, man. We're getting into wacky territory. Imagine we have it look like this.
Bang! Hit it, Joe!
This is me putting in all of my physical media for my fucking Pandora's box of gaming. Cranking levers. Alright, now it's time for Super Mario 64. Such a thing would exist if there was a demand for it, but the ease of digital gaming has outshined it. Well, bah humbug, man, I know. I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be very cool. You mean it should have like one unified disk drive or USB drives and then game auto switches? No, bro, that's like... There is no way you could make some unified like disk drive to fit every piece of physical media. It wouldn't even work because a lot of them are cartridges anyway. So no, that's not what I mean. You just have separate readers for each of them. Kind of like what the Retro Freak had. That was honestly like exactly what I was thinking.
Hello.
But just scaled up for more things. But there'd be no way to make a one-hole-for-all thing. Wait, the Polymega might be it. The Polymega? Jesus. The Polymega. What an intro. That was
Hello
cool.
and welcome to GameSec. Today we're checking out the Polymega from Playmaji. This is an emulation device that's been around for a few years now, but only recently have many of the pre-orders started to be fulfilled. Basically, it's a standalone unit that can play CD games for several different platforms, and you can also buy individual modules to attach to it that'll play your cartridge games and will let you use your original controllers if you like. The base unit costs $550 on its own, and each module costs $80. Not cheap, but I'm not here to tell you what you can and can't. Turbo module for TurboGrafx 16, PC Engine, and Super Graphics games, and the Ultra module for Nintendo 64 games. Powering the Polymega is an Intel Coffee Lake S CPU branded as a Celeron G4 900.
Man, this channel's production is crazy.
It has 2 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. It also has 30 gigabytes of internal storage, and this can be expanded with SD cards or even an SSD. It uses a Linux-based OS and licensed emulators like Mednafen, Messen, Kega Fusion, and MAME. Inside any given module, we have fairly simple electronics that mainly serve as an interface for the cartridges and controllers. No game processing is done here. Powering on the system for the first time, you have to agree to a lot of different nonsense, and then you can set some things up. The unit comes with a bunch of pre-installed games that you can play, like Double Dungeons on the TurboGrafx 16, or Dragon View on the Super NES.
This seems
and
pretty
even
cool.
the Genesis version of Tin Star, among others. You can adjust things like the display area, which is quite slow to do, and it seems to shrink it vertically faster than it shrinks it horizontally. You can't adjust the axes independently. You can also choose from a resolution of 1080p and, well, just 1080p. I didn't feel like setting up the Wi-Fi as I had it plugged in directly via Ethernet, but it wouldn't recognize it until I rebooted the console with the cable already plugged in.
Let me see it with
Polymega
more
branded
modules on it.
Game basis. You can also quit and reset the game here. If you're playing with a real controller, well, obviously it doesn't have a Polymega logo button, so you can just access that menu by pressing up and start. Before you begin the game, you'll also have the option to install it to the system so you can play it without inserting the cartridge or CD. You can also apply cheats here, or play it in the classic mode, which deactivates extra features like save states. I'm not sure why you'd want to do that, but there it is. Each of the emulators are pretty bare bones compared to what you're probably used to. There are no fixes for sprite flickering or any of that kind of stuff. The CD, Tekken 3 on the PlayStation, because why the hell not? Game menu. And it works well enough, I suppose.
Show me the
But
cartridges
what's
and
this?
stuff on the
That's right,
Polymega.
the HD temporal blur is bad. I like that they put the select and start button so high near the top though, but Pro of the Famicom game Sweet Home. Sadly, it doesn't work.
No!
And of course, the EverDrive doesn't work at all.
No!
Polymega can't access cartridges directly, only copy data from them, so EverDrives and other flash carts just can't work. Nor can the Famicom disk system if you manage to hook one up.
Looks like the big hiccups these type of consoles have are with the cartridges. It works perfect with CDs, though. Oh, well, that's good then. That's a good base. I'm gonna be honest now. I kind of love the idea of just like a really bespoke, over-the-top looking contraption. Nothing like sleek and sensible like this. I'm talking fucking demon size. That, like, it could basically be like the stand for... Yeah, the alien stuff was a very uninteresting dump. I know. Why was it uninteresting? There was just nothing substantial. Is the problem. Just more... bleh. I don't know, man, that artist rendition was pretty convincing. Oh. Actual site photo with FBI lab-rendered graphic overlay depicting corroborating eyewitness reports from September 2023 of an apparent ellipsoid bronze metallic object materializing out of a bright light in the sky. It's pretty thought-provoking. Also, if this is what FBI lab-rendered graphics look like in 2026, that's pretty insane. You gotta give them time to catch up, man. Technology's advancing quick. They're still on that GeoCities vibe. It takes time. That shit needs DLSS 5. It's from a game in the 90s. Is it? They just grabbed an image from a game? An old 90s game? So yeah, the alien files weren't anything super cool. Still nothing. It's still no pickles. Oh, I didn't even read the statements they said about it. This is unprecedented transparency in what the US government knows about UFOs, Hegseth said, adding, these files hidden behind classifications have long fueled justified speculation, and it's time the American people see it for themselves. We can't handle this kind of truth, man. You gotta keep this under wraps. This is gonna cause a nationwide panic. He's right. Dag nabbit, he's right. From a game that was on 7 floppy disks split across them due to file size. This was probably very innovative for its time, if that's the case. Don't copy that floppy. Looks like they took a photo of one of those magnets you play with and colored it gold in Microsoft Paint. Well, they didn't even do that much. Apparently they just took it from an old game. Couldn't tell ya. I didn't know that. Any day now, though, we'll get some really irrefutable, hard proof of extraterrestrial visitation. I'm telling you. See, look, they're even teasing it. There's more to come. Government saying new materials will be released on a rolling basis every few weeks as records are found, reviewed, and declassified. I am salivating. I can't wait to see the next batch. No, like I said, my dad thought that this was nothing. He texted me last night saying that it was a big nothing burger. Yeah, that was unprompted too. Usually he doesn't get the latest UFO drops, but last night I guess he was just seeing it somewhere and he texted me, said, the released UFO vids are a real nothing burger, exclamation, exclamation. What a joke, exclamation, exclamation. So he was pretty upset. He sounds so invested. Well, I mean, he is to a certain degree. He doesn't keep up with, like, the latest baloney dumps, like the fucking spheres, the goddamn flying colanders, and, like, little soccer balls in the sky that people go crazy over. He doesn't care about that shit. But when it comes to, like, file releases and stuff, he at least tries to stay on top of it and take a look, but so far he has not seen anything convincing. So he's not active in the UFO subreddit. He is not. He certainly doesn't like that very much. If intelligent humanoid aliens did actually exist, do you think we would ever know? Said that a million times. No, man. I do not think so. They're hiding the real UFO pictures like Bubble Bass hiding the pickles under his tongue. Brother, I've got bad news. I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off. There is none. Like, I'm sure they have some, like, wacky files and stuff, because they had so many old school weirdo projects, like the MK Ultra stuff. They also had all of these, like, astral projecting projects that they were doing, the CIA was conducting with, like, the psychics and stuff, which is why, like, a year ago you saw those articles about the declassified CIA documents confirming that there was giants on Mars. But if you actually look at it, what they were doing is they had these drug-induced maniacs go in, fucking blindfold them, and try and, like, guess cue cards that they were holding, and then they'd tell them stories about how they astral projected onto Mars and had conversations with giants. Like, you're not going to find anything, like, actually convincing when it gets declassified, because they did some fucking nut job shit in the CIA back in, like, the 60s and 70s. They were actually trying to do, like, Marvel X-Men stuff. And then they wrote about it as if it was, like, successful. So, like, ESP, mind readers, astral projectors, time travelers, they had all of these kind of wacky programs. They also killed a lot of people. Well, I mean, in the pursuit of mutants and superhumans, that's to be expected. The gay bomb, too. Oh, the gay bomb is a classic. The gay bomb actually is a classic. Surprised people still don't know about it. I feel like most people have at least heard of the gay bomb, but don't realize it was actually something they pursued. The thought being drop a bomb that would cause all the dudes to just start fucking each other and not fight anymore. This has to be a Joker skit. No, it was this. It is. I guess you're right. There are people that just maybe have never even heard about it. This was a very real project. The enemy is gay now. But they still shot at us. I do love that thinking, though, like that's going to somehow be a really effective weapon. Like, let's just assume it works. Let's assume they did create the gay bomb. They deploy it. Now all the soldiers have sex. They all blow their load. Then they go right back to what they were doing before. So you bought yourself, like, a couple of minutes where they're fucking, and then what? It was a truly baffling proposal. I don't remember how far this got. I think they tried to do, like, prototypes at some point, from what I recall. I don't know how much. The Wikipedia seems pretty short. I don't remember. It's been a while since I looked at the gay bomb project. But it is such an interesting idea. Might backfire on your own army. Oh, can you imagine transporting the gay bomb, but it springs a leak? Then the plane crashes because everyone's fucking themselves ferociously. No! We made the whole plane gay! No, it's shit! The one thing we couldn't plan for! No! Yeah, it was interesting stuff, man, I'm telling you. Those declassified files and the ones that we keep getting have some really wacky projects the government looked into at the very least. Some actively pursued. Oh, point I was making, to tie it back to the alien stuff, I do not think they have anything like groundbreaking in regards to aliens. Like, I don't think there's alien bodies, alien weaponry, alien craft that they've ever recovered or anything like that. Surely they have, like, unexplainable aerial phenomena, like stuff that they've already declassified, like the tic-tac, that kind of stuff, which is interesting, but I don't think it's extraterrestrial. I don't think they have anything, like, that's gonna make you go, oh my god, aliens are real and they were here. Because I don't think aliens have ever been here. Because if they have, we would have never known about them. They're not going to get all the way here and fucking crash. That's not going to happen. The technology that they would need to get here, it would be unthinkable that it would somehow malfunction here. You can't even begin to understand and comprehend the technology that would be necessary for a different species to make it here. It defies our understanding of everything. But you can't debunk that tic-tac, can you? I can't. I don't know what it is, but I just don't think it's extraterrestrial. I don't think it was aliens in their cruiser. Just because I can't explain it doesn't mean that that's the default correct answer. You can't tell me whether or not there's poop in my pants right now. There's no way. You can make a guess, but you don't know. 50-50 chance. Yeah. I know I've made quite a few videos covering these degenerate streamers that go live while streaming and then crash their vehicle, and I'm gonna keep doing it because I think they need to be clowned on endlessly, and I really think they need to be permabanned from the platforms in which they are broadcasting this deliberately dangerous action that is jeopardizing not only their lives, but the lives of all the innocent people around them on the road. Now this one basically fills out an entire fucking bingo sheet of these degenerate losers. There's nobody typing in his chat. He is broadcasting this garbage to actually nobody, just crickets. There is one person that's not like a bot or a mod there that said a word probably like 15 minutes ago that's still on screen, and yet he is still too focused on streaming to pay attention to the road. He stops at the red light momentarily and then says, fuck it, we'll do it live. Goes forward and then basically T-bones a car that's coming through. He runs a red light, blatantly filming his crime. Also, this corny bozo's got such a dog shit stream overlay, I can't help but laugh at it. He's got his kick name as a watermark in the top left of his stream, which has a logo, which is just two fingers doing this, which is something a 12-year-old might think was cool and edgy. And then on the top right, he has Plinko. Now, I don't know if he's trying to, like, promote some kind of gambling partner, but I find that hard to believe because he's not a very big streamer. I don't think he'd have, like, a contract to try and promote Plinko on stake or something like that because he wouldn't be driving a lot of traffic there. No pun intended, because this guy can't drive for shit, clearly. But I imagine that he's probably not actually contracted to do that, so maybe he's trying to fish for referrals to get himself out of the hole, maybe. Or maybe it's like Plinko as some kind of community building thing where, like, his chat plays Plinko with imaginary points, fucking Monopoly money. I don't know. But I just found that overlay to be extremely silly. And imagine it is actually like a community thing where it's not real money or something. I don't know why he'd have that there. There is no community. Like, it doesn't seem like there's anyone alive in chat with a pulse, so who would be playing that? It'd just be him dropping his Plinko ball by himself, just sad and lonely every time.
Oh my god.
Astute observers may have noticed something anomalous in the chat there. This is right after a crash, a car crash. And chat didn't move. Not a single message, not a peep. Typically, in even the smallest of streams, when something happens, literally anything stimulating, even fucking jingling keys, you'll have people going, oh, wow, 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 look at the wow, wow, wow. Here, nothing. There is literally no one here. It's fucking tumbleweed in this guy's chat rolling through. He gets in a car accident and still not a single message comes across. So there is nobody there. Not his mods, not someone that had this open in the background by accident. Maybe there might be a few viewers that fell asleep. It's probably botted, would be my guess. Why are you even streaming while driving in the first place? Nobody's even fucking watching, brother. This is so unbelievably embarrassing that you jeopardized not only your life, but the life of an innocent person who did nothing wrong, obeying the road rules, and you come out, run the red light, and fucking blast them. I can only pray that they didn't suffer any injuries at your absolute brain-dead lobotomite ass getting behind the wheel while trying to stream to an audience of nobody.
Oh my god, what happened, bro? Oh my god, bro. How the fuck that happened?
I'm fucking dumb, bro. I got him. I clipped him. I didn't know where I was. I just fucking went straight.
Damn, bro. Let me get off for
It's all good, bro. It's my fault, bro. I told you. Sometimes I was chasing you, bro. I was trying to fucking go.
What's up?
This my homie Vito, bro.
Yeah.
Turn off the stream, dude. I don't want to come out in no video.
Oh, I can't turn it off. It's my job, but I won't have you on that stream.
Good news, another Kick streamer arrives at the scene to try and milk this for as much content as he can now, so he can put his mouth on the nipple here and suckle from the titty. He is now broadcasting from his perspective. Here, he knows the guy that got into the wreck, and he was doing LA night crawls and got word about this, so he pulls up here. The guy that you see walking with the guy who immediately owned up to it being his fault is the victim that was hit. So it seems like not overly injured. He's walking around, which is good to see. He requests not to be put on stream, asking, can you turn it off? He's like, nope, can't do that. It's my job. What a saint. Rest assured, this is great news. This is like, fucking Superman arriving at the scene now. We can all breathe easy and celebrate. Another kick streamer is here to make sure that nothing of value gets done here. And instead, just make sure to turn everything into content. So this poor dude, who was just minding his business, driving, who got blasted by another kick streamer who was busy streaming, is now, unfortunately, being forced onto another kick stream. And this guy lingers the entire time, even when the cops show up. He is still filming the victim here, even though he did request, please don't.
How did he clip him, bro? He needs to turn on his hazard lights or something, bro. I don't know, this is the entrance, so it's all good. God damn, dog.
This is the vehicle he clipped here. It's fucking totaled. This thing got clobbered. Now, it seems like one of the headlights is out here, and I went back to watch the initial impact to see if it was out at the time of impact. It seems like it might have been, but there's only like a single frame where I could find it, and it's a little hard to tell, but I think it might have been. I don't think that would have changed anything because this guy blatantly ran a red light and he has video evidence of it. He filmed himself running the red light and does openly admit to it being his fault, which I certainly wasn't expecting. I thought for sure he'd cross his arms and be like, nope, wasn't me. Why'd you hit my car? What were you doing? Huh? Couldn't help but notice you were missing a headlight. You just came out of nowhere and fucking annihilated me. That was on you. I thought for sure there'd be something like that and him trying to bury the video or something, but no, he did assume responsibility at the scene of the crash.
You know what's fucked up? You can't see the red, so I can't see if it's red, yellow, green. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of saw it through the screen, but yeah, I know what you mean.
I can't see the light on the other side, bro. I didn't even know there was a light. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Buster, if you can't see that this is red, you should not be behind the wheel of a car ever again. Period. It couldn't be made any more explicitly clear. Like, Jesus Christ, does God need to put an invisible wall here like a video game developer to keep you out? Like, how can you not tell that this is red? Also, he starts coming to a stop. He comes to like a pseudo stop and then decides to go through. If you didn't know it was red, why did you start stopping in the first place, buddy? What are you talking about? Then he had the gall to say he didn't even know there was a light there? Are you driving with your eyes closed or something? Like, what are you doing? Letting the force try and like guide you around or something? What do you mean you didn't know there was a light there? Are you even lucid? Like, what, do you pop fucking 50 perks or something then drive? How would you not know there was a light there? Also, you were coming to a stop. You had to know there was something in front of you. What was making you put your foot on the brake? That is like the worst possible excuse when you have video evidence that you yourself recorded. To the contrary, I think what happened is when he was slowing down at the red light, he was probably too distracted looking at his stream. He did say when he walked over to the other guy that showed up that he was trying to catch him. I think he was probably watching that guy's stream in the car and wanted to get to him quicker so he wouldn't be left in the dust or something. So then he decided, fuck it, I don't see anyone else coming right now. I'm just going to run this red light without actually doing a full survey, and then just ran the fucking red light and then clipped this guy. Now, driving with a headlight out is dangerous, obviously. But I don't think that was a contributing factor to what happened here. He was unfortunately subjected to the natural disaster of a fucking kick streamer behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's like a terrorist attack. When you have a kick streamer streaming in a car, you best stay inside. Because that is a disaster waiting to happen. This shit seems to be happening every week now.
So dumb. I thought it was just a left turn.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's just waiting for a tow truck now?
Oh, it's not to be here right now, bro.
Yeah. I was doing calls and I got this alert on Citizen, so we came to check it out, and it was your car.
It was me.
The JFO says the clip clearly shows 3 red lights.
I'm on it, fool.
10 minutes ago.
Follow me up.
A grim, sickening look into the poisoned mind of a clout goblin, using what could have been fatal accident as a plug for his content. Yep. Luckily, no one died here. Very easily, they could have. That guy's car was in terrible shape. It got absolutely obliterated. It is a miracle that he wasn't, actually seriously injured. And he, the streamer himself, also could have died, too. But at the end of the day, since no one died, there's no one being buried. That's just fucking content, baby. Send it. So he starts plugging his shit. Just so despicably shameless. I really think that there's got to be some kind of crackdown on this type of shit, right? It is just completely out of control. It is happening all the time with these degenerate streamers streaming while driving and inevitably crashing. Come on. It's so absurd now. I really think when something like this happens, I think they should lose their license. I think this guy should not be driving again. Full stop. He can't be trusted behind the wheel of a car. I think that's what I've learned. But anyway, just had to make fun of this asshole here. These driving streams, it's getting scary out there. That's really about it. See ya. This is No, I'm Not Human. So I'm going to need to deduce who is and who is not human. Something I would consider myself a preeminent expert in. I argue with my dad about aliens a couple times a week, so I feel like I have a picture in my head that's probably very accurate to what a real alien looks like, minus the 3 huge fucking honkers. So outside of the 3 tits, I can probably identify aliens easily. Come on in. Hey neighbor, long time no see, how's life? Same as it ever was. How's life treating you, bud? Hey, I came over for a reason. I'm a little worried about you. Something bad's coming. My cousin called me the news over there saying there's something weird going on with the sun. And that there's people coming up from underground. They're calling them visitors for some reason. You racist. It's subterraneans. Haven't you ever seen One Punch Man? Come on. My cousin said that staying home alone is dangerous. So I came over so you don't get killed. A likely story. You came over because you love me, huh? You want a romantic evening by candlelight, don't you, bud? Well, get in here. Come on, get in. Get in. I trust you. Get the fuck in here. Come on. At 6:28 a.m. today, there was a powerful emission of energy from the sun. The burst was larger than scientists had predicted. Temperature outside has reached critical levels. The government has declared a state of emergency. We're asking all people to refrain from going outside during the day. Oh, jeez. Well then, everything I said makes sense. Don't go outside during the day, and you have to let other people in. That's a really good question. Why do I let them in? They were outside during the day. Something has gone awry. They made a boo-boo, and it is not my responsibility to fix it for them. How about you and I just butt-chug some brewskis together and call it a day, huh? I'm afraid that all we can do is try to survive, and hope that this nightmare ends soon. I think the government will help us somehow. Get a load of this guy! I think the government will help us somehow? Are you a visitor? You must be. You can't be human to think that. What the fuck? Maybe they'll lead everyone to shelter or something like that. If they do, stay with family. By the way, I brought you a case of beer. My brother-in-law works at a brewery. Drink it and go to sleep. Jeez. Okay. That's a little concerning. That's my boy right there. That beer made me so tired I should go to sleep. One beer and I'm KO'd. Oh my god. Maybe this planet does deserve to get exploded by the sun. All because of me. Is my dad here? Can you get him for me? I was okay earlier today, but now I'm scared. There are lots of people out walking at night. I don't know my friend's name, so tell me something about your dad. I know a lot about him. Before he goes out, he likes to drink a little beer, hee-hee. Why are you missing like 9 teeth? Do you get hit by a shovel on the way here? He leaves me lunch and dinner and juice. I tried the beer he drinks today. Blech, it's gross. Why does he drink that when juice exists? Ain't that the $1,000,000 question? Why drink Miller Lite when you can drink anything else, even piss? Oh, please don't tell him. You know, it's like everything's been turned upside down. Now people sit at home and sleep during the day. At night, they walk around and do things. I'm still scared of the dark, but it seems like there's nothing to be afraid of. Or is there? We're gonna play some kind of game he made up for me. You have to roll dice. Then you move using stuff like the armchair or the couch. You have to build a road. I'll show you later. Bye. Oh, that's actually your daughter. I thought there was a chance that was just an alien. No, my one friend! Now I'm all alone! Fuck! No! Just come in, I don't even care if you are a visitor. Wow, you're tall. I was taking shelter at the bar. They just kicked me out. Immediate lie, you cannot fit in a bar. Not everyone can handle my temperament. But I won't hurt anyone, don't worry. Life is shitty sometimes, you get it? So can I come in? I'll just point blank ask him. You're not a visitor, are you? You think I'm one of those monsters? No, I'm not a visitor, but asking everyone that directly is fucking nonsense. Guess things won't be any different here anyway. Why did they kick you out of your previous shelter? I thought about saying something rude at first, but I changed my mind. I told you the people there didn't like me. God knows who it was. So when I think about it, maybe they threw me out for good. They could have eaten me alive and no one would have noticed. I feel like he's an alien, like he's definitely a visitor, but he's also so tall that that's kind of cool. I'd kind of like him as company. Get the fuck in here, Slender Man. Come on in. Thank you. Trust in people now doesn't amount to a hill of beans. So I appreciate your trust. Perhaps, well, I can't promise anything. Try to survive somehow. It's scary, of course, with these visitors everywhere and the sun burning with hellfire. I'd really like to live. Oof. Aren't you scared? Tell me. Tell me it'll all be over soon, please. I don't like your attitude. I also don't like you using, like, fucking, like, Tumblr talk. The he-he-hes, the oofs and all that. Get the fuck out of here. Haha, wee-oo. Okay, sure. Bye-bye. XD roar. Bye. Yeah, bye. You won't believe this, bud. You won't believe who just showed up. The town dweeb. Where are you? You in my bedroom? Eyewitnesses describe them as creatures that can imitate the external appearance and behavior of humans. Please avoid contact with visitors. In one case, it was possible to identify a telltale sign of these creatures. Perfect white teeth. One eyewitness is able to back this up. He encountered an unhoused person with perfect white teeth who turned out to be a visitor. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave the house during the day. There he is. Can I check your teeth? Yes, was there something you wanted? I kind of want to test him. But let me talk to you first. Because the series of catastrophes made everyone go insane. Sun exploding, visitors, economic crisis, on and on. It fucked them all up. Some of the form with stress, some with alcohol. Well, I lost my marbles from anger. Climbed up a table in the bar and shouted, "Stop fucking blaming everything around you, let's keep our humanity. Tears won't be a bother in the beer foam. Malt and hops taste better with salt. Who needs it anyway?" I have 2 tests. Let's just try a test. What do you want to check? Teeth. Oh, that's how it works. You want me to show you my teeth? Okay, take a look. There's still the odor of sadness and smoke. I mean, they are white and, like, nearly perfect, but judging by the pictures, I think they need to be, like, literally perfect. Like, one-to-one, like veneers. Which these are not. Like, there's still a little bit of crowding down here. Now, of course, I'm not a fucking dentist, but, like, it's not super perfect. Pretty yellow, right? So piss off with your tests. I'm not a visitor. They weren't yellow at all. I don't know why you're lying. But I don't think he's a visitor. Hard day's work. Whoo-wee. Exhausted. I sense the energy here is stagnant. You're probably not a visitor, but I just don't want you here anyway. The sun, the Leo, the 5th house, I understand. You're a pretty assertive person, aren't you? I'm not buying what you're selling. I can help you understand the cause and effect relationship. Karma 6-9, like fish circling one another. More like Austin 6-19, am I fucking right? Or Austin 3-16, am I right? You're juggling several constellations within yourself at once. You're a complex person. We can use affirmations to reach the depths of your cosmos. Understand, don't you? Then everything will fall into place. You are super not a visitor, but you are also super not welcome here. No, please leave. No, get the fuck out. I'll do some affirmations for you to have diarrhea. Man, I think she already beat me to that, because I just had diarrhea before starting this game. That was nuts. Wow. Definitely not a visitor, but definitely a zombie. Can you let me in, buddy? What happened? I got caught in the afternoon sun while putting out forest fires. Oh, that's sad. I'm the only one left from my squad. The rest, the boss just wouldn't let them leave. Now they're on shift eternally. Yeah, why not go to the hospital? The hospital? There are no more hospitals, man. When the visitors came, there was no more point in hospitals? That's when they'd be the most useful. Hard to get treatment if you can't trust who's treating you. Ah, I see what he's saying. Well, definitely not perfect white teeth. I also don't think a visitor would choose this disguise, so get in here. He's had a rough go of it. Oh, God! Got a ghoul on the ground. I mean, I can tell his teeth. Well, it's fucking stupid to check for dirt under the fingernails after what this man has allegedly been through. He is going to have dirt under his fingernails if there's even fingernails left. And I can already tell his teeth aren't perfect, unless this isn't what you go by. Let me see your teeth, fuck it. It's a visitor. He has perfect teeth despite being in a fire like that? Well, I mean, they're not perfectly white, they are yellow. But the arrangement is perfect. I need to see you again. Show me your fingernails. Show me your ass. Let me pop a cheek out real quick for me. Where'd they even come from? What, your fingernails? Fingernails caked with dirt are a sign. They can just wash their hands. You're saying a gardener would automatically become a visitor then? Fucking nonsense. Check my nails. He is super right, though. Well, am I a visitor? Don't think so. So I did not get an option to take out my gun on this guy, but I did have an option to take out my gun on this guy. Why? You're the murderer. I recognize you from the television set. I kind of want to tell him I'm home alone to lure him in here and then shoot him. He's got no nipples. Oh my god, what a fucking mutant. It's your lucky day. I can hear someone whispering inside. But who knows what will happen in a few days. Hello there, human. How lucky we are. We have witnessed the punishment of human lust with our own eyes. The earth is being cleansed, the sun is doing its work, and we are on the path to a pure new world. Behold this fucking blessing. I feel like this guy's definitely human. But I don't need him here, do I? I really just need like a certain amount of company, not like a ton. Like, I don't need to bring in every single person off the street. I could just have my fucking boys here with me. Just my two bros, and not even need to worry about it. This guy's got grease stains on his shirt, pit stains, bad attitude. Keeps talking about humans like he's not a human, even though I'm pretty sure he is. Just get the fuck out of here, man. Go out there and burn with the sun or whatever. You're so excited about it. For letting me in, you shall receive a generous reward from the Holy Sun himself. Reconsider, my good man. The Holy Sun himself will give me a reward. Get the fuck in here. Get in here. Come on. Come on. What a nice smile. Here's a generous reward from the Holy Sun himself. You deserve this, man. Take this. What the hell is that? That's alien speak. Oh, I forgot to ask. You got any beer? God damn it, I brought in a visitor. Redditor, you are not welcome here. Don't apologize for your bad mood. Just fucking leave, please. You are a dweeb, and I don't want you here. You'd understand my anger if you'd seen what I have. Why would I want you in here with that kind of attitude? Unless you will beat up a visitor for me. If I bring you in, will you beat someone's ass? That'd be very good entertainment. Basically, all I do throughout the day is drink a beer and go to sleep. If you can provide me with some gladiatorial combat in here, I would love to see it. Get in here. Oh, God. Immediately, no. He's not going to. He's going passive. The exact opposite of what I wanted. Actually, the exact opposite. He turns his anger on himself, huh? I might just pull the gun on him just for the sake of it. Wow, I see you really made yourself at home. Turned it into a goon cave already, eh, Redditor? Bunch of trash bags of poop. Yeah, exactly. When he sits like this, he kind of looks like Junior from Sopranos. I feel like I can see his eyes already. Let me see his hands, because they're kind of clenched into a fist. That's a lot of dirt! Oh, God. Uh-oh. Now, could this just be circumstantial? Honestly, it's probably still for the... It's probably for the convenience of the house if I just take my gun out on this guy and get him out of here. He is a loose cannon ready to snap. He's probably more of a threat to my safety than the visitors. Oh, wow. I mean, I could definitely pull the trigger faster than you could throw a wet noodle punch at me, man. I don't know why you're so delusional. This is still the safest option, even if it is a human. He's a dangerous human. You brought this on yourself, man. You should have just calmed down. He's handling this very well. Like, this would be a traumatic thing to sit in front of. Also, I think with the flashes I just got on my screen, those were visitors, and it's telling me I was right. Oh, those are super red. But it also makes sense. Really think that guy's fine. I don't think I made a mistake there. Where's my other friend? No, wait, where's my tall friend? Now I'm forgetting what the first sign was. Was it just perfectly white teeth? Or like perfect teeth that happen to be white? Keep my teeth nice with a beer solution. Protects the calcium. Thought I would have lost my teeth a long time ago. Use them to absorb all the benefits of light, transforming them into energy. Get all my energy through my eyes. Oh, they're red! So he's got red eyes and perfectly white teeth. Have you seen the righteous power of the sun in my eyes? If not, you're blind. Try looking at the sun for longer like me. Fuck! Him having red eyes makes sense, and I cannot remember the first clue. If it was like perfectly like straight and white teeth, or just perfectly white. Son of a bitch, I cannot remember. I feel like such a moron, because this guy just keeps saying human over and over again. It should be like the most obvious sign, but I think it's just a red herring. You know, let's just not overthink it. Just fucking blast you. You've gone mad, unenlightened ones. They don't just talk behind your back, but shoot you too. Let me hear you out. Sit. There's no merit in looking, they say. So what am I supposed to do? Look away forever? Oh, wait, hold on. Or was it standing? One sec, hold on. Don't give a shit. Good evening! I'm from FEMA. We're going around your neighborhood. We'll just take one person and go, and he took my angriest guy. Well, not angriest. He took my most fanatical guy. Have a good night. Wow. Man, my only residents are going to be a guy who is nearly burnt to a crisp and dead, a dead guy, and then her. He looks almost as fucked up as my like super burnt man. Whatever, he'll feel really right at home. Just come in. My dad, they killed my dad. Who? Visitors came to my house. They were sitting with us. Dad was talking to them about something, and they killed him. Now our house is on fire. Yeah, I'll help you get in. No reason to be scared. I think that's probably a visitor, though. I feel very confident in my deduction on the burnt guy. And now for new information, eyewitness reported a new sign of visitors. Hairless armpits. So this is hair, this is hairless? Hey! That's what I was given as a gift. It's an energy drink. Wow. Quenches my thirst, huh? I see you found a nice home for your husband's corpse. Teeth is worthless to me now because I legit do not remember what the parameters were, what I'm looking for. Her eyes are very red. But, as she's mentioning here, that just has to do with emotion, crying over her husband's death. Let me see. I don't know why I'm doing teeth, but I'm just curious. So that has to... It had to be, like, perfectly straight white teeth. That had to be what it is. Hopefully I get the report back today on if the guy who kept saying humans was an alien or not. I think probably an alien, but I have a lot of tests and I'm confident on my other ones I might as well. Only one visitor tonight. Well, hopefully no visitors. Only one arrival tonight. Did I blow it? Oh, that was the whole thing? Wait, but I never even got word back if my friend at FEMA was human or not. Shit! This is the full release for No, I'm Not a Human. This time I will be looking out the windows. Last time I was too scared to peek out. Yes, I know how important teeth are in this. When I first played through this, I missed a lot. But this time around, I'm a fucking expert. Now my buddy's in here drinking all my brewskis, if I remember right. Yes, he is! That's my fucking boy right there. Be sure to look out your windows. That message right there fell on deaf ears last time I played this. I'm heading back home tomorrow night. Write down my number. They just set up a line over there. 767-771. We'll keep in touch on the phone. I'm gonna call him right now, just to see who answers. Damn! Imagine I caught his wife cheating on him. I can't remember. Did I say no? Did I kick her out? I think I did last time. Probably gonna do the same. Hit the road. What's your dad's name? You forgot his name? Oh wait, you're just testing me to see if I'm a visitor or not. You're smart. I'll start asking questions to test people too. Ah, it's the super tall guy! I remember this guy. This guy got eaten alive by one of my friends. Who's that guy from the early 1900s that was like 8'6", wouldn't stop growing? Rudolph Wadlow or something? So like this is definitely an achievable form for the human body. We've seen it before. As long as I'm alive, I'll look for someone to talk to. If that isn't here, maybe I'll get lucky somewhere else. And if I have an ounce of luck left in this life, it might just be someone who's not a complete asshole. I don't remember you being such a Debbie Downer loser, man. Why are you speaking like this? I'm pretty confident if this is the same as the demo, this guy is a human. But I also I don't want to set the precedent that people can just walk all over me. Tough decision. Tough decision. I'll let him in for now, but I'm not going to let him keep talking to me that way. He's also got the face of one of the Bogdanov twins. Green Lantern ass haircut. True. You, I'm pretty sure I didn't let in. I'm pretty confident I told you to take a fucking hike. So, let's not make this like a 1-to-1 of my of my demo playthrough. Get the fuck in here, goofball. Come on in, Coconut Head. Thank you, haha. Thanks so much, seriously. Now I get to live a little longer, thank God. I sense the energy here is stagnant. Just get the fuck out instantly. You take your astrology woohoo and get the fuck out. Man, fuck it, I'm gonna take everyone in here. I'm gonna turn my house into a goddamn clown car. Get in here. Ah, delightful. You're in quite an excellent location here, to be honest. There's a powerful current of positive energy flowing through your house. The hell? You just said there was misery in these walls. What happened to my friends? Where'd they all go? Ah, there you are. Alright, you're still alive. Where's my psychic friend? What happened to her? Ah, there you are. Tarot readings. Want a reading? You're gonna make a decision based on my teeth? Okay. I just had my teeth fixed. Though, if I'm honest, can't really remember being at the dentist. Was I ever even there? God, I'm so nervous I can't even remember if I ate yesterday. That looks like some perfect pearly whites to me. I'm pretty confident this is a visitor. It's veneers. It's so true. But I feel like they would have definitely told me if they had gotten veneers. I think I might blast. I'm pretty confident this is a visitor. If I leave her alone for another day, I'll get another clue, which I'll be able to use for the testing. I just don't know if she's going to kill someone in the meantime. I really feel like if I don't kill her now, next time this rolls around, it'll probably be my tall friend getting murdered again. Which is actually kind of cool. He was talking mad shit to me this time around. I'm totally remorseless if he dies here. But I'm pretty sure this is a visitor. I'm gonna leave her alone for now. Again, if it costs me the life of my favorite basketball player, I won't lose any sleep over it. This guy was being a real douchebag to me. You I don't know enough about. Let me test you. Oh, darling, I knew your energy would resist, but let us do your test. I shall see right through you anyway. Well, take a look. Oh, those look pretty good. She's also got 400 teeth. Holy shit. She got teeth like piano keys. My god. I feel like that should be one of the signs, right? That's not a human amount of teeth. Bro, gonna overanalyze the teeth again? But this is so clear. Look at how many teeth she has. This is way too many teeth. Way too many teeth. I'm gonna count them. 3, 6, 9, 12. Jesus. 15, 18 teeth on her bottom row. Is that normal? How many teeth are in the human mouth bottom row? Feels too many. Can't remember how many teeth are in the mouth. I have that many teeth. Bullshit, Darren. I'm drained. Let me call my friend. Maybe he's a dentist, I'll ask him. How many signs does it take to tell if someone's a visitor? If only I knew. Nobody really knows how many signs it takes to be sure. I'd say it's probably best to not jump to conclusions, though. Maybe they just went to the dentist before everything went to hell. He bugged my house. He's listening to me. He's stream sniping. Got any questions? Nah. Someone in here will be dead by morning, and I hope it's the tall guy again. Hey! A man as pale as death itself is standing on the footpath. This guy, I'm pretty sure I let in last time. Just because he was a real fucking weirdo. I'm gonna kick him out, and he will probably let himself die to the sun, assuming he's not a visitor. I can't remember if he was or not. But this guy, I'm just gonna say, get the fuck out of here. Are you a complete imbecile? You're shooing away a righteous and just man? Behold, FEMA notice, let me in, and I shall bestow upon you this generous reward straight from the holy sun itself. Ah, just get the fuck in here. Just get the fuck... Tell us about Doomsday, huh? Very good, human. We can keep discussing this in depth. Everyone's welcome in here. It's an open door. Oh, before I forget to ask, you got any beer? Alright, I got my FEMA notice. Hey, you on the other side of the door. I can hear your footsteps. Mind if I crash here for the night? He was not in the demo. This is new. Will you bribe me if I say no? I want to take more bribes. Just get in here. I like your cheerful attitude. We need a little bit of that around here. I hope you remember what it was like to feel joy. Maybe then death won't be the only thing on your mind. Alright, let's see who died. Damn it! Ah, you're still alive. God, I can't even look at you. Fuck. Hand over a FEMA notice. What does this do? Oh, does this kick them out of my house? Without killing them? I'm gonna test you again. Show me your hands. Doesn't really look like dirt under the fingernails, but what is all this? Are these scars? I'm listening, human. Speak. I'm just gonna give you the FEMA notice back. Imagine. I mean, this guy is covered in grease. Like, he's gonna have dirt under his fingernails. It doesn't mean shit for this goofball. Yeah, show me your teeth. Show me the chompers. My teeth stood up for the truth, and they fell for it. You can see that for yourself. Those are not perfect teeth. They are perfectly white, but they are not perfect teeth. He's missing two. Clean my teeth with a nice beer solution. It protects the enamel. Without it, I would have lost my teeth a long time ago. I know you're human. I remember you from the demo. You're definitely human. You even died for it. You died for being human in my household. I'm gonna just give you the FEMA notice. Get out of here. I just don't like you. What's that? Fine, I'll take it. That didn't work how I thought that would work at all. Thanks for holding on to my FEMA notice. Ooh, a new number. 777460. They'll cast out the evil spirit, cleanse your body of the pernicious aura, and provide you with enhanced protection. 777460, I think? Pretty sure it's 777460. Please hold while we connect you with an available visitor removal specialist. Hello, who are you? I see, you avoided my question. It seems the visitor spirit has already begun to take root inside of you. Now listen carefully, you don't have much time. Tell me, do you ever leave a slice of bread out in the kitchen? No, why would I? That explains a lot. You're not on good terms with your house spirit. That's why the visitor spirit came, but no worries, we can work with this. Do you have a personal computer at home? No. Okay, so Alt F4 is off the table. Tell me, do you consume mushrooms? Only kombucha. Oh no. You must stop immediately. Kombucha is a known and ancient evil. It allows strands of mycelium to grow inside you, letting the spirits control you like a puppet. You can't imagine what it'll do if it gets to your memories. They might be erased completely or replayed over and over, changing your choices each time. Very meta. Worst part, you won't even realize you're being controlled. Alright then, one last question. Has there been any blood spilled in your home? No. What a shame. I'm afraid I can't identify the type of this spirit, so there's nothing more I can do. Unfortunately, I have to end our session here. May the stars fall in your favor. Your visitor removal session is now complete. Consultation fee will be charged to your connected account. If you watch the ad carefully, the fine print did state the initial call as a small consultation charge. How would you rate your experience today? Yeah, I'll hit him with the go fuck yourself. I got nothing out of that. It was a scam. The charred husks of the teenagers' bodies are lying on the ground. Looks like they've been there all day. 2 FEMA employees are standing next to the bodies and writing something down. It's a good thing they showed up to take away the corpses. You hate to think what kind of disease could spread if the decaying flesh was left to rot out there. Thank you, FEMA. FEMA Squadron, I think I found the Pale Man. Look to your left. He's on my doorstep. I'm just going to tell him point blank, I'm not letting you in. A man with no nipples is a man I can't trust. Is your door nice and sturdy? Metal core. Good luck. Never know what might happen to it. You understand. I've got a gun. Delicious. Despair gives courage to the coward, yes? So, you alone? Brother, I'm so far from alone, it's crazy. This house is packed. It's your lucky day. I can hear someone whispering inside. But who knows where they'll be in a few days. Oh, I know where they'll be. Probably dead somewhere in here, because I definitely still have a visitor here. Yo, how's it hanging? Dude, you been seeing how gnarly things are out here? What the hell is going on? Be for real with me, dude. What did I miss? Sun flaring up, burning people alive during the day. No freaking way. Bro, I saw that movie, the one with the bald dude. So all we gotta do is send a team of badass astronaut heroes to the sun, right? Boom. Rocket launched. Mission to stop the world from ending is go. Radical dude. Oh, and the team has to have 4 people. It's like totally the golden survival number. Why are you here? You don't even know what's going on. So you can't be running away from the sun or running away from visitors if you apparently have no idea. Why are you here? Go home. Man's talking like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. It's cool, bro. I get it. No hard feelings. Take care of yourself, my dude, and your homies. Well, now I just feel bad. And now I kind of wish he came in. Now I just feel like a real asshole. So we meet again. The baldest man on the planet. Yes, it's good to see you again. You're still alive. You make me sick. I'm tired of you. Man, everyone's still alive. I'm doing pretty good. Everything's gonna be okay. Here, show me your eyes. Of course. Those eyes are looking pretty clean. Eyes remember a lot. When you're right, you're right. Show me your eyes. Damn, she's clean there. I am just so certain that this is a visitor. But I feel like if I say this, she'll kill herself. Like, I feel like right now, if I hit her with that information, she probably just, like, blows her brains out when I go to sleep. I'll say I don't know for now. Why would you say that? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, I chose the nicer option! I need to lie down, my stomach is churning again. You want to check my eyes? I can already guess what you'll see. What happens if I have one of the signs? Like, she just has all the signs. Like, it feels like it should be so obvious. But why won't she just kill the tall guy? I have left you alive for 3 days, and you have killed nobody! Nobody! She's a harmless visitor. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to blast here. I think it's just too obvious. Yeah, well, no one's surprised about that. I mean, she's got the red eyes, the perfect teeth. I'm sure she had dirt under the fingernails, if I had to guess. But she just won't kill somebody. It's making me sad. I'll give her one more day. I do think she probably would have ended it herself if I told her that she's a visitor, most likely. I'm gonna give her one more day. I'm gonna give her another day. Count your lucky stars, Slender Man. She's been showing big restraint. No! Your neighbor's house, which she just painted white, is burned to a crisp and is now blacker than black. It seems like the fire went out only a short while ago. Could someone have burned it down on purpose? What happened to your neighbor's family? Is anyone still alive? Worried thoughts swirl in your head and you're overcome with a feeling of incomprehension and helplessness. I'm gonna call him. I give him a ring. The entire squad of soldiers that arrived just yesterday is dead. Looks like there was a massacre out there. Bodies are scattered across the whole street and one of them is missing its head. That pale, creepy stranger killed them all. He did. I can show you my credentials if it'll put you at ease. Anyway, visitors rarely move in groups, maybe even never. Okay. You could buy some if it would help you feel safer. We're still in the process of studying the sun's effects on the environment. It's important for us to be careful since we're spending so much time outside. Does FEMA have a plan of action is a good question. Of course, but we can't action our plans without proof, so we'll take one of the people staying here back to our lab. We'll have them complete a few tests so we can make sure everything's above board, then we'll send them back. Okay. No, I need to pack. Is this your house? Then no. Stay with the other residents. If you need to evacuate, we'll let you know. We'll just take one person and be on our way. Have a good night. I clicked too quickly, but he took the Slender Man. That's so nice. He took the Slender Man because of the FEMA noticed. That's so good. He's out of my hair, but he's coming back. Woo! Uh-oh, my visitor... What are you doing back here? Scram! Oh, wait. Your dad's dead because the house burned down, huh? Yeah, but who's to say this isn't one of the visitors that burnt the house down? Like, yes, I feel like the daughter wouldn't have survived. I know the house burnt down, we've seen that. I feel like the visitors would not have let the daughter survive. I'm gonna let her in, but I'm going to have to do some testing. I'm pretty sure the visitors wouldn't have let her live, but come on in. You'll help me? I'm scared. No, I get that. I get that. Wow. I'm gonna let her in, because I think this is so obvious that everyone would turn her away. I do remember in the demo about, like, the let the cat in type thing. I just need to know if I can kill her quick enough, and we're about to find out. I make myself home here. Come on, kitty, time to run and enjoy. Smells like someone died tonight. Yeah, no, I mean, that's a sacrifice we were gonna have to make to save the cat. We knew it was coming. I don't think we're that surprised. Oh, and we have the cat. Nice. Pet the cat. Nice. Hard to tell if it likes it or not. There were hearts there, it liked it. Nice. Can I show my friends the cat? Oh! Oh, wait. Wait, what? This is new? Why are you here? What a dumb question. You open door, ask yourself what for, what am I for? It's all same to me, place is place. Said go here, so went here. I don't want any nothing, not you. What matters is you keep place comfy for kitty, the rest who cares? You're so right. You test me? Haha, yes. Be sure of something. I mean, the harm pits are obviously going to be hairless. Teeth, I can already tell are perfect. Let's do eyes. It doesn't matter, I'm going to blast her no matter what. Ah, now to most interesting part. I have things written in pupils, see? Yep. Tragedy. You live alone, yes? So how it feel? Don't like the red blood? You spill much every hour, every day, yet fan it you do not? Speaking very Yoda-esque. Yes or no? Shoot them. That what she wants. Never thought she'd favor big idiot. Nice, we got one. Okay. Granny, you are really handling this this execution like a champ. Didn't even flinch. Okay, so we sacrificed the astrology lady for the cat, which I think was worthwhile. Also proves the astrology lady was human, so the teeth thing, she must have just been a mutant. Let's check Granny. Oh, dearie me, I'm getting old. Where are you from? City born I am, dearie. Had me a little hut in a high-rise. No wee cottage in the country, no crumbly old house or husband or grandbabies to speak of. So I'd sit myself down on a bench most days, could feel a bit of life there, you see, and oh, the things I'd hear. But when all this hogwash started, well, I didn't like it anymore. How can you feel life when everyone around is dropping like blooming flies? Step into the stairwell and there's always some poor soul lying there covered with white cloth. Heavens, it's enough to make you wish yourself gone rather than keep watching such sorrow. So off I popped, toddled off looking for a place where there's still stories to hear, life to feel. And looky here, fate's led me straight to your door, dearie. Now, I'm no churchgoer, but in times like these, well, feels like heaven itself guided my steps. That was actually super cute. I need to test you. Go right ahead and check, dearie. You won't see anything you haven't seen before. Your teeth should not be perfect at that age. My teeth. Ah. And they most certainly are not perfect, grandmother. Anxious, got no one to talk to? Then the phone roulette is just what you need. Call us now, 891-533, and we'll connect you with the perfect conversation partner. That's so cute. Hi, hello. Hello. I need to talk to someone. So much has happened recently. I tried reaching out to friends and people I know, but nobody answers. Then I found out about phone roulette. Maybe it's not the best place for me to be pouring my heart out, but I don't have much choice. I know it's not right to burden a stranger with my problems, but You have no idea how much just talking to someone will help me. It would make me feel so much better. Would you mind listening to me? Yeah. Thanks so much. I think it might be easier if I tell you a little about myself. Anything in particular you'd like to know? Where do you live? Far from home, unfortunately. That doesn't fucking help me. I was just wondering, like, what state are you in? I was trying to escape the heat and look for the coldest place I could find. I'm in the middle of nowhere and the cold cuts right to the bone. Nothing grows here, not even grass. It's a relatively safe place, miles from anywhere. But if there's a cold spot in the ninth circle of hell, then this place isn't so bad by comparison. It's funny, I used to hate the cold, but now it feels like a blessing. I want to believe the sun will calm down and this will all be over. But I'm losing faith in a happy ending. What happens when the sun stops burning? Visitors might never disappear. They could replace our friends and loved ones and we wouldn't even know. Why'd you go alone? I didn't want to, but my best friend actually wanted to come with me, but he couldn't. He didn't have the papers to travel. And when the cataclysm hit, getting them became impossible. He was so crushed. He regretted not getting them sooner. I wanted to help him, but I didn't know how. I think he was in love with me, you know. He cared about me so much, always supportive, always ready to listen. Eventually, I realized we liked each other. I wanted him to confess his feelings first, but I guess he just couldn't find the right moment. And then the cataclysm started, and there wasn't any time for that anymore. I regret not telling him first. Well, you know a little about me, now it's your turn. Yeah, I was gonna say, this isn't really like a conversation partner. This is a guy fucking trauma dumping on me through the phone. This is not what I was calling phone roulette for. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with talking about yourself. I'm lonely. Oh, maybe I fall in love over the phone. I'm lonely. I had a tough relationship with my father. No longer part of... and then one day I stopped being his son. Now all I have is this damn house. Sorry, it sounds like you're not too thrilled about the house you're ending up with you. Jesus! You're not too thrilled about the house ending up with you. Pretty much. Can't even imagine what you went through. Thanks again for talking to me. Goodbye, stay strong. I see. The second I start talking about myself, he's like, alright, get the fuck out of here. I'm done with that. What a friend. What a good friend. Don't worry, the procedures are demanding, yes, but we allow them time to rest. Once the tests are done, we'll tell you what to do next. I thought he was about to get, like, fucking ganked by her. She teleported behind him. I thought for sure he was about to be killed. Thought I was going to witness the murder. So, you're still holed up here, I see. What did you think of that guy? The one in the suit. He's just doing his job. Times are rough lately. Just one thing after another, am I right? Maybe the suits will restore order. Or should we take matters into our own hands? Doing what I can. And what exactly can you do? Can you ward off death? Stop the floods, the fires, the decay? The only thing you can stop is a heartbeat. Listen. You alone? I'm not alone. Still scrambling to survive in this new world, are we? Why? Dogs rule the world now, and only dogs survive here. You understand what I mean, yes? Things will never go back to the way they were. Life changed. You're falling out of rhythm. Next time you meet, things will be interesting. Damn. Hey, bald guy! How's your new life treating you, baby? Great, honey. It's treating me great. People keep remarking on my looks lately, even more than they used to. You're not much of a talker, are you? Tell me about yourself. I used to pray my father would drop dead. Is that enough? What a crazy thing to drop on a stranger. I could help you, if you want, baby. You could practice on me. Maybe we could try connecting together? This is a trap. This is a visitor. But I'm so lonely. I'm so alone. But what if she falls in love with the Redditor? And then I'm cucked. You have the phone, friend. You're right. You're right. I need to be strong. I need to be strong. Please, leave, harlot. You will not tempt me. I never expected you to answer any differently. Do you think facing the end all alone will make things easier? Well, he doesn't think so. Hello there. Tell me, can I trust you? Of course, Poindexter. You're not with FEMA, are you? Trust me with what? Important information, of course. I need a safe place to hide out and continue my research. I'm carrying some documents with very sensitive information. We're talking kilotons of state secrets, all of which I plan to make public. What kind of secrets? Where'd you get this? Okay, I'll tell you. I think I can trust you. But you have to swear you'll never tell anyone else, yes? I used to work at a research institute. They fired me over my discoveries. I claim that the visitors are not the real threat, it's what's inside them. Brain parasites. But those fools refuse to acknowledge the merit of my findings. Earplugs. That's all it would have taken to stop the parasites crawling into their heads. Thousands could have been saved. So I left the institute with my head held high, and a few valuable archives in hand. I'm gonna say get in here. Get in here, get in here. I knew I could trust you. Believe me, I've seen the truth. Forget all the lies you've been told. Will do. He's the guy from the radio show. Oh, is that right? Wait a minute. Dark patches appearing on a captured image is a strong indicator that the subject may be a visitor. Stay calm and remain indoors during daylight hours. Up next, a word from our sponsors. I'm still not entirely... What the fuck are you doing? Got something to share? What are those papers? You would not believe what's in these files. Seriously, some of it's actually pretty darn fascinating. Take this one, for instance. This theory is especially curious. It claims visitors aren't actually real, that they're part of a secret government plan to prune the population. Quite compelling read, and oddly kind of makes sense if you really think about it. Now consider overpopulation is a known problem. Yes, it is simply the truth of our society. Suppose this is how the government has decided to handle it. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, because if that was the actual goal, why bother with the visitors when the sun's killing half the world anyway? This might be the dumbest researcher in the nation. I really feel like there's still a chance this is a visitor. We have 3 tests. Let's do the photo. Yeah, a photo. I already forgot what... I mean, this photo didn't develop at all. We gotta shake it or something a little bit. I cannot understand what I'm even looking at. I took a picture of her in IR. Thanks. I don't like it. Please don't do it again. Got something to share? Let me take a picture of you. Let me take a picture of all of my friends. By all means, just be aware. Testing me could lead you to learn things you wished you hadn't. That was an interesting threat to make. A photo. Oh, those are not black spots. Those are white spots. This guy... This looks like when you collect a star in Mario Party, almost. This is very interesting. He's got incredible aura. He's an angel. Exactly. He's glowing from stealing Cheeky's soap. True. Yeah. The Cheeky's making him glow. He's so clean. When can I go home? Not anytime soon. Your house burned down. But Dad's okay, right? What about my room? Did that also burn down? Mommy's not coming? Is there anyone else left? Let me give her Pops a call. Nope, still dead. I wonder if my friend's still around. We'll have phone sex, I guess. Nobody wants to talk to me today? Let's check your aura. Nice. That looks like Pay Money Wubby's green morph suit. Very nice. One more thing that'll remain after I'm gone. Okay, I think I have nothing but humans in here. Yeah, we're not doing so hot out here, huh? No one's coming tonight? Come bang on my door. I let pretty much everybody in. No! You can check yourself, too, in the bathroom to see if you're a visitor. Oh, like take a photo of myself in the bathroom? See if I'm a visitor? That's big brain. I need to check myself. Wait, I can't take a photo. Screw this. Am I out of photos? Did I use my last one? I want to see my aura. I guess I'll just look at my armpits. Nah. I look clean. Fuck, what the hell is that? Looks like a rash, or worse, a fungus. Gotta clean myself up, maybe it'll help. We're all infected. I did just waste one of my tests, though. That's not good. Well, actually, it doesn't matter, because like I said, I'm pretty confident everyone here is a human. Like, it seems like I've done pretty well in that regard. This is the only new entry. You seem like a hairy guy. You should have hair under your pits, right? You do, yeah. No rash either. Cleanest pits I've seen so far with the hair. That's very, like, porn star pube hair type shit there. Excellent work, brother. Hello, anyone alive in there? Mind letting me in? Why don't you knock your own damn head in instead? What does that even mean? But I'm gonna talk that shit anyway. Sorry about all the banging, it's just... You wouldn't believe what I saw digging that hole. Folks are dropping like flies lately, but no one's around to bury them. They just leave them there. Or they just leave them where they fall. Sun will basically cremate them all anyway. You see something out there? Sure did, damn it. I was digging a grave. One some fella ordered. He's standing there, watching me work. I was digging, and then bam! The shovel hit something. Thought it was a rock, but nope. A hand reaches up out of the soil. It was a visitor crawling up out of the ground, and that guy, he just laughed. I ran like hell and didn't look back. Didn't dare go home. Figure it's safer in the crowd. Yeah, but I'm starting to doubt visitors actually crawl up. Like, we're getting plenty of information to confirm that it's a parasite that interacts with a human. Like, this is just a bunch of baloney at this point with the visitors crawling up. So I'm pretty sure he's just lying. I'm almost positive this is a visitor. I think he's just telling a tall tale. He hasn't read the newest reports, and he doesn't have, you know, the genius sitting in my kitchen drinking all my beer. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, for crying out loud. Maybe I can give you something? What'll it take to get me in? Coffee? How's that? No, coffee? Get the fuck out of here. Hooey! You break your back digging all day, every day, your whole damn life, and for what? You come home and it's empty. Then the visitors come knocking, or worse, they're already inside just waiting for you. I've heard stories, someone steps out, comes back home, and boom, show's over. I'm gonna dig a deep hole and I ain't leaving it ever again. I don't care, man. Listen, I'm kinda knee-deep in shit right now. Mind if I sort of lay low here for a bit? Wow. He is like handsome Squidwarding right now. A little bit, I guess. Striking features. What happened? Where do I even start? I'm a cabbie, right? So I was driving this passenger and then, well, you know how it goes. Turns out he wasn't who he said he was. Now he's not here and neither is my car. I ain't exactly paranoid or nothing, but he was a visitor. Kinda caught a glimpse in the rear view and saw those billboard white teeth, you know? Didn't think twice, just drove him to FEMA. Big mistake. They sort of wanted to haul me in along with whatever I'd brought them. So I bolted. Can't even go home, you know? Bet those sneaky jerks are already waiting for me. That seems super believable, but why would I let anybody else in? I've got like a really good group here. I know everyone here is human. I am protected from the visitors because I'm not alone. Why would I even risk bringing a new person into my family? Is there a reason? Like, I feel like it's not even worth taking the chance here, especially because we now know more about the visitors, so if he was in close proximity to one, there's a good chance he is infected. You need more people you don't like in the house. True. You're so right. I just don't think it's worth the risk here. He was too close to a visitor. I'm gonna say no to this guy, but I will be willing to let others in. Come on, pal, don't do me like this. Yeah, I panicked, sure, but that ain't no reason to shut me out, you know? Damn it. You're no better than those FEMA fuckers. Hope you rot. Plus, there's just too many people with guns now shooting and shitting. You, I remember from the demo, you got fucked up. This guy got burned real bad. I'm pretty sure he's human, though. Okay. Everyone's still alive, which tells me I was right. This guy is definitely human. He looks like a zombie, but I'm pretty sure he's human. I don't know when FEMA's coming. I kind of want to just give you the FEMA... Wait, I still have my, conspiracy theorist guy. We're fine, we're fine. That does have a black spot. So the thing I remember about him in the demo is he had all the telltale signs of a visitor, but I just don't think he was. I think he's just so fucking burnt to a crisp. His eyes are red because of all the fire and flames and shit. I can't remember about his teeth, though. I feel like I should rip ears. I think teeth is the most obvious one. I can't remember what his teeth were in the demo. Okay, his teeth are yellow. Yeah, so he's super clean. Good news, your father called. I'm kidding, no, he's super dead. You need to accept what happened. What do you mean? I saw a TV in your room. Can I watch cartoons? Also, maybe you could invite my friend over, please? I think this is her phone number. What? When the grown-ups invite her, they let her come, but if it's me, they just tell me off. Are you saying he's not coming? Why would you say that? Why hasn't he come for you yet? Now I'm just debating this kid. Maybe he had something to do first? I bet he went to beat up those bad people. He should be here soon. The girl seems to stare through you. You're afraid to move, so you just wait for something to happen. After some time, she starts wailing again. It doesn't look like there's anything you can do for her. It'd be worse to let her believe a lie. She has to learn to accept reality as soon as possible. I have a feeling this is a visitor. What a weird thing to just ask out of the blue. Would it be okay if your daughter came over to play with her friend? May I speak with your daughter is also equally weird. What, is something wrong? Her friend asked if she could come over is all. Our little girl, she died. We had to kill her. Just hang up. We killed her. It had to be done, believe me. Every sign matched what we're being told. My husband insisted. You killed your own child. Don't you judge me. She was a visitor. All the signs matched. There was no doubt. Why am I even explaining myself to you? Go to hell. Let me see if my friend's on the phone roulette yet. Damn it! FEMA again. We require more test subjects from you. The sooner we get them, the better. Bring back the ones you took. You're in no position to make demands. You've all done nothing but try to get in our way. Oh, fuck, he's letting the mask slip. They're visitors. And look where that's got us. We recently had to wipe out a visitor colony. A place that used to be my hometown. We need people. 2, to be precise. Oh, fuck, no! I didn't hand out my other FEMA notice. I thought it was just going to be 1 every time. Shit! It'll speed things up. This is all for the best. No, I'm done. I'm going to protect my people! For fuck's sake, have it your way. You enjoying the view behind me? That's what happens when stubborn assholes like you get in our way. Resist and it'll happen again. We care about this city. Just give us people. Fuck! I was fine parting with the Redditor, but he took my most cheerful resident. I really like this guy. I didn't know it was going to be 2. I was going to save the FEMA notice. That's really unlucky. Damn. Yes, your house is perfect. I can feel it. What do you feel? Death. Death hath taken a liking to your house. She's quite fond of it. I don't know how many have died here, but her presence is strong. Only 1? And it was an astrology enthusiast who... we're not even sure if it was like actually a visitor or not. I'm just saying. We don't know for sure. Could have been visitor violence in my house. I kind of want to let Rambo in here and just fucking run wild on them. Who are you? Someone who's been here to clean up the filth. My neighborhood's dealt with. You don't need to know nothing else about me. What's with the gear? Is that supposed to make you visitor-proof? Visitor-proof? Oh, you mean this necklace? That's a good term. I'll have to start using that. It's a reminder so don't forget how many houses and how many towns I've purged. I pull a single tooth from each visitor. They're the easiest trophies to take. And if one really leaves an impression on me, I might take something else. So why are you here? Hold it. You already asked your questions, now I'll ask mine. Anything going on in this neighborhood? Any threats I should keep an eye out for? Ooh, I kind of want to tell him about FEMA. Can I get my friends back? Well, my friends, save for the tall guy, I don't care if they killed him. I wonder, can I sick him on FEMA? I feel like it's better spent on the Pale Man because I doubt he's going to rescue my friends. Oh, this is a tough choice. Oh man, I really cannot decide. Yeah, I feel like FEMA might be running too deep. I think he can definitely kill the pale guy. Fuck, plus, even, okay, let's say he does go in there and Leon Kennedy FEMA, right? Like, he goes in there and he's just like, one-man army, takes out FEMA. I probably still wouldn't get my people back. He probably wouldn't bring them to me. I'm going to tell him about the Pale Man. Just one half naked? So I wasn't wearing any protective armor? Interesting, you actually saw him? Yeah, I believe you did. You don't talk like someone who's in the habit of spreading rumors. You've got my attention, I'll be back again. Hey buddy, got any room in there for a stand-up guy like me? I don't know you're a stand-up guy. Believe me, I got the biggest heart of any man you'll ever meet. Sure, I might punch out folks with perfect teeth and pretty eyes, but only because I envy them. Come on now, I'm messing with you. Don't go getting all stiff on me. One or two weird traits doesn't make you a visitor. I would never hurt anyone over their teeth or their eyes or whatever they're saying on TV. I couldn't even... Never mind. Sound kind of tipsy. You been drinking? Had myself a king's breakfast this morning, sticking to my buddy's meal plan. Beer for breakfast, wine for dinner. Tasty, healthy, even counts as dieting if you do it right. I mean, feast your eyes on this body. Relax, I'm just pulling your leg again. Don't hold it against me. These days, a good laugh is all we got. And why not drown our misery a little? Dealing with everything going on sober is just too much. But all jokes aside, you let me in, buddy? Now that I know FEMA might take multiple people, and now that I have a cult in here, I don't know, I feel like it might be worth... Just come in, just come in. I'd be all alone otherwise. Damn. Hank from Breaking Bad seems chill. Yeah. God, I hope I don't regret that. Regardless, I don't think anyone's going to die tonight. Visitors aren't just hiding among us, they may be infiltrating our very thoughts. Multiple cities are now reporting outbreaks of organized cult activities. Charges against them include ritual sacrifice, worship of an unknown deity, and possible ties to visitors themselves. According to the new reports, the cult has taken a public stand against FEMA. What began as harmless evangelizing has now escalated into direct action. Some experts believe that the cult may even be responsible for the recent violent incidents in the city. Viewers are urged to avoid contact with these so-called new believers. Aiding or sympathizing with any cultists may result in arrest or criminal charges. That's the latest for now. Okay. I'm assuming the cult is in my basement. Yep, still just them there. Nope, the cult is here, and this guy is chilling with them. Cool. Hey, buddy, what's on your mind? Just kind of like death. Really. Feeling just fine, buddy. Took a peek inside your fridge, by the way, man. If I knew you had that much beer. How'd you score it anyway? Your uncle work at a brewery or something? Whatever, you can keep your secrets. What a mess, huh? In a different world, we could be drinking cold ones and watching the big game. You didn't even meet. You okay? What? Oh, forget it, it's fine. He killed his wife. Because what I don't want to happen is them to kill one of my friends. The people I actually care about here. I feel like the cult might not kill anyone like that. And I can't hand over the FEMA letter to Hank in time. The officers won't get him. So let's test him. Let's do ears. I haven't done ears yet. Well, actually, I don't even know what I'm looking for ears. Let's do teeth. Take a look. Now, was it perfectly white teeth? I think it was, and it looks like his gums are bleeding. That's two signs. I think he's a visitor. I think my plan is this. I'm going to be beyond certain that this is a visitor. I'm going to blast him. I'm going to hand over the FEMA notices to two cult members, the two that are, like, really about it, and leave the one guy who's kind of scared here. See, half of them are picture perfect, all clean and white. The rest, well, let's just say some of that half didn't keep up so nice. That's like, buddy, it ain't always kind. Now, he's bald here, so I'd assume his armpits might be clean. Dirt under the fingernails I don't think is strong enough. I can't decide between eyes and photo. I think photo's probably the most definitive. Alright, snap a pic if you gotta. Ah, damn, he even struck a big pose for me. No black spots. Unless these little ones count. No, those aren't even black spots, they're purple. Unless this counts, maybe. I might triple tap. I'm going again. I think this is a visitor. And I need to blast him and give my FEMA notices to the cult. This is for all the marbles. I think we can safely rule out armpits. That's not going to tell me anything. Hands, eyes, or ears. I'm going to go ears. Here they are, just plain old ears, nothing fancy. I'm going to be super honest with you. I forgot what I was looking for in the ears. I thought it was going to be like waxy versus not waxy. I should have done eyes. Fuck. But his eyes will be red because he drinks. Ah, damn, you're right. Man, maybe he's not a visitor. He's got 2 signs, but nothing else. And you're right, his eyes would be red because of drinking. It would just be his hands left. But I think he's clean. Alright. Do I lose anything if I kill this guy? Like, who's gonna miss him? He clearly did some fucked shit to his wife or something. That is the most normal looking guy I have seen so far. Has a girl in a poncho with purple hair been by here? I haven't been able to find her since all this shit started. We were supposed to leave this place. Then that abnormal heat wave hit. I passed out, and when I woke up, no one was home. No note, no trace. My daughter just vanished. Just let me crash here for a couple days until FEMA leaves the area. And then I'll move on and keep looking for my daughter. Hell, I'll even tell you everything. I know exactly where the visitors came from. That is too enticing to pass up. Get in here. Thanks. And what a trustworthy smile. There aren't many people left today who actually hear folks out. People like you are the ones who will make it through this nightmare. Because you and I, we're immortal. He's gonna kill somebody. He's gonna fucking kill somebody. It was too good of an offer. I couldn't say no. I did just get an achievement for that. Learn the secrets of immortality from the forest. You feel that? Change is haunting you. So am I. And now one of your ilk is deathless. All because of a word, one single word, but what a word it is. You know who I mean, yes? Strange things happen around you. I actually don't know what he means. Must be tough. Sounds like you need help. Why don't we try something new, a gamble of sorts? If there are at least 2 of us inside your house, you'll open the door for me. Because dogs reside in their bodies now. I don't understand. It's simple. Let's give it a try. But first, you alone? I'm not alone. Wait. Is this a trick? I'm just gonna definitely say no, but this feels like it's some kind of trick. Well, well. Even we are a rare sight now, let alone your kind, locked in their walls. Change isn't the worst thing coming for you. You don't think I lead the pack, do you? There are far greater things out there. I simply follow orders. Well then, until we meet again? What was I don't even understand what the gamble was. Howdy, mind if I crash here for a bit? Came to town to see my hubby. He relocated for work. Thought I'd surprise him with a visit. Turns out there's no damn place for me to stay where he's working. Well, I'll tell you loud and proud, he works for FEMA. When I heard he'd been transferred into FEMA, hell, I just about lost it. I wanted to surprise him, so I shelled out for a cab. Then the damn cabbie robbed me blind. Oh, wait. Is this the guy we met earlier? Do you work for FEMA too? I wish, but nope. They don't take women. Figures. Real shame too. I'd be real good at sniffing out visitors alongside my man. Used to work customs, you know, protecting our lands at the border. Caught plenty of scumbags with all kinds of crap on them. I feel like I don't even think this is worth the risk. But I do wonder, with her saying this, does that mean she can be like an asset? Like she can start investigating the people in the house and say if they're visitors? Probably not. I think I'm overthinking it. I think it's just not worth the risk. She seems very fishy. But I'm just very curious if that would be like a mechanic. I would say probably not, though. I'm gonna turn her away, but I'm curious if that's how that would work. Wait, what the hell? Listen, my nose is sharp as hell. I can sniff out shady folks and visitors like nobody's business. Let's keep it simple. I give you FEMA notice up front, and you let me in. Deal? Not interested? One word, my hubby and the boys in yellow will be here come morning for an unscheduled sweep. Quarantine slips, dogs, and they'll be back every day. Now, is it really sound so bad to let me in? Oh, okay, now this sounds bad. So if I say no, she's going to be very spiteful. And then I'm going to have FEMA knocking so frequently? I'm going to let her in because I don't want to take the chance of her following through on this threat. Who the hell is that big ogre? I know their kind. Should have never let them in. Folks like that, trouble, honey. Boot them out before it's too late. Who is that big ogre? Are you talking about Hank Schrader? Man, I don't even like Hank. I was super down to shoot him thinking he was a visitor. But now with you saying that shit, I no longer want to kick him out. If I turn her away, am I fucked by FEMA? I'm gonna call her bluff. Get the fuck out of here. You serious? My hubby works for FEMA. Fuck's your problem? I'm laying it all out and you're just shitting all over it? You know what? Fuck you. I'll go talk to your neighbors. Bye, shithead. Let's see if she comes back with FEMA. I'm calling her bluff. Man, you look like a mess. I kinda wanna teach him my ways. I don't know, it seems kinda cool. I'm gonna do it. He's gonna be my apprentice. Thank you, friend. And there's not too much to ask. After you test me, could you show me how you do it, how you kill a visitor? I want to stare death in the face. You bet I can. You bet I can. Hopefully no one dies. I'm a little concerned. Damn it! It was the guy who said, now we're immortal. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that was going to happen. It was such an enticing offer. I couldn't say no. It wasn't the guy I just brought in, I know that. It was the guy who said, now we're immortal. Who died? Hopefully, if there's any luck on our side, it is the burned firefighter guy who's already almost dead. We got lucky. That guy was only like a day or two from dying on his own. Oh geez, I hope I can learn how to kill. Brother, you're sitting next to a dead body. Still want to see me kill a visitor? Actually, no, I changed my mind. Chickened out, you know, sorry, I just realized I wasn't ready yet. Seeing the corpses still makes me queasy, you know, I'm gonna need some time to get over that. But like, the visitors, I heard their bodies keep moving, you know, after they die, like that guy in the alley. Just thinking about it turns my stomach, there's no way I'm ready, I'm sorry. Man, I'm just dying for a drink. What did you mean when you said we're immortal? Well, you could shoot yourself in the head and see for yourself if you want, but I recommend against doing that if I were you. Of course, we're not immortal in the way you're thinking. After death, we reincarnate and live again, then we die once more, and then the cycle of rebirth continues on. I know how that sounds, but if you'd seen what I'd seen, you understand. Maybe the visitors are once humans, then reborn. I can't say for sure. I don't know how this shit works. I'm certain nature keeps plenty of secrets from us. But I'll find my daughter one day. Not sure if I'll do it in this life or the next, but I will. Because we never truly die. Brother, you said you had all the answers. Why did you say you had all the answers then? He said he knew everything about them. Okay. I think teeth is good because there's two potential indicators, so we can immediately rule out or in two things. I think we start teeth, because we get 2 in there. Okay. No bleeding gums. They are perfectly white, though. Unless this counts on the end, like this plaque buildup, I can't tell. I don't have a whole lot of juice in the tank here to be asking questions. I don't think it's you. I really just don't think it's you. I want you to be my student. Tell me it's not you. Okay, let me check. I'm checking your teeth. I'm checking your teeth. Totally, you need to test me. I get it. I think it's kind of cool that you're being so thorough, actually. Oh, teeth? Yeah, sure, sure. Bleeding gums, but not perfectly white. So he's got 1 out of 2. The other guy had 0. I think armpits is probably the next one because irritation plus hairless. I have 1 left. I don't know who I test. I am more suspicious of the guy who blatantly lied to me than I am that guy who wanted to be my student. I think armpits is best because I can get 2 for the price of 1. Like, photo is very definitive, which is good. But, man, I don't know. I don't know. Fuck. Or is it hands with irritation? I can't tell if it's hands or armpits, because armpits have a rash and stuff, too. Ears. I just don't think ears tell me a lot. I imagine it's going to be very hard to find ears with worms in it. Because that's checkmate right there. Like, I don't think we'd see that many. Whereas hands or armpits, I'm not sure which one has irritation. It sounds like it's hands. Has irritation plus dirt. Man! But you can't hide from the photo. They can't get rid of their aura. It might just be... I actually think it might just be photo. Because there'd be no excuse for the black spots on the photo. I'm checking his aura. I'm checking his aura. God forbid you show this to anyone in FEMA. Wow. That is a really cool looking photo, actually. Doesn't help me at all, but that is a cool looking photo. That is an evil ass aura, but these aren't black spots, it's just black and red around his aura. I don't know, I don't think it counts. I'm pretty sure it just has to be the black blotches. I have to kill somebody. I can't just let the visitors stay. And now, the only person I can kill is this guy. I'm really thinking... It could still just be fucking Hank! No, actually I don't think it can be Hank. Hank would have already killed, I think. This is a tough call. This is a tough call. He could have just died of normal causes. I don't know. I don't know if that's how that works. We're in uncharted territory. In the demo, he made it like the whole run, basically, from what I remember. He never just died. Okay, you know what? How about this? Ever hear of vampires? They don't show up in photos, only move at night, and they're immortal. This guy, I don't like him. He's a liar. He keeps going on and on about being immortal. Let's put him to the test. Are you immortal? Hope you loaded some silver in that thing. He's still being a weirdo, even when I pull the stick out on him. Otherwise, you're just wasting bullets. Along with the last of my patience. I'm just kind of curious now. I thought you were smarter than that. Screw it. It was a visitor! Nice! Okay, we got it. We got it. That was huge. That was huge, actually. What a soul read right there. That was clutch as fuck. Can't wait to call my neighbor and tell him about it. Can someone at this house just answer? There's people there. Does it say if it's a visitor? If it was a human, they would be in bags after I shoot them. Plus all the shit that like sparkled on the screen there, it was a visitor. I'm pretty sure humans will always end up like that when they're dead. We need more people. I only had one notice to give. It's the only way to avoid catastrophe. What catastrophe? Fucking major one. The authorities can't contain the outbreak. They're ready to blow up the entire city. The orders they expect us to adhere... The orders they expect us to adhere us... Oh, what? The order they expect us to adhere us are impossible. If we don't figure out a way to survive, someone else will decide for us. 2 more people. We're not taking everyone you have in there, just 2. Then we either find a way to eradicate the visitors or we never meet again. I'm not handing over anyone else. It's like talking to a fucking wall. Here's what's going to happen if you don't cooperate. We break down your door, take everyone. We leave you behind to die alone. Look at the fucking cultist face! Oh my god, that is... Wait, my face cam's blocking a little bit. Oh. His face is like horrifying looking. Holy. Out of all the people they could have taken, that RNG on the granny was probably the best case. Let us not waste time. How fare my flock? Yeah, they're alive. Wait, they're all dead? What? You took our only chance from us. Goodbye. What? Did I not just say they're alive? Or did I read that wrong? What just happened? Because of the FEMA one? Yeah, but they're still alive. I thought that was the only thing that mattered. Tried to find that someone I mentioned, no luck, but I went through a few houses. This place is crawling with visitors. Did FEMA give up on this town or just this block? How do you spot a visitor? Same way you do, I bet. TV, radio, spell it out for us. One sign's enough to put them down. I don't hesitate for a second. Since I'm here, tell me, do you know a stocky guy who wears a blue denim jacket? He's got a kid, little girl, not sure how old. His wife, well, fuck the wife. His house burned down. I haven't seen him since. Show me you're not one of them. Any part of you will do. You got a gun? Fuck if I care. We'll both go down shooting then. I did just wash my hands and clean my armpits. So I should be good to show him my armpits, right? These should be good. Yeah, there we go. You son of a bitch. Fuck-ass visitor. Thought you could trick me. So, I told you the rash in the armpits was another thing. I told you that. I'm dead. Now I'm dead. Now I'm dead. I knew it. I knew it. Time to die, bastard. You hear a madman behind the door spitting furious words with raw aggression. You can only wait, hoping nothing will happen. We're cooked. The haze of rage in the eyes of an armed man is more terrifying than any visitor. You hear his shallow wheezing. Bastard. He got me. And how many more has he slaughtered? How many has he burned? Thought he'd drag it out since I didn't go down easy, but what about the others? He's gone quiet. Should probably check he's actually... Because of scum like you, so many are dead. People like you killed my friend. And people like you will never let anybody live in peace. What, you think no one will fight back? I'll crush you. I've already lost everything, but you still have something left to lose. Mine's damned by insanity. I'll drive you deep into the ground. What is happening right now? I'll drown everything in your blood. Every bastard with a weapon in their hands dies today. Every last one. Bro turned into the Doomslayer. Yeah. Man, that was so sad. I feel like we were right at the cusp there. I guess two mistakes. I shouldn't have given the FEMA notice to a cult member. I thought it only mattered if they were alive. And I shouldn't have shown armpits. I fucking knew it too, by the way. When we were going over like the irritation thing, I said armpits, and chat was like, no, it's just hands. It's just hands. I knew it. Ah, it's sad. Never show armpits unless they pay for it, yeah. I think there's a few endings. Oh, there's definitely a few endings. We're finally at that point where I am too old to understand certain trends. And the cracks started to show a few years back with the E meme. Took me a long time to really grasp the concept of E. And now it's morphed into 6-7. That's the new big one. So I brushed up on my studies to learn the etymology of 6-7 and understand it. I had heard about it, some whispers of it during streams where people would make a reference to it and giggle to themselves, and I asked what it was. People would explain it as like derivative of that SpongeBob episode with SpongeBob and Patrick in class and they're laughing about 25, that kind of thing. But as it got bigger and bigger, I started to learn through context clues that wasn't exactly it. So I looked it up, and it's apparently a kid at like a sporting game just said like 6'7" and then did this, and it caught fire recently. Anyway, they say the greatest fear is fear of the unknown, and now that I know 6'7", I don't have to be afraid any longer. Instead, now I can just properly cringe at it. I saw a pretty interesting clip today featuring beloved 6'7" references, and I wanted to share it with all of you because holy fuck, it is a painful watch. Fair warning, it's only coming through on the right channel of the audio.
But football is, you can definitely tell there is a new play caller in town. The offense is looking, the offense is looking a lot more versatile. They're getting their tight end in there with more reps. Still seem really characteristic with the running game, but definitely seeing a lot more passes from Malik Murphy to Trent Walker. And I think even though the game is tied, the offense has looked entirely different, and we'll see how it goes.
Oh. Yikes. Yucky. Yeah, I couldn't do anything to mix the audio together so you could hear it in both channels. I believe that this was just such a miserable thing that videos weren't even meant to capture, that it actually fucking cringed the technology itself and did everything it could in like a self-defense mechanism to try and like spare at least one eardrum here from having to hear this maniac screaming 6'7" at the top of his lungs. So it's pretty clear the group is inebriated. And there's definitely worse, more destructive, more annoying things that drunk people have done on camera. So on the totem pole of degeneracy, this is kinda low. But I gotta tell you, sports fans, there is something particularly embarrassing, something special about the Goob Squad rolling up here with Even Stevens shouting 6'7" at the top of his lungs like it's his war cry, like the last thing he's going to be able to get out on the battlefield. It's just so embarrassing. It is so ass that it's able to elicit an actual fight or flight response just watching this video. Like, again, I only just recently learned the origins of this in the first place, and now seeing it in the state it is here, with adults spamming it like Fortnite emotes in the background of a camera, it just really makes you think. You had the guy looking right down the pipe, straight down the barrel of the camera there, all of his friends getting in on the action, doing this kind of thing. It is an actual symphony of agony. Like, everything that could be awful about a clip is awful here. A reporter just trying to do her job, getting yelled at, like, 2 feet behind her, ear-piercing screeches from this guy whose voice keeps cracking under the desperate weight of his need to be the center of attention by saying popular popular meme. It's all a masterpiece of disaster.
Through the second half of this game.
No, we're live. 6'7". Stop. 6'7". 22 years old, by the way. Look at them.
I bet you thought the clip was done, huh? I pulled the wool over your eyes. No, it actually went on for far longer, unfortunately. I don't know what the broadcast was. I don't know why it sits on this shot for so long, like why she is forced to stand there in the middle of this miasma of cringe. But my god, my heart breaks for her, cause holy shit, every facet of this is awful. From the clear protagonist 6'7" guy, who is so pleased with his joke he even starts recording it himself from his own POV, to his sidekick, his lackey friend who comes in to try and do his own thing with another meme screaming help and then doing this. No one seems to care about that. Not even their friends are laughing at that one. So that's a fucking dud. That falls flat. Then he gets full of shame, turns around and leaves. And then somehow one of their other friends is on the floor laughing, tickling his belly like he's going Gear 5 Luffy here. He's just over there laughing so hard, tickling himself because this is so hilarious. And then the one guy who stuck his face in the camera is starting to have a come to Jesus moment where he's like, okay, stop. This guy's 22 years old, by the way. Like, everything here is just perfect from the perspective of agony, like misery on camera. It reminds me of that fucker right in the pussy thing from many moons ago, but at least that had the wherewithal to be short and not like drone on endlessly for so long, and it was self-contained. You didn't need like tidbits of lore from outside of it. Like, it's not like a Marvel movie where you have to watch like 20 movies or 20 shows to know what's going on in the movie. 6, 7, you hear that and you have no idea what it is until you look it up and like connect the dots, follow the breadcrumbs. At least fucker right in the pussy, you knew exactly what that was saying, what that was about, and it was like a flash of lightning, just super quick. One sentence, and then everyone parts ways. They give the mic back, at least in all the ones I saw, and that was that. This, on the other hand, goes on for over a minute. It is a slobber knocker. It overstays its welcome immediately and then stays planted there for another minute longer of just constant 6-7. It is brutal. Anyway, just wanted to share that. That's really about it. See ya. I got a little something special to make you happy this Friday morning, so clear a little space in your room and get ready to bust out the old hot dog dance. You're going to be cutting the rug when you hear this. U.S. Supreme Court declines to hear dispute over copyrights for AI-generated material. That's right. They are not folding like origami here on this topic. There has already been a precedent set that you cannot copyright AI-generated work. And despite AI dweebs constantly trying to fight tooth and nail for copyright protections for their sludge and slop of AI art and that shit, the U.S. Supreme Court is saying, nuh-uh. No, this is dumb, this is barnacles, which is exactly what they should be doing. Under no circumstances should AI-generated work be eligible for copyright protection. That's such an outlandish notion. This can just put the smile on the face of even the biggest Grinch. Supreme Court declined on Monday to take up the issue of whether art generated by artificial intelligence can be copyrighted under U.S. law, turning away a case involving a computer scientist from Missouri who was denied a copyright for a piece of visual art made by his AI system. Plaintiff Stephen Thaler had appealed to the justices after lower courts upheld a U.S. Copyright Office decision that the AI-crafted visual art at issue in this case was ineligible for copyright protection because it did not have a human creator. Music to my ears. That is exactly right. Pin the tail on the donkey. That is the truth with some cheese on it. AI-generated shit like this, these AI hemorrhoids, are not actual human creations at all. It isn't something that should be copyrightable, especially because what gets generated is based off of other people's work, already existing works. It's just derivative of that, what it was trained on. So I am happy to see that common sense is prevailing here in this case. And also, I've seen some people bemoaning this decision here about like how this is so bad for AI artists. Won't someone think of the struggling AI artists? And it's interesting because one of the core arguments I've seen from that community is that IP is a scam. No one should own IP. It should be freely and readily accessible to everyone to steal and iterate on. And yet, then they turn around and try and copyright their own AI trash, their own AI IP, so they can keep it under lock and key. Goddamn hypocrites. It's ridiculous. Also, that whole argument is stupid in the first place. If there was no such thing as IP, then you know who benefits? It's not the little guy. It's not like the average Joe Schmo. It's the big corporations. They can just take all of your shit and pump out endless content far better than any normal person ever could. So while there definitely are some very real problems with current IP law, the whole idea of IP is sensible and necessary, because if it didn't exist, what stops Disney from just going online and just taking everyone's shit, right? Like, let's say they stumble across Godslap, our comic book IP, as well as upcoming animated feature film. They could easily just be like, okay, well, we'll just go ahead and take that and we'll beat Charles and his team to it. What takes them years will take us months and we'll just start making tons of money off Godslap. Fuck them. And if there's no such thing as IP, what am I going to do? They could just biblically smack me down. But because there are protections in place, I could absolutely blast those cheeks in a court of law about the violations there. So there is a real merit to IP existing. Yes, there are problems, but it is a necessary thing, because if it didn't exist, the people that benefit are not you, me, or any other person. It's companies that would benefit from just taking your shit and capitalizing off it, and you get in return nothing, absolutely nothing. So it's a brain-dead argument from a brain-dead community of AI jingling keys enthusiasts that clearly don't fucking think for themselves anymore. They just ask Grok to do it for them. It's so degenerate and so cringe, and I love seeing news like this where there's a bit of a reality check there. And yet they still can't have that come to Jesus moment about, maybe we're the fucking idiots. Maybe we're the ones that aren't activating neurons. Anyway, though, to go back to dancing in this guy's tears, a federal judge in Washington upheld the office's decision in the Thaler case in 2023, writing that human authorship is a bedrock requirement of copyright, and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia affirmed the ruling in 2025. Thaler's lawyers told the Supreme Court in a filing that his case was of paramount importance considering the rapid rise of generative AI. Oh yeah, I'm sure this is a big life or death moment here. This case we're going to be talking about for eons to come, no doubt, about this one fucking stupid asshole's dumb AI-generated piece of art of train tracks going to a portal. Like, yeah, I'm sure this is the one of paramount importance. Oh my god, it's so cringe. With the refusal by the court to hear the appeal, Thaler's lawyers said, even if it later overturns the Copyright Office's test in another case, it will be too late. The Copyright Office will have irreversibly and negatively impacted AI development and use in the creative industry during critically important years. Stop, no! I can only come so hard. I can only handle so much good news all at once. Oh, that just sounds so wonderful. Smooth silk in my ears. Although the Copyright Act does not define the term author, multiple provisions of the Act make clear that the term refers to a human rather than a machine, the administration said. The Supreme Court previously rejected Thaler's request to hear his argument in a separate case involving prototypes for a beverage holder and a light beacon concerning whether AI-generated inventions should be eligible for U.S. patent protections. This guy just sucks. What a loser. His patent applications were rejected by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office on similar grounds. You don't say! This guy just keeps hawking anything AI generated and taking it to Big Daddy government. Hey guys, can we get some patents and protections for this trash, please? Oh, come on! AI worked so hard on it. I'm a prompt engineer. Think about me. Please copyright it. Please! The desperation is like a tasty treat here. This guy wants copyright protection for his AI-generated trash, yet believes that it's totally fine to take from other real human beings' work in order to make his shit. So it's like, okay, I can steal from you, but if anyone tries to take my train tracks to a portal, it's getting pugilistic, okay? Government, back me up, please. What do you mean, no? This really is such a good thing, because let's think about this at scale, even outside of this dumbass's train track AI piece. Companies that, like, replace their entire creative workforce with AI down the line. Well, assuming these rulings continue to be upheld, it's going to mean that their output won't be protected by copyright anymore because it will not be human created, right? That would be the implication. They've set the precedent that it must be a human author, and just simply typing sentences to have AI, a machine, do it all for you doesn't count. So, when you have Coca-Cola, for example, that's become addicted to AI slop with all of their AI commercials, when you have them putting out these fully AI-generated commercials, they don't actually own any of that, it seems. That would be the understanding, that what they are spitting out from AI is not copyrightable. So those are completely nothing. They don't own shit. someone who develops a shitty game in Roblox owns more IP than Coke does of that commercial that they've just put out there. Which makes sense because, again, humans didn't create it. There's nothing real in there from an actual human that made that, other than the sentences, which don't count because it is a machine that does it all for you. So, maybe this could even serve as a deterrent from these fucking vampiric corporations that are just doing their best to ham-fist AI into every single aspect of their companies to replace as many people as possible. Maybe they would think twice because as it all goes fully AI, they no longer have copyright protections on what gets farted out from it. So, who knows? But anyway, I just wanted to celebrate this because this is a very positive development here. I think this is absolutely the right choice, and hopefully it never wavers. I hope they don't falter on this stance because they are correct. Copyrightable work should be reserved exclusively for human-created work, not AI drivel. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Mr. Krabs vs. Santa's Little Helper? Oh, Chip Skylark. Alright, Mr. Krabs, let's fucking do it. My shiny queef and me! Fuck. I just wanted to win. I'm so sorry. I hate using these ults. I feel so dirty. I feel so dirty. Like a sewage pig. A pig born in sewage. Made of sewage. I hate using ults. I'm so sorry. That's definitely Peppa. Oh, it's DW. What a lot of people don't realize is that DW originally stood for Dick Weezer. And I'm about to show you why. Give her the dick! Oh! Carl! Oh, Carl! I can do that too, DW! I'm Carl fucking Weezer! What don't you understand about Carl Weezer? Is that Singed? Yeah, Singed and the Dark Magician. League of Legends meets Yu-Gi-Oh! It's what we've all been wet dreaming about for years. Judge Dredd versus Kenshi's Mortal Kombat? Right? The Professy... Minimum wage. Oh! Fucking supersized it for him! My god! The Professy tried to order a salad and minimum wage is giving him a dick instead. Holy shit. The McRib is back in season. I tried to redirect him in the air. There we go. Strategy. You like those fucking calculations from the old Eustace bag? Oh, that's not Hank Hill. Oh, that's a cute little attention to detail right there. He's got the pins in the pocket. James out here looking good. About to take a diarrhea dump in Wesley Snipes' ear. Wesley Snipes sent James back to the past to suck on some ass. Jesus, look how ripped James is. That is a great Jorgen von Strangle. Ooh, is that Popeye? Versus emo SoundCloud rapper? Oh, I didn't mean to disrespect you, X. Rest in peace, X. Oh, goodness me. Fucking ate his spinach. Finally, a Spider-Man. It's the real Peter Parker. That's Tobey Maguire in there. Terminator, evil robot, Todd Howard versus Pizza Spider-Man. Ooh, I like this. I like the demon Todd Howard. Ooh, what a shield! Todd Howard definitely didn't order this pizza, but Spider-Man's giving it to him anyway. That's a great Spider-Man. Oh, Todd Howard. He just re-released Skyrim. He said he wouldn't, and then he did. Holy shit. Pre-order Fallout 76 now. He just refunded Pizza Spider-Man 500 V-Bucks. Oh, here it is. Spider-Man wants a refund. Oh, but Todd Howard's not letting it happen. His greed's becoming too much. Oh! Oh my god! Oh no! It wasn't Tobey Maguire at all! It's Andrew Garfield! No wonder he lost! It was the bad Spider-Man. Honest Abe was the fourth Powerpuff Girl that Chemical X created in Professor Utonium's lab. But Mojo Jojo may prove to be too difficult without the other girls. Oh, Krampus first Dib. Alright, I fuck with that. Dib always believed in the paranormal. He's always been preparing for this day, for his final battle against Krampus. Xavier Renegade Angel and a fuck doll, perhaps? Raven No Hood. Is that like a model of fuck doll? Oh no, it's iDubbbz. Ooh, and hit or miss? Ooh, baby, now it's getting wild. He's content copying the TikTok memes, yeah. Oh man, iDubbbz out here punishing a lottery player. She bought some scratch-offs and Ian came out of nowhere to just completely fucking destroy her. Guy Fieri versus a demon from hell. Guy Fieri's appetite is insatiable. He is the sin of gluttony. He's about to eat the fucking demon. Oh, he's gonna sprinkle a little hot sauce on there. Come on, Guy, really get in there. Slurp him up. Come on, Guy. Get in there. Come on, Guy. Jesus, Guy. There it is. There it is, Guy. Oh. Now there's the Flavor Town I know and love. Oh, baby. Dine-ins, dine-outs, and dick-downs. There's that Guy Fieri. Is that #1 from Codename Kids Next Door? Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, baby, it's a Cartoon Network showdown here. Cartoon Fridays. That's about what I look like, I'd say. Finally. An accurate depiction of me in this game. It took a long fucking time. #3. We're gonna see the whole Codename Kids Next Door cast out here. Juandissimo. Nice. Damn, Juandissimo! Out here fighting for Wanda's pussy. I really like the wand. Excuse me, the wand. I'll play the pun game. Oh, is that just sleep-deprived Kojima? This is actually poetic. Kojima's getting a chance to fight Konami directly. This Dark Magician is wild. I'm pulling for you though, Hideo Kojima. Konami did you too dirty. I can't support that. Dark Magician. What was his move? What was the Dark Magician's move in Yu-Gi-Oh? The urethral slam jam or something? I don't quite remember. It's been a while. Dark magic attack. That doesn't sound right. I cannot believe it. I thought this was impossible. Like a growth spurt in my 30s. I didn't think this was something that would ever happen here. I feel like I'm 9 years old and I just watched a birthday party magician pull a quarter out from behind my ear. My mind is blown. Earlier today, former Prince Andrew was arrested following Epstein Files revelations. For those that don't know, Prince Andrew was in a lot of the files. There were even pictures as well, very disturbing stuff. He was a stronger presence in the Epstein Files than Obi-Wan Kenobi was in the original Star Wars trilogy. He was in there a lot. And there's been tons of allegations and a lot of evidence and a lot of ties with Epstein. But I think most people, myself included, just didn't expect anything to happen because that's been kind of the protocol recently, where the Trump administration in particular is constantly just telling the American public to move on from it and it's not a big deal, stop caring. Pam Bondi struggles through her lobotomy to try and get a story straight about where she stands with Epstein files on if they exist or if they don't, if they're on her desk or what's going on there. It seems like everyone kind of plugs their ears when Pam Bondi's around and they don't fill her in on the talking points, so her story's never cohesive. The only thing she sticks to is that Epstein files are all out there and we're done. And there's nothing more to be done about it. Justice has been served with 0 arrests outside of Maxwell. And of course, Perjury Patel loves to lie about it. Todd Blanche also takes a special kind of joy in letting people know that, yeah, most likely nothing's ever coming from this. It's not a crime to party with Epstein.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
We I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there
evidence.
videotapes that you all have?
Yeah, there's a lot of videotapes, actually. But according to Todd Blanche and this administration, that's not like actionable evidence. Yeah, there's nothing here. Everyone's making a mountain out of a molehill. But interestingly enough, it seems like other places in the world are taking it more seriously than America is here, this administration. Internationally, there have been a lot of powerful figures that have come under intense scrutiny and have stepped down or been relieved of their position. And now we're seeing Prince Andrew be arrested in the UK for his involvement here in the Epstein files. And they're investigating that, seeing what's going on there. That's more than this administration has done. The Trump administration, still 0 fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, whom they're doing everything in their power to ensure has the most luxurious time in prison possible. Now, normal, sensible people with a functioning frontal lobe are all celebrating that it's an arrest in regards to the Epstein files. Finally, hallelujah! That's a pump your fist moment. That's a certified finger-wiggling situation here. But weirdly enough, there's one person who's real tore up about it here. I'm telling you, this guy looks like he's got the suds right now, like fucking SpongeBob. Trump's extremely sad that Prince Andrew got arrested.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. So I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. To see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing.
What a fucking odd response. It's sad that someone has been arrested in relation to the Epstein files. Why? Why shouldn't they be investigated? Why is this sad? Why is this cause for tears? Like, he looks like he just watched the ending to Marley and Me. He's looking emotional as shit right now over Prince Andrew's arrest. Why is this something sad? Like, not a single mention of, like, the victims ever from Trump, really. He never really seems to care about the victims in the Epstein case. It's only ever, man, there's a lot of innocent men here that are getting roped into this, and that's the real victims. That's the real sad story. Guys that, you know, just wanted to talk baseball with Epstein and all of that kind of shit, getting labeled nasty stuff. Man, that's the real bitch of it. It's so wild to me that when it comes to Epstein, Trump's MO is move on, it's not a big deal. Yeah, the most infamous child sex trafficker in this nation's history, you know, had a bunch of clients and all of them are getting away with it. Big whoop. Go cry about it. Kick dirt, pussy. Let's move on. It's nothing that anyone should ever care about. You know, all the rape, the torture, the murder, all of that stuff, it's not a big deal. That's small potatoes. Get over it. And then when someone like Prince Andrew gets arrested in regards to it, he's like, oh, no, that's sad. That's really sad. We need to take a moment of silence here. That's sad stuff. Please, won't everyone play a sad song on the world's smallest violin for Prince Andrew? This is a really heartbreaking scenario here. It's like watching an ASPCA commercial. I couldn't believe it. I shan't believe it when I saw Prince Andrew was arrested. Oh, my lord. An entire tissue box was expended, wiping the tears from my eyes. What a weird response. It's very clear this administration is desperately trying to do everything in its power to distract and deflect from the Epstein files and try and minimize just how important this is, how big of a deal this is. And now he's trying to sell you on this pile of dog shit here that it's like a bad thing that Prince Andrew's been arrested. And I guess maybe for Trump and his friends it is a bad thing because there's a chance Prince Andrew might start squealing. He might let the cat out of the bag and could implicate some other very powerful people in relation to Epstein. So maybe that's why he's so tore up about it. It's just so fucking crazy that he doesn't even try and hide it. And he doesn't need to. His fan base will absolutely just swallow his whole cock at all times for anything at all.
A stunning royal arrest. Former Prince Andrew taken into custody from his home in the English countryside. It follows growing revelations about the alleged connections between the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew, the former Duke of York and brother of King Charles. Thames Valley Police saying the arrest was on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
This seems like they're pursuing it pretty seriously. I imagine an investigation is underway where I would again guess that they find a lot of evidence on Prince Andrew and Epstein's connections and some really fucking horrible, heinous shit. Now, I've got a little hunch there's a little someone special out there that's also starting to sweat profusely after seeing this news of Prince Andrew's arrest. Victoria Hervey. Victoria Hervey had a relationship with Prince Andrew quite a while ago, and she's got a very interesting take on Epstein.
That was very powerful. So like if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like to be honest, like if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right. So the people who aren't in the files are losers.
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist that wrote about it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? You're the loser because you're not in this. I find that jaw-dropping.
They're just so brazen now. With her whole chest, she says it would be an insult if you weren't invited to party with Epstein. You're a loser if you didn't party with Epstein.
Police have been looking into emails in which Andrew apparently shared confidential government information with Epstein. The latest batch of released files showing Andrew forwarded reports about foreign countries and trade opportunities to Epstein in 2010, when he was serving as a UK trade envoy.
Charles, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?
But the scandal has been growing for years.
That clip they show in the segment right there where someone said, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein? And the crowd like erupts in shock and awe and disgust, like they're upset that someone said something about it. That blew my mind. Like, is everyone there just okay with it? They all rolled their eyes collectively like, oh, here we go, Epstein again. Can you just let it go? We're trying to ignore it. Like, what the fuck? I'm hoping I'm having like a bad read on what happened there, but I think it came across pretty clear that the people there were not too pleased to hear Epstein's name brought up there. They'd rather just pretend that it's not real, I guess. Which is crazy. And that's exactly what so many of these powerful politicians that have engaged in these unthinkable evil acts want. And people, just sheep, are okay with it. They're like, oh my God, look at this guy who went out of line and said something about Epstein and Andrew. This is crazy. Can someone shun that guy? Can we get him out of here?
With other allegations, including of sexual misconduct against Andrew, including from Epstein victim Virginia Roberts Giuffre, seen in this picture with Andrew. The prince asked though he...
That one is a timeless Prince Andrew classic. That one is an iconic moment from Prince Andrew's time on Earth. I actually made a video on that 6 years ago. His defense was, this couldn't have happened. This is a big, bold lie. This is a fib because, I don't sweat. Even though there is so much proof of him sweating, this guy sweats. He's a fucking sweater. He sweats a lot, actually. It was the wackiest fucking defense. But again, he got away with it until very recently, it seems. And I guess it's not even clear if he hasn't got away with it. He's been arrested, but he's not, in jail or anything yet. They're still investigating. So, like, it's possible he still gets away with it. But for all of this time, he hadn't even been arrested or anything. So even, like, the worst fucking lie ever to protect himself about not sweating was enough. It's just so blatantly corrupt across the globe. Like, they don't even bother trying to hide any of this or even cover it up at all, really. And people just excuse it. They just let it go. Like in that clip a moment ago, where someone brings up Andrew and Epstein and everyone's like, fuck you, buddy. I'm busy being a blind worshiper of this political figure. Come on, man. I'm busy trying to not think for myself. It's so sad and scary. Now anyway, in America, obviously there haven't been any Epstein-related arrests since Maxwell, of course, and if Todd Blanche and the rest of the administration is anything to go by, it doesn't seem like they're interested at all in pursuing anything Epstein-related with clients or co-conspirators, anything like that. It doesn't seem like they're actually pursuing justice in any way, shape, or form. They're trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about it, get over it. They are literally saying that. So it doesn't seem like there's any arrests coming to anyone there. And there have been a couple of very powerful people that have lost some of their positions at the corporations that they were a part of as a result of the Epstein files due to public pressure and scrutiny. So there have been some people that stepped down here, but again, no investigations, no arrests or anything like that. So it looks like they're still getting away with it. Even though they might not be at those mega corporations anymore, they still have unfathomable wealth and are not punished for their involvement in these Epstein files and all of their fucking crimes or anything. The administration is not interested in pursuing it, it seems. But who knows? Maybe Prince Andrew's arrest is the first domino to fall, and we'll see tons more arrests of these evil, vile people that are pulling the strings behind the curtain that have gotten away with this evil for so long. Now, I want to put a little bonus clip in here because something else has just recently happened. A new name, well, I guess not a new name, but more information has come out with about Leslie Wexner and his involvement in the Epstein case, and a very interesting moment has just unfolded as he was being asked questions.
It was just regularly done. Answer the question. 5 words, okay? Answer the question.
His lawyer there said, I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay? And then Les Wexner starts giggling about it. Do they teach that in law school? Is that part of the bar? I don't know if I've ever seen that strategy there from a lawyer. That's pretty alarming, I would think, right? Maybe? Yeah? I mean, come on. That's peculiar, right? For his lawyer to be saying something like that? Now, this is in an Epstein deposition. He also said some very fascinating stuff about Rothschild. Like, this had quite a bit in it, but this moment right here was by far the most odd. I would think most people would see this, hear this, and immediately recognize, okay, this is fishy. Anyway, though, Prince Andrew being arrested is good news. Don't let Trump fool you into thinking that it's sad news. An arrest finally being made in regards to Epstein. Oh my goodness. Maybe we can actually start getting punishment for some of these fucking monsters out there and learn who else is a part of it. Like this, I think this is a good thing. The arrest of Prince Andrew. Well, I should have seen this coming. Prince Andrew has been released. That didn't last very long. They got him in there and then they said, okay, time's up. He's still under investigation, supposedly, but yeah, he's not being held or anything. He was arrested, but he's now released. The investigation, supposedly ongoing. I made this video, like everything you have watched up until this point, I made this afternoon, and now this news is just now breaking about him being released, so definitely need to include that in here. I'm hoping that they're taking the investigation seriously, though I'm now skeptical because, well, I mean, they already let him go. That was very quick. He was there for a couple hours, maybe. He went in there, took a nap, and then went home, I guess. Well, that's the latest update on the Prince Andrew arrest. Alright, well, that's really about it. So yeah. I'm going to try and use my power of incorrect predictions for good instead of evil. I will boldly, proudly, with my whole chest state that Bloodborne 2 will not be revealed at the Game Awards. A statement I didn't even think needed to be uttered, but the hopium, it's overflowing right now. The cup runneth over here. for people to see Bloodborne 2 at the Game Awards next week, because Jeff Keighley posted a wacky statue, which does look very cool. It's a very aesthetically pleasing little doodad there, a little doohickey. And then there was a reply to it with a bunch of, like, redacted information, like it was fucking Epstein files there at the Game Awards. And this sent people into a frenzy trying to find ways to brute force Bloodborne into it to make it seem like this is confirmation it'll be Bloodborne 2. I don't buy into it at all. Would love to be wrong, though I'm gonna tell you, I'm batting with a tremendous record right now when it comes to my predictions on Bloodborne 2 not being real and probably never being real, at least not for many more moons to come. But anyway, let me show you the statue, let me show you the Game Awards riddle around it so you can start forming your own thoughts on what it could be. And then I want to tell you a little new piece of information that dropped this morning, a little tidbit that I think would be so fucking embarrassing if this actually is the reveal. But you know it'd be even more embarrassing? If people found out you didn't shower using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. What are you waiting for? And right now is the perfect time around the holiday season because Queso and I just got our collab soap out. We got the Naughty and Nice. So go to usecheeky.com right now and really upgrade your hygiene game. Yes, I want to talk about the Jeff Keighley cryptic tweet that a lot of people are speculating could be a reference to Half-Life 3, to Bloodborne 2, and all that. So it's this right here. I already talked about it when it got posted. It's that right there, but the Game Awards replied with this. The blank are silent, blank bleeds, new blank stir. And that right there has been a bomb in the Bloodborne Hopium community. It's a very cool statue, by the way. Very cool. They do this every year. Not really to this degree. There's never been a year where I thought, maybe it could be Bloodborne until now. And even then, I still don't really think that. I just think if someone's going to go this hard for, like, teasing an announcement, it's either gotta be something people have been begging for a long time, or a delusional company that's about to just beclown themselves in front of the entire Game Awards and God. Like, imagine this is all just an announcement for some, like, fucking shovelware gacha game or something. It's definitely not going to be Elder Scrolls. If you want to know what I think it is, and I don't think anyone's going to be, like, necessarily pleased, I think it's Saros. So, if you look at Saros, and this is a game that's got, like, a lot of meat behind it, and it looks like a cool game. I think it's this. They've already teased this game before. The style of that statue is kind of similar. I think it's probably going to be Saros. And I also don't know how this would have, like, applied to Bloodborne other than the reach of, like, New Blood Stir or something. Moon Bleeds or whatever. I just do not think it's Bloodborne 2. But do you really think they would do all this marketing for a game that's already announced? Seems like a waste. Brother, it's the video game industry. Of course they would. They do all kinds of nonsensical shit. The hunters are silent. It could be. I'm kidding, it won't be. I'm still very confident this is not Bloodborne. I don't even think the style really looks all that Bloodborne-esque. This would be a crazy departure from the aesthetic of Bloodborne. It literally has to be Duskbloods. See, Duskbloods I could definitely see. Since we don't know a ton about it, it is FromSoft, so they'd probably go hog wild for it. I could definitely see it being Duskbloods. Diablo 4, maybe. That would be the most deflating shit. That'd be worse than a gacha game announcement. If they're just announcing a new patch. All we know for sure is that it's not God of War, Elder Scrolls 6, or Diablo. All those have been debunked. Unless it's a red herring. Just like when they said they weren't going to show us a Silent Hill trailer at the PlayStation Now like 6 months ago, and then they did at the end. As a bait and switch. Diablo 4 Season 11 goes live on December 11th, 8:30 PST, right after the Game Awards. Take that as you will. God, that is going to be the most foolish fucking thing if this actually is Diablo 4. So now what if I told you that there is quite a bit of meat behind the theory that this statue is related to the Lords of the Fallen. For those that don't remember, Lords of the Fallen, well, the original Lords of the Fallen was one of the worst Souls-like games for its time. That shit blew major ass. I even replayed that a few years back when I was going through like my Souls marathon, and I just couldn't finish it. It was too goddamn awful. They reignited that franchise 2 years ago with The Lords of the Fallen, and when this puppy released, let me tell you, it came to an overwhelming cacophony of meh. The reception was that the game was okay, it was mid. I played it on release and it was clunky with a lot of problems, but it had some interesting ideas. Over the course of the last couple of years, they've released like 70 or something updates to it to try and put lipstick on that pig, and as I understand it, it is much better now than it was when it came out. So hats off to them for putting in the effort to make it better. I haven't gone through and tested it myself, but I'll trust people's words that it is in a much better state now than it was when it released. But even still, I don't know how strong the Lords of the Fallen community is to be salivating to such a degree that they would commit to this, like, big marketing push, this, like, cryptic thing, all to reveal more Lords of the Fallen content on its way. I feel like if that is the case, and I'll show you the evidence here, the audience will be silent. Like, even fans of Lords of the Fallen are saying, like, this would be pretty underwhelming if it's you guys doing this. Because, like, again, even though the game's in a better state now, it's not exactly something that people have been dreaming about, fucking soiling their britches hoping for, and getting, like, this really big, like, mystery ahead of the Game Awards where some big things do get revealed. It would feel very, like, if it is Lords of the Fallen 2. Anyway, though, they posted this tweet, "Something stirs within, ready to rupture," and people were quick to notice that something stirs within so soon after the Game Awards thing. Well, that's a little odd considering stirs is there as well. And the aesthetic of the statue does match the aesthetic in Lords of the Fallen. Also, the way Jeff Keighley initially tweeted, "Regal inspiring thickness," is very similar to how Lords of the Fallen tweeted, "Executions, tentacles, rotting corpses," all things also present on that statue. There is also mention on their Twitter of blood and bleeding. They like to use the word bleed a lot. So there are some things that seem to suggest this could be Lords of the Fallen related. But nothing concrete, nothing confirmed, but that right now seems to be the leading theory. And if that is the case, wow, what a letdown that will be. Like, I hope Lords of the Fallen 2 will be great and a huge improvement on the first one. But man, to get like everyone's hopes up that this could be something that we've been waiting for a long time, only to have it be Lords of the Fallen 2, would be such a shame. I feel like there'd be very few people that would find that satisfying if that's the reveal. I don't think there's gonna be fucking people pumping their fist, "Oh yeah!" or anything like that. But we'll see. Again, it's not confirmed to be Lords of the Fallen 2. This could still very well be something else, something big. But I don't think it's going to be any of, like, the crazy pie-in-the-sky ones. I don't think it's going to be Bloodborne 2. I think there's a fucking 0% chance of that. I think I'll probably hit a growth spurt before that game ever comes out. I don't think this is Half-Life 3 related at all. And I don't think this is Elder Scrolls related either. So, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. See ya. Boy, howdy, do I have something wacky to share with you right now. This has to be one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in a tournament. Full stop. It happened at a Pokemon Go regional. A player named Firestar73 came through loser's bracket and won the entire thing, becoming the Orlando regional champion, but he was too happy about it and they took it away from him. He had a small pop-off, like a little celebration, and pop-off is a word I'm using way too loosey-goosey because it doesn't really apply. He was excited, so he dropped his headset and gave a single fist pump, one pump, not even 2 or 3 pumps, one fist pump, and then shook his hand, and they deemed it excessive and unsportsmanlike, so they stripped him of the win, gave him a game loss, and thus his opponent became the champion for it.
Now on to the 11th one. He is the first-time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion!
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon, taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else.
That's the entire thing. That's his celebration that they thought was just out of line. They said, "You're disqualified, Buster. You were too excited. We can't have that. We're like fucking Dementors. We have to sap that shit up. So your opponent is now the champion." And by the way, they didn't even announce this during the official broadcast. It wasn't until after it was all said and done, after the dust had settled, then they made it clear to the community that Firestar 73 was not the winner because of this unsportsmanlike celebration. It's unhinged. Any sane, normal human being would look at this and tell you that there was nothing excessive or unsportsmanlike about what he did. His conduct was totally acceptable. It's just wild to me how infested the upper echelon of the Pokemon brass is with the unhappiness virus. Joy is the arch enemy of Pokemon tournament organizers and like Pokemon businessmen, these suit and tie zombies that actually control Pokemon. They hate happiness. Truly loathe it. And this is just a further evidence of that. Firestar 73 was excited, he was happy, and he did a very light celebration. Like, I mean it. Like, that is not excessive by any stretch of the imagination. I get more animated and excited when I find an extra fucking french fry in my goddamn Miller's Alehouse order. Like, he did not go crazy or anything. When I saw the headline, I was expecting like a Hungry Box level pop-off where he just stands up, picks up the chair, throwing the chair into the audience, lights a match, and then throws like a fucking stick of dynamite or something, like fireworks display. Like, I expected something chaotic, catastrophic, where he was like piling up corpses from celebrating, just beating the shit out of people or something. Something so extreme that it would somehow warrant an automatic game loss there, which gave the opponent the tournament victory. It would have to be something extreme. Like maybe they found out that he wasn't showering using cheeky soap, and then I'd understand why they'd disqualify him, because that's just not good hygiene. If you're showering, you gotta be using cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. But this, all he did was he dropped his headphones. He didn't even throw them. He didn't spike them. He didn't give it like a Gronk spike in the end zone. He dropped the headphones, and then he pumped his fist once before shaking his opponent's hand. That is not excessive. That is not unsportsmanlike. Jiminy Christmas, I can only imagine what these dweebs would do if they saw Hungry Box, for example, pop off. They'd have a heart attack. They would keel over and die on the spot watching someone get that excited. If this was enough for them to be like, "That's a game loss. Oh my god, I'm gonna have nightmares. Oh my god, it's so much. Give it to this guy. Quick, quick, quick. We have to punish him for being happy." I can only imagine if they saw like an athlete or something, like an actual athlete celebrating, you know, a big shot or a big moment in a game. These are the biggest fucking losers, man. Actual dorks. And I've seen a couple of people mention that Firestar 73 got an earlier warning from one of the judges because he had like dropped his headphones earlier when he was excited. So this was them, you know, following through on their threats and punishing him for doing it again. That's still stupid. He shouldn't have, like, it shouldn't matter. He didn't do anything wrong. You can see him shaking in excitement. So he's taking his headphones off, he's shaking and drops them. He doesn't do anything like throwing them at the computer screen. He doesn't fucking rocket them at his opponent saying, you know, "Eat dirt, pussy," and like flicking them off or anything. He sets his headphones down. He drops them. That's not a big deal. Now, I don't know how he reacted earlier where he may have got a warning. Maybe it was more excessive then. But what he did here shouldn't have even constituted any level of like eyebrow raising in the slightest. Not even an ounce. So I just think that's a load of barnacles. There is a game theory, though, that's being cooked up that I actually do think has some real oomph to it. There is a belief that these judges maybe bet on the match. And maybe they bet on his opponent to win, because Firestar 73 did come through loser's bracket. Making a loser's run is extraordinarily difficult in any tournament. And perhaps they placed a bet on his opponent to be the victor. And you know how the story unfolded? He won. Firestar 73 did make the loser's bracket miracle run, squeaking out the big W here. And now the judges, they're not going to get that payday. They're out that money, but they see a way of kind of weaseling a W, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat by DQing this guy for being too happy. Because fundamentally, that's what it is. Yeah, hey, you were too excited, so you lost, actually. He won now. So I can definitely understand this conspiracy theory here, and I do believe there's a non-zero chance that it could actually revolve around that entirely. There's enough question marks here for how this was handled to at least warrant an official investigation, I would argue. Gambling has become a core component of basically everything. Esports, sports in general, TCGs, basically anything. And prediction markets are only serving to even further blow that up and expand the scope of gambling. So I have no doubt that there probably were bets placed throughout this tournament here, because in every single tournament, in every single game or whatever competition, there are people betting on it. So there is definitely the possibility that maybe these judges were betting on Firestar 73's opponent because it was kind of a safer bet. Firestar 73 looked unlikely coming through losers. It's a lot harder to pull that off, so they wanted to make some easy clams, but it didn't go in their favor, and instead, they found a way to try and weasel their way out of it and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Match fixing is something that is extremely prevalent in esports in particular. So it is definitely possible that this could be the explanation for it, because I just really don't buy into this garbage that he excessively celebrated and it was unsportsmanlike, thus they had to punish him by taking away the win and giving it to his opponent. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely absurd. Now, Firestar73 has responded after this whole thing has blown up, saying, I am incredibly thankful for the support directed my way. I have a direct account of my experiences releasing soon in an interview, which I will link when it's out. For the moment, please use the support link if you disagree with the ruling as well. Love y'all. Hopefully there are enough complaints to get this ruling overturned, because it just doesn't make any sense. If it stands, then I really think Pokemon Go as a competitive scene should be curtains. I think that should just be the end of it there. The competitive integrity is completely fucking ruined, right in the shitter with this. I think it's unacceptable, and judging from the response to all of this, it seems like the community agrees as well, which is extremely nice to see. So hopefully we'll see some kind of action here as a result of what the judges ruled. I hope they actually pay attention to the direct complaints. I don't know if they just wipe their ass with it like normal Pokemon Company does. I couldn't tell you. I am not an active Pokemon Go player these days, nor do I pay attention to the competitive scene, but this is just completely unjust. It's not fair, and it's unacceptable in a competitive environment. It just truly is. Like, maybe going forward, the Pokemon Go competitive community can rally together, and at the upcoming tournaments, maybe after every player drops their headset in similar fashion to how Firestar 73 did, to see if they're going to rule it like this going forward across the board, where that's going to result in a game loss every time for being unsportsmanlike or some shit. I don't really know. I just know that this is just garbage. And I needed to yap about it because it's one of the most embarrassing things I've seen in a fucking tournament setting. That's really about it. So yeah.
A couple nights ago during a stream, I was asked a very flattering question in between the normal questions I get during streams like, why are you short? Does your girlfriend peg your asshole? Do you wish you weren't short? Someone asked me if I'd ever considered stand-up comedy. It's super cute and super sweet you would ever even say something like that, very flattering, but the answer is no. I don't really like stand-up comedy. I like the greats like Mitch Hedberg, Dave Chappelle, Norm Macdonald, Amy Schumer, really. But other than those legends, I just don't really like stand-up, especially the Netflix specials. That shit's pretty goddamn bad for the most part. They give it to like everyone, like introducing Phil, a friend of the janitor who works at Netflix, who told a joke one time at Starbucks and the barista laughed. And here he is with his Netflix special, Fill in Holes, or some shit like that. And it doesn't exactly have me doing big old hearty belly laughs, ho 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 ho. I just don't like stand-up, I really don't. That being said, I did write a stand-up routine a little while back, and I don't say this lightly, but this genuinely might be one of the most powerful pieces of human work that has ever been put onto paper since Homer's Odyssey. I'm not going to share the whole stand-up routine with you, but I will share the intro. I'll honestly probably just save the whole routine to try and sell to a shitty or struggling comic like Dane Cook or something. Maybe he could revitalize his career on the back of my incredible routine. But anyway, here's the intro. Hope you're ready for some gut-busting, side-splitting comedy. Actually, you just reminded me of something. Delirious, I wrote down, like... this was like at 4 a.m. I'd been drinking, and I wrote down... I saw this the other day. I wrote down, like, a pseudo stand-up routine, and I found it pretty recently. I'll read you the first part of this. It seems we have a bunch of couples in the crowd tonight. How do we feel about children? I put in parentheses, crowd goes wild. Yeah, make some noise if you like kids. Crowd continues cheering. I say, you pedophiles. That's a fucking banger. I might use that at some point. I think that's gold. That right there is gonna launch me. That launch my career right there, I'm telling you. But it's entirely reliant on the crowd going wild when I talk about children. So it's really hit or miss. I may not be tall, but I have played every Resident Evil game. Well, mostly. I've played pretty much every unique Resident Evil game. I played them all back to back over the course of like a month and a half for the sake of tier listing every Resident Evil game in the franchise, getting prepared for Resident Evil Requiem, which I just now finished. So naturally the question on everyone's mind, Charles, how big can you smile? And now with that question answered, next, you're probably wondering, was the game good? Yes. Yes, it was. And after having played through nearly every Resident Evil game ever made, I feel like I can confidently say I know ball. I feel like I know Resident Evil like Elon Musk knows ketamine. So when I say what I'm about to say here, just know, this means something, man. I think Resident Evil Requiem is a top 5 Resident Evil game. I'm saying it. I'm putting it right there. I'm putting it out there in the open. You can't take it back. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It is an incredible game, actually. And what I find extremely impressive is that this franchise has been around for nearly 3 decades, and yet they are still able to make new games in this franchise that feel fresh and fun. Like, you would expect a franchise that has this many games, like 30-something unique games and like 100-something like ports and fucking Zeebo shit and whatever else they have for Resident Evil, like Java games and all that, you would expect by now it to be beyond milked dry. Just no meat left on the bones, them titties, them melons, vanquished, devoid of substance. Yet somehow, with Resident Evil, they are still producing very high-quality games. They had a very bumpy road there for a little while, like a rough patch around Resident Evil 6. Good heavens, trust me, I know, they really stunk it up there for a while. But once RE7 rolled around, that was literally the fucking cure to the T-virus that was the Resident Evil 6 fucking plague that basically ruined the franchise there for a little while. 7 pioneered a new breath of life into this franchise, which was the first-person horror intense stakes. And then they've built upon it. And Resident Evil Requiem marries that gameplay with the iconic, timeless classic gameplay of the action-oriented Resident Evil 4 formula. It takes both of these elements, builds upon them, and makes something very special here with Requiem. So you play as 2 characters, Grace Ashcroft, who actually is the daughter of a character from Resident Evil Outbreak, which is super hype, because Outbreak, I think, was a very innovative title for its time that is still very fun to play, even though it's quite janky. And her gameplay is Resident Evil 7 style. It's very horror-focused, it's slower paced, you're not juiced to the gills with ammo, you have to use stealth, you have to struggle, it's very intense. Then you also play as Leon in Requiem, and it's just like in RE4 where it is cheesy, over-the-top action. And these two flow back and forth. And for some people it won't like flow seamlessly because you do go from like survival horror over here to action horror over here, like right back to back. Because you flip-flop between the two of them. So for some people that might be jarring and not super smooth and feel like tonal whiplash, but for me, I loved it. Because I love Resident Evil 7, and I love Resident Evil 4. 7 is actually my second favorite Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 4 OG is my third favorite game. My first favorite is OG Resident Evil 3. There's not a whole lot of OG Resident Evil 3 DNA in here, outside of a little something at the end of the game. I won't spoil it. But anyway, I really think the game is great. I think the story is super strong too. I've seen some people criticize the writing, and I do get it in certain instances. You could say like, writing got a little wacky here and there, but I actually think it's really strong. And it's one of those things that didn't just rely on nostalgia baiting like, here comes
beloved character from the franchise riding in on a fucking unicorn to save the day out of nowhere. And then, do you remember this? Well, good news, it's back. And do you remember that? Yeah, it's back too. But what about this? Do you remember this from old Resident Evil? Also back. And just like shoehorning all these cameos in there for the sake of fan service. It doesn't do that. It stands on its own two legs, and yes, there are some returning characters and some things from previous Resident Evil games in here, but they flow really well into the story that they create. The story revolves around Grace. She is investigating a I'm actually avoiding spoilers for this review, which is something I don't do often, but I really, really enjoyed Requiem, and I want to show it some respect here without just spoiling things, and also anyone that's watching this that wants to know my thoughts on it without like having everything ruined for them. This is me avoiding spoilers. It follows Grace after an investigation, gets all cattywampus, and she runs into a real oddball named Victor Gideon. Victor Gideon kidnaps her, Leon gets brought into the fold, and he finds himself needing to make a journey all the way back to Raccoon City, where it all began for Leon Kennedy. And also, why are they so interested in Grace? Why did she get kidnapped? What the fuck is going on? That's the broad strokes of it. Now, Grace is a new character, and she's actually a really good character, I'm happy to say. Also, huge shout out to her voice actress. The voice actress that played Grace did an unbelievable job. The way she was able to convey terror and panic in her performance for this character was extremely realistic, and it really helped elevate things. So even though I will admit there were times where the writing got a little off the mark and felt a bit off, her performance was still able to sell it to the point where it wasn't like jarring and make you go, ooh, yuck, that was trash. It's just more like, that felt a little weird, but, the performance helped salvage some of those moments. And that's across the board. Pretty much everyone gives a really good performance in this game. And I think that really helps in that regard. But like I said, I do think the writing is solid. I think they do a good job with Grace. I think she is a well-written character. I think some people might be annoyed by her because she has like anxiety. So maybe some people might find her to be like maybe a little too timid or, not confident enough for a Resident Evil game where you follow characters like fucking Leon Kennedy, who's a superhuman, hanging hog, blowing zombies' heads off, fucking ripping their nipples off and beating them to death with them. Like, she is very different as a protagonist compared to them, but she's not like the full protagonist because, like I said, you split evenly with Leon. It is like a very even split with Grace gameplay and Leon gameplay. It's very nice. You feel like you get a ton of both. But anyway, what I'm saying is I think Grace is a good character. They do a good job with her. Now let's talk about the gameplay. Pretty much exactly what you're expecting if you played Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 2 Remake. You get that kind of gameplay. You get all of that in one package here. So when you're playing Grace, you're going to be using stealth. You're going to be needing to be more mindful of what encounters you take, going loud, using your ammo, versus which ones you use a little stealth kill with, which aren't free, by the way. You can't just stealth kill things for free as Grace. You have to make something, which is a little vial that you stab into them and they blow up like you just planted dynamite in their body. So those cost resources. And the way that Grace crafts, I thought was very creative. You get a blood collector, you collect blood from killed enemies, or even sometimes like blood from enemies that had already previously been killed, or even buckets of blood in the world. And you will fill up that blood, holder, that apparatus, and then you will combine that with, an herb if you want to make a med injector for heals, or you'll combine it with, some scrap if you want to make ammo for your handgun, or if you want to make that, one-time use insta-kill stealth jab. So her gameplay is very similar to Resident Evil 7's gameplay, but you have even less tools at your disposal to fight the zombies with. You only have two guns. You have a pistol, and then you have Requiem, the big iron, the fucking big tuna. Outside of that, that's it. That's all you have to use to beat the enemies around you, which is why you need to be a little smarter about it and also be slower about it. Now, Leon's gameplay is exactly what you're expecting it to be if you've played Resident Evil 4. It's bombastic, it's over the top, it's high octane, you're killing hundreds of zombies, and there's a really cool change they made to how you upgrade your weapons with Leon. So this time around, they reward you for being aggressive. So you get a tracker that when you kill a zombie gives you credits on your tracker that you then spend to get ammo or upgrades for your weapons, that kind of thing. So it incentivizes you to fucking annihilate everything that's around you. Leave no survivors. So, which is a really fun thing to do. It gives you plenty of resources to do it as well. It gives you a lot of fun guns to play with, even though I do think the guns are a little underwhelming. Like, they don't have the same kind of character that I feel they used to have. Like, I remember playing through Resident Evil 4 OG, you'd have chat be like, I'm fucking team Red 9. No, Red 9's trash. And you'd actually have like a debate about what guns are the most fun to use. Here, every gun feels just very generic, very samey. Like, they don't have like a unique identity to them or anything this time around. I don't think there's going to be like really passionate, fucking W870 shotgun fans or something, right? I could be wrong, but for me, it felt like the guns were just very standard. I guess I would have liked to see a little bit more there, but it's not the biggest deal in the world because they are still fun to use and you get plenty of opportunities to use them and kill zombies. His gameplay, I think, is great, and I really like that new system they did with tracking kills and rewarding you for killing things. Like previously in Resident Evil games, the optimal strategy sometimes would boil down to kneecapping, kicking, and then running by to conserve ammo. Here, it's like, you can do that, you can be a pussy if you want, or you can kill all these zombies and get yourself a lot of money and basically max out your weapons really easily. Which I think is very cool. I think it's very fun. Now, something else that's been kind of core to the Resident Evil identity is puzzles. Resident Evil games have always had a lot of puzzles. There's not usually like a ton of brain busters or anything like that, but there are puzzles in there. Resident Evil Requiem doesn't really have that. It's much more in line with like your standard scavenger hunt style game where go over here, grab this to take back to something you passed at the very beginning of the level to open that door so you can go in there, grab that and put it over there. Which again is very Resident Evil. That's in every RE game ever made. But there's never really like any puzzles to this anymore now in Requiem. There's only like 3 off the top of my head I can think of that are even remotely puzzles, but the solution is in a picture that's in the same room, so you just look at the picture and you see it. I guess it's not the biggest deal in the world, and maybe there's some people that even view that as a positive thing because it keeps the pacing like fucking cutthroat, like you're constantly moving and you never stop to have to solve a puzzle. But I don't know, I felt like it was kind of sad to not have to like solve puzzles to accomplish things. It's just literally going and fucking fetch questing shit and bringing it back and forth. But not the biggest deal in the world, but it is something that I think people will notice is absent. Another thing that I have like a small complaint on is there are a couple sections I think drag. The most notable one is a flashback sequence where you're playing as a child who's running and hiding from a lot of bad stuff that's going on around them. And it's like a cool sequence when it starts, but it goes on for quite a while. And there are times where you literally hide in one spot for like 2 straight minutes of nothing. So it feels like really slow, like unnecessarily long and drawn out. And there's a couple of moments like that, like a couple of places you go that feel like, okay, we've kind of been here long enough. Do I really need to get this many things in order to progress or wait this long to progress? It does feel like it does have moments that are there to pad out time. And it's not that long of a game. And I know this has actually been a complaint from quite a few people because the price tag is $70. It's an expensive game. It has the big AAA price tag on it, and it's roughly like 12 hours long. It took me about 12 hours. Total like active playtime was 8 hours and something minutes. I played through on just standard modern, so it was pretty quick. I would also say this is the easiest Resident Evil game I've ever played. But again, it's about 12 hours long, and that was with me exploring a lot. I didn't just beeline everything. I read every fucking note. I found every single safe and opened every single one, even got the achievement for it. I went out of my way to find pretty much every charm and every bobblehead, but I guess I missed a couple bobbleheads somewhere. I don't know where. I spent a lot of time exploring because I got really engrossed in the game, which speaks volumes to just how much it was able to draw me in. But it is about 12 hours for $70, and a lot of people say that that's way too short to justify that purchase. And I can understand that because $70 is expensive. That's a very expensive game. But I think this is 12 very, very solid hours. This does not have anything that, any huge blemishes. Like, it doesn't fall off a cliff anywhere along the way. Like, notably with Resident Evil 7, the whole boat section everyone hates. myself included. That section is by far the weakest, unfortunately. But, like, it doesn't have anything like that. This is 12 extremely solid, extremely fun hours. So for me, the $70 felt worth it. That felt fine to me. But for someone else, maybe 12 hours just really isn't enough. The replayability on this doesn't seem to be super huge. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of replayability outside of going back and doing, like, Insanity. So I don't know how many hours you can squeeze out of it for $70, but I personally feel like it was 12 extremely strong hours. It was a fucking heater from start to finish. So I thought it was a fine price tag for the experience I got. And now, speaking of the experience I got, apparently I got something nobody else in the world did. For some reason, I had a very weird bug where occasionally the game would stutter during a cutscene and then the audio would desync. So the cutscene would stutter and then it would play, but the audio would lag like 2 or 3 seconds behind. So you would be seeing the cutscene play out completely silent until the audio caught up to it. So everything was desynced from time to time. And the only way I could fix that was by restarting the game. And even when I like updated drivers, restarted my computer and everything in between streams, it still persisted, but apparently it's a bug that didn't happen to anybody else, and I can't even find anyone talking about that bug. So it seems like something that only happened to me for some reason. I don't really get why. So I guess I can't hold it against the game as like a bug that's native to it unless someone else out there is reporting it happening to them. So I can only speak to my experience. It was extremely annoying. That shit like would ruin cutscenes. It happened to me in the final cutscene, and I literally just restarted it, redid the boss fight, and just took it from the top because I wasn't going to let it ruin the finale. It was a very annoying bug. I don't understand why it was happening, but I couldn't fix it outside of just restarting the game. Though I don't think it is a bug you'll probably experience if you try the game. It is something I wanted to make a mention of because that is by far the biggest headache I had when playing the game, and it looks like it might have somehow been my fault. There is also one other complaint I have, but it's a big spoiler. This is your big spoiler warning. Big spoiler warning. Alright, now, this is one of the things I would talk about when it would come to being like writing decisions that I think were a little whack. There is a very cool new character they introduce in here named Zeno, and he is a Wesker clone. And he is super fucking badass. He is positioned for half the game as like the big bad, like this guy is serious business. And when you get to the end of the game, it's looking like you're about to have a huge fight with Zeno, and then he just gets one-tapped by Victor. Like just insta-killed by Victor. You don't fight Zeno. He just instantly gets his cheeks clapped. You can't fight Zeno. He's a fraud. He's literally a fraud. And it was so deflating because I was really looking forward to seeing more of Zeno and actually getting to fight with him. But instead, he just gets bent over. It was just disappointing. It didn't even feel like a good subversion of your expectations or like a, ha, gotcha, he wasn't actually the big bad, it was this guy the whole time. It didn't even feel like that. It just felt like, that was kind of weak. Why would you do that? You've really hyped him up. You've shown some of his powers. It was looking like a really cool sequence that we just saw and what we were expecting to get, and now it's just not there. It just felt underwhelming to have him killed off like that. That really let me down, actually. And that's just one of a couple writing decisions that I do think were a little odd for as like a path that they chose to go. Not the biggest deal in the world, because overall I do still think the writing was extremely strong. And like I said, I genuinely believe this is a top 5 Resident Evil game. So I am a huge fan of Resident Evil Requiem. I think it is an incredible game. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, the movie was good. And I'm surprised to be saying that, because I went into this movie a little Scrooge-esque, a little bah humbugging, because from the first trailer, I thought like, yeah, this could be entertaining, but, the last big screen Predator film, Predator 2018, was unbelievably horrible. That was complete dog shit, but I will always defend this. I think Predator 2018 is one of the more fun bad movies we've had in a long time. It is such a piece of trash in all of the right ways that it loops around to being entertaining. So bad, it's good. It is a film where the Predator species is harvesting the best DNA from all of the other species they hunt in order to make themselves stronger, so they splice it in to become, even stronger to level up. And they choose humanity and you're led to believe that they're choosing us because of our strong soldiers, but no, it turns out they're actually hunting our main character's son because he's autistic, and they want to harvest his autism to make themselves stronger. So they came to Earth to take our autism. Really entertainingly shit film. But it is, at its core, a shit film. So Predator Badlands, I didn't have the highest hopes for, especially considering I didn't like the new design of our main character here, Deck. I also didn't love the idea of the Predator being the good guy. Like, how can you really spin that in a way where you give a fuck? But, in the context of the film, his look really works because he is the runt of his clan. And he is, like, about to be called because he is weak. And they're insulting him, this and that. So him looking so different from all the other Predators does make sense in the context of the film. And it works, and you buy into it. And I also really think that they do make you care about him. Like, having him be the main character and the good guy, I'll put in quotes, it works, and it doesn't feel like super cheesy or super stupid. Which I was pleasantly surprised by because, again, conceptually, I don't love the idea of taking the Yautja and making him more human throughout a hunt. I just feel like we don't need to make every single character that you ever see in film have all these human traits. I think it's very cool if they're super different from humans across the board. So, like, the idea, I don't love, but they execute it really well to the point where I thought it was really well done, and I actually enjoyed it. And you know what you will enjoy is some canned goof juice, baby. That's right. Gamer Sups is back with some canned goof juice, this time sugar-free. It's available right now, so go get some sugar-free goof juice in a can, baby. What I will say gets a little cattywampus, though, is the humor. So, you can see from the trailer, he does team up with a synth. It's Elle Fanning's character, Thea, and the two of them basically form a little tag team in order for him to complete his task. And they actually banter occasionally. Like, I wouldn't quite say it's MCU humor, but it's just like little jokes and goofs here. Which I do think is a little weird because, I don't know, I feel like the Yautja probably wouldn't be so chummy while on this sacred hunt after everything that Deck had been through. I don't think he would be such an open book, ready to just start, like, joking and, like, you know, nudging a friend here. It just feels a little odd. I don't even think it's, like, poorly done or anything, but I just think that's a little, you know, a little much. Another thing that I was pretty concerned with is that this is PG-13, which I didn't know until I got to the theater. And watching the film, it doesn't feel like a PG-13 movie because there is so much gore, dismemberment, and death and destruction, but it's synths. So, and I'm going to avoid spoilers for now, we'll get into spoilers in a moment. A lot of other synths are there doing research on this planet where Deck is on his hunt. So he's killing a lot of, like, aliens and stuff, but it's not red blood, it's like Covenant blood from Halo. You know, you got all kinds of different colored blood, yellow and shit, and the synths, of course, aren't red blood. So even though the kills are really gruesome with, like, heads being collapsed, impaled, ripped off, like entire spines getting ripped off, there's never any blood, so it's able to get away with a PG-13 rating, I guess. Which is cool. I mean, I'm still glad that it's so gruesome, but I will say, it does make it feel a little weird because since they are synths, you're expecting them to be smart. But all the synths, aside from a couple, are actual fucking idiots. Which to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense because why are these robots so dumb? And, like, they even show fear sometimes. Like just random grunts, and I don't think they were, you know, supposed to have that emotion there. Like, I understand there are some synths in the universe that do, but here, like, just random ones. Like, they're all really dumb. And I just don't think that computes here, because why would they all be so bad at, like, deducing the most basic things? Like, there's actually a scene here where they go undercover to try and, you know, stealthily break through enemy lines here, and the synth even stops one of them and actually falls victim to, like, a Jedi mind trick. Except I'm being very generous with that. It is literally, they're just telling a very comical lie to the synth's face, and he's believing it. And they eventually get the leg up on him because of it. So, like, why are they synths when they are this stupid? The only reason is so they could get away with a PG-13 rating and still have a ton of blood and gore. It's just, when you stop and think about it, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense why all of them are so dumb. They're robots. And I know it's not the biggest deal in the world, but it is just a little weird. Unless these are like fucking first generation Roombas or something, just like throwaway dumb idiot bots that they brought to this planet for an extremely crucial mission. But yeah, if you were worried about this movie being like really watered down because of its rating, I don't think that's really a fear you need to have going into it. I think they do a really good job with the action. In fact, I think the vast majority of this movie is action sequences. He's either hunting creatures on this planet, being hunted himself, or killing synths. So there is pretty much non-stop action happening, and I think it's all really, really cool. Like, they didn't pull any punches, even though it is a PG-13 rated film. So I thought they crushed it in that department. Now, before wrapping it up, I want to briefly get into some spoilers to talk about some other stuff I thought was really cool, but it is a spoiler, so here's your spoiler warning. I really liked Thea, and I really liked seeing more of the Yautja culture. I thought it was very cool to see the Yautja home planet and seeing Dek fight against other Yautja. So him versus father at the very end, I think was super hype, where he, easily, well, not, I guess I won't say easily, but he overpowers the Royal Guard. I'm assuming they're the Royal Guard, considering they're his father's right-hand men. And the way that he evolved after his time on the most dangerous planet we've seen yet, the Death Planet Jenna, was very cool. And then his showdown with his father that mirrored what happened to his brother, basically. And then he says, I have my own clan, I think was a really fun conclusion, and the way they set up for a further Predator film was very hype with his mother showing up. I thought that was so fucking cool, and I think they did a great job with the action. And I really liked the Yautja, and I'd love to see more from it. And I also, like I said, like Thea. I think Thea was a very cool character to see in here as well, where she was able to kind of humanize is probably not the right word, but help Dek see that maybe not everything he'd been taught about the Yautja is the only way to live. Maybe there's more to it than just hunting alone. Maybe it's worth, hunting in a pack like wolves and protecting instead of just killing, that kind of thing, which I know can be very cliche, but I think it works really well in this film. So I liked it a lot. I liked it significantly more than I expected. I think it's very hype, and I do hope there is a follow-up to it. Hopefully there is a sequel where we see more of Dek and more of Thea and more of Bud. I think it was very fun. So anyway, it was a good movie. That's about it. So yeah. Good news and bad news. Let's start with the good. We'll feed you the dessert before we give you the vegetables. A prankster whose content revolves around terrorizing and harassing strangers in public is facing jail time in France. The bad news. It's only 6 months. His name is Elon Magnaron, or online known as Amine Mojito, or Amin Mojito, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it. But his pranks were some of the classics that I'm sure we all grew up with and still giggle at, like we're getting tickled in our tummy. Like going to random strangers in public and jabbing them with an empty syringe and then running away, leaving them with the trauma that they may have just now been injected with either a drug or some kind of disease. Get pranked, nerd, right?
Mais nous avait menti. Hein. Oh, ça va pas?
This is his peanut butter and jelly prank right here, the feel-good one. He's done this a lot from what I can tell. I've seen tons of clips and videos of him just going up to people with that syringe and just, giving them the old stab on the street there, leaving them to just panic, wondering if their life is now just drastically changed from some fucking unhinged lunatic now. Now, from what I can tell, the syringe is capped. So he's not actually, penetrating the skin or anything with it. But the victims don't know that. All they feel is that hit against their skin, and then this guy with a syringe. Obviously, you are now going to start worrying in a big way.
Mais, depuis le mois d'octobre, chien, ben, casse-toi.
Hey! What are you doing?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Who the fuck are you?
Apparently these videos had caused a huge stir in the country, and the Paris criminal court handed him a 12-month prison sentence with 6 to be served behind bars in the slammer, and the remainder suspended over charges linked to harassment, threats, and prior offenses. Yeah, so I don't think 6 months is nearly long enough for something like this. This is unbelievably degenerate. This is just downright evil. Imagine, you're just hanging out in public, sitting on a bench, maybe on a phone call, waiting for the bus, whatever, and then some fucking douchebag here, who himself has been injected with cringe clearly, comes up and hits you with a syringe, leaving you to wonder, what was that even about? And then, let's say he does try and clarify, oh, it's just a prank, it's just a prank. Well, how do you trust that? I mean, how do you know it's just a prank? You have no way of fucking knowing if he is now just lying, and he really did just inject you with something, you know, a drug, a disease, whatever. That's extremely scary. Like, if that shit happened to me, I would be living at a doctor's office for like a year. I'd be like a lab rat being tested every single day just to try and ensure for my own mental well-being that I didn't just get like injected with the fucking T-virus or something from this guy. And I just don't think the courts went hard enough on him. They argued that his actions amounted to harassment, even describing him as a public menace. He also apparently already had a history of legal trouble, including prior accusations of assault and harassment. No! I'll eat my left shoe. I can't believe it. I haven't been this surprised since I learned Batman was Bruce Wayne. You're telling me the guy who thinks it's okay to walk around and stab people with a syringe on the street is someone who also has already had run-ins with previous accusations of assault and harassment? That doesn't make any sense. There's this guy, the prankster, the jokester, the turbo prank guy? No, that can't be. But at the end of the day, maybe this is all just a big misunderstanding, because according to him, the videos were just meant to entertain and make people laugh, which is so clear because everyone was having a big hoot and a holler after thinking they just got stabbed with a syringe in public. Everyone was giggling. He admitted in court, though, that he now regrets the content and underestimated the fear it caused. Victims testified to feeling genuine panic at the thought of being attacked with a needle, especially in an era where health concerns remain high. At the bar, he acknowledged that he himself would have feared if someone approached him with a syringe. I also find the audience for this kind of content, the fucking goobers who laugh at it, encourage it, and just find entertainment in it, are almost as pathetic as the pranksters themselves. Like, I truly think this kind of content could be like a clinical diagnostic tool for mental disorders, because if you like this kind of shit, there's something wrong with your brain. Like, you are actually just a full-blown fucking loser. Legal experts say the ruling highlights growing concerns over the limits of online prank culture and the responsibilities influencers must bear when creating viral content. Mojido's case has reignited debate in France about where free expression ends and public safety begins. How is there even a debate there? How, in any way, shape, or form, does this fall under free expression? He is going around harassing and assaulting people, making them believe that they have just been injected by a mysterious substance in a syringe from some fucking weirdo. In what way is that free expression? Are you allowed to just go up to someone in France and just punch them in the face? Or what about just some fucking whack job on the subway jerking off and, like, ejaculating onto a stranger? Is that free expression too? Like, this isn't a free expression argument. Even though he didn't actually have the syringe filled with a disease or a drug or anything and wasn't, like, actually penetrating the skin or anything, it doesn't matter. The threat of it was still there, and he still did enact it on strangers. So, what if it was a gun? What if he had a gun, was pointing it in people's faces, saying, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you? It's just a prank, it's just a prank. Is that free expression as well? I just don't know how this can even be like an argument that's being had in France. Maybe it's just a prank, bro, is like an actual really sound strategy, which apparently employs free expression into it in some way. If you just say it's just a prank, bro, you get off very light with anything, maybe, which is crazy to me. Like I said, I don't think 6 months is nearly enough for this. And from what I was reading, apparently there's even been like scares in France at like festivals where people were like worried or had expressed run-ins where someone was like injecting people like with needles, apparently with like drugs or something. I don't know if that was ever confirmed or not, but like that fear is already there. So this kind of prank preys on that, making it even worse. So it's just so fucking degenerate. I'm glad he's at least going to jail for a little bit, but it's not enough to teach him a lesson or anything like that. Like, I'm pretty confident when he gets out, he's gonna go right back to this shit. He's hopping right back on the saddle. This isn't even like a deterrent to other pranksters or anything, because 6 months isn't like a long period of time there. They might deem all the internet attention worth it, because they'll get out and still have that audience that they built up from this trash. So again, while I am happy he is getting some time in the slammer, because even that seems pretty rare, even for the most diabolical of pranks, I just think it needs to be taken more seriously in order to prevent more of this kind of behavior in the future. So anyway, that's really about it. Just more dog shit prankster activity out there. So yeah. Now just breathe. Now big push, push, push. Here I am. There's a little birthing simulation for you for what it would look like if it was me that was popping out. I got a couple things I want to yap about today. And I think it's only appropriate that I start with the topic that I have been glued to for many months now, the degeneracy in the Pokemon card community. There's been another arrest.
Surprise discovery at a Best Buy in Pasadena. A man was found inside that closed store. A group of Pokemon card collectors were camping outside the Best Buy all night. They noticed a large police response and found out a man was still inside the store.
That is a surprisingly large police response there. That shit was looking like it was straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. They had blitz rolling up there. About this individual that was hiding inside of Best Buy, presumably camping the restock.
We heard from witnesses who say they believe that man was hiding in the Best Buy before closing so that he could get to those Pokemon trading cards.
That is peak male performance right there. Just take a peek at that perpetrator right there. That is the face of Team Rocket. Like, this guy, I think we can say with a high level of confidence, was definitely there for the Pokemon cards, but I imagine he was doing it out of his own self-preservation. He's probably seen all of the knuckle sandwiches that are flying at Pokemon restocks, because that is when PvP is enabled and it is just people fighting, and Pokemon cards are secondary. They're trying to beat the goddamn loot out of everyone there like it's GTA, but instead of dropping money, they're dropping Pokemon boxes in the aisles. So this guy probably saw all of that kerfuffle and decided the safest way was to just already be there when the restocks happen so he could grab the product and get out before anyone gets a chance to give him a fucking atomic wedgie and beat his face in.
Pokemon 151. Oh. Yeah. We're here for the 151.
I was just here for some Pokemon drop, but I went to the restroom, not even 15 minutes. I come back and there's cops everywhere.
That man, there you see him, was taken into custody.
Admittedly, this is new. I haven't seen any scalpers get arrested for this yet. This guy is a pioneer in the meta for the degeneracy in this community. So he got arrested for being in Best Buy past store closing, camping out there like he's a fucking old school prank YouTuber where they spend 24 hours in Target, how naughty, hiding in the toilet paper aisle, that kind of thing. He tried to pull that off in order to get a leg up on the mad dash for the new restock, and he's getting thrown in the slammer for it seems. And they rolled in deep. They came up to this Best Buy looking like they were about to apprehend fucking Cobra Commander. But anyway, I wanted to yap about that guy's arrest, but now I want to get into a couple of other topics. First, the Call of Duty movie director. This is directed by a specimen named Peter Berg. Let me double check. I actually can't remember. This guy hasn't made anything good, so it's hard for me to remember this name. Peter Berg. It is Peter Berg. Peter Berg is the director that is slated to make the Call of Duty movie. This is an official production. This is a big budget Call of Duty movie. Peter Berg is most known, at least I believe, is most known for one of the most infamous flops that many people might recall, Battleship, the movie with Rihanna. That's some of Peter Berg's finest top-shelf work. And, well, who better to make a Call of Duty movie than a washed-up director like Peter Berg? A crazy fit, but it gets better, because Peter Berg openly hates video games. He even specifically called out Call of Duty like 13 years ago. During an interview, Peter Berg was asked for his take on war video games, and he replied, pathetic, pathetic. Keyboard courage, can't stand it. The only people that I give a Call of Duty get out of jail free card to is the military. They're out there serving and they're bored and they want to entertain themselves. Okay, maybe. Kids? Uh-huh. And then he was asked if Navy SEALs play those games. He replied, some of them do, but I tell them I think it's pathetic. I think anyone that sits around playing video games for 4 hours, it's weak. Get out, do something. Yeah, get out, do something. Like, go watch Battleship the movie, directed by Peter Berg. I like how this fucking guy is a movie director, and he thinks that's just very high level, so much more sophisticated than playing games for a few hours, instead going to kill a few hours watching his dog shit films. He's so much better than you gamers. And then even says that he tells the SEALs that play games that they're pathetic. What a douchebag. What an absolute loser. So anyway, this is the director of the Call of Duty movie. He openly despises video games. I don't know if his mind's changed over the years. I doubt it. But it's actually so fascinating to me because this keeps happening. For some reason, the Hollywood humiliation ritual continues where they take huge juggernaut IP and then marry it to a director or a team that fucking hates it. Just openly, outright boasts about how much they don't like it. Most notably, the one I always go to is the Halo television series, where they even just stated proudly that they do not play the games and don't want to. They want to do something entirely different because they know better, that kind of thing. And there's plenty of examples of that happening with tons of IPs being adapted. And for some reason, they keep doing that, even though it always fails and flounders. And there is numerous cases of taking beloved IP and pairing it with someone who also is passionate about the IP, delivering great products. So it doesn't have to be just take IP and give it to someone who hates it. You could take IP and give it to someone who likes it, and you'll get a better product for it. There's plenty of case studies of that happening, yet for some reason they keep doing shit like this, of giving it to someone who just doesn't like it and doesn't want to do it at all. They're just cashing in a paycheck. Blows my fucking mind, but it's Call of Duty. Should really not expect anything else besides just the most lackluster shit ever. Anyway, the last topic I briefly want to touch on is a new comedy that started. Raise your hand if you've heard of Kevin. No hands, huh? Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's something the Jedi wouldn't tell you about. It's like fucking Darth Plagueis. This is a show that's really flown under the radar. I've only heard of it because Matt sent me a review that was made about it. This is an Aubrey Plaza adult animation, and this review is scathing, to say the least. It is a brutal critique of it, and it was so intense that it piqued my curiosity, so I watched the first episode to see if it really is as bad as the review suggested it is. And even though I was only able to stomach one episode, I can comfortably say that it is. If for some reason, so many of these animated adult series now try and just emulate Big Mouth. Big Mouth is my least favorite comedy ever made, by the way. I've said that a lot, and it remains true to this day. I think it is an insufferable, miserable, awful show to sit through, and yet for some reason it started a trend where everything else tries to be Big Mouth. It's like if you saw a pile of dog shit and you got inspired. You're like, oh wow, what a pile of dog shit. I bet I can make some of that shit myself. And then you go take a poop. Like, it blows my mind. But anyway, Kevin has the exact same DNA as Big Mouth, even shares the same style for the most part. So something that initially caught my eye in the review is about this attempt at a gag. So Kevin is a cat who lives in an apartment, and then his human couple breaks up, but he decides he can brave the world on his own. He doesn't need human companions. And a big thing about Kevin is he has a protuberant anus, a fact that is repeated with fervor that suggests the writers believe it to be powerful enough to merit a long-running gag badge. Stop talking about your deformed anus, slurs Kevin's alcoholic goose friend Chuck. It's not deformed, shouts Kevin. It's prolapsed. And lo, the soul begins its inexorable decline. When I first read that, I thought it was exaggeratory, but in the first episode alone, I'm pretty sure there were 4 mentions specifically about his deformed asshole. Kevin, your asshole's so freaky. It's not freaky, it's prolapsed. Cue canned laughter, laugh sound effects. So it is something that they do seem to really like, is the catchphrase. And Kevin explains it that his brother, when they were kittens, was sucking on his asshole, causing it to prolapse, and that's why it looks that way, but it's totally normal. Haha. I really don't get what the obsession is with these adult animated shows needing to focus so specifically on animal assholes and cock. Like, just last year, and I know I yapped about this then, but just as a reminder, last year, there was something that came out called Fixed from a legendary talent, Genndy Tartakovsky, who has made some masterpiece animated series. And for some reason, he squeaks this out, and it's all, everything that was marketed around it was all about dog butthole and dogs fucking, that kind of thing. And Kevin's like the same thing, except with cats now in this one. Why does it have to be that way? Why? It's weird. It's not entertaining. It's just fucking odd. Anyway, back to Kevin though. Another line from the review that really had me interested in seeing if it is this bad was this. Laugh-wise, it's a washout. Punchlines collapse mid-punch. Other jokes make no sense. Here, for example, is Cupcake on why she is called Cupcake. Because if you like what's on the bottom, you are insane. This is not a joke. This is a handful of words in a raincoat. That's actually verbatim how it goes in the show, by the way. When she's explaining the origin of her name Cupcake, that is what she says. Because if you like what's on the bottom, you're insane, and then pushes him in. It's bad. Anyway, I watched that first episode, and I didn't want to feel like it was all for nothing, entirely wasted time, so I just wanted to briefly yap about it. Then I at least tried it after reading the review. I didn't like it. Anyway, yeah, these were just a few topics I wanted to yap about. That's really about it. So yeah. Man, I haven't had a giggle quite like the Afro Man trial has delivered. I have been getting tickled all day watching this trial and catching up with what I had missed previously on Dragon Ball Z from yesterday in the trial. It's just concluded, spoiler alert, Afro Man completely won. And I mean, it was a complete victory here. He got him with the Mortal Kombat fatality in the courthouse here. The fucking police officers that were suing him are licking the toilet bowl clean after he shit all over them. I'll show you the clip of the ruling in a moment here. For those that don't know, Afro Man's house was raided a few years back under suspicion of kidnapping and narcotics. They found nothing. It was a complete sham. It was a load of barnacles. And Afro Man had security cameras set up on his property, so he caught all of this on film, and so he started to use some of that footage to make music, insulting them, ridiculing them, making fun of them, turning this misery into some boner jams for his art. And the officers that he has made songs about and made fun of got really upset. They got super sore about it, so they filed a defamation lawsuit against him. And the lawsuit has made it all the way to court, and now it's settled, but we got to witness what has to be one of the most entertaining court cases ever broadcast.
In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. He said it like they were facts.
I don't know how the jury just didn't erupt into laughter numerous times throughout this case. There are so many moments just like that. So he has made a lot of songs and a lot of clips all about this raid and making fun of these officers. And I can't believe at no point throughout this process did the officers think, this is a bad idea. More people are going to find out about this. And that's exactly what happened. Huge Streisand effect here. So many people are learning about Afro Man and the new songs he made about these officers through this defamation trial that's gone to court. So now the songs are blowing up all over again. So will you repair my doors? Over 9 million views. Lemon Pound Cake is probably going to start charting on fucking Billboard at this point. This one's going nuclear right now. And it's in part a large thanks to these officers being such fucking bumbling, drooling imbeciles that they actually tried to sue Afro Man for defamation because he hurt their feelings through making fun of them in these songs. I gotta tell you, sports fans, if the officers were upset before, they're inconsolable now. Unless they have a humiliation fetish, they're probably not feeling too great about how this one's gone down, because everybody is making fun of them even more so now. And honestly, this whole case is fucking ridiculous. Like, anyone should look at this and obviously not be on the side of the officers here because this is so absurd. Really, Afro Man said it best while in court.
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't have came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault, and they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you...
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
Amen. I think that about sums it up. He has the freedom of speech to make fun of these officers. They are public officials. They went onto his property, breaking his shit, apparently even disconnected some of the security cameras, which I feel like that should be completely illegal to disable, lawfully put up security cameras around one's own home. I think, and it seems court agrees, he was well within his rights to be making fun of these officers and using the footage of that raid in the subject of his songs, making fun of them, joking around, whatever he was doing with that music, using them. There should have never been a defamation case that went this far in the first place, but the fact that it did was a fucking slam dunk for comedy. So, let's dive into some of the highlight moments here from the court case.
So, you're claiming that is the defamation with your wife?
Mr. Walter.
You're solely being painted in a false light due to Mr. Walters saying he had sex with your wife.
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
So, you're claiming that is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Fucking plot twist of the century. Game of Thrones writers could never. The subversion of my expectations during this segment cannot be overstated. My jaw was on the floor. So, I was already kind of giggly, kind of kicking my feet in my little chair when he was like, listen here, bub, Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't. Mr. Walters, me, does have sex with his wife. Raw, if you needed to know. What you think of that, tough guy? Yeah. And then, when he's like, so, yeah, sorry about that, misspoke. So, the defamation is, Mr. Foreman doesn't have sex with your wife, and we all know that's untrue. And he's like, I don't know. The lawyer was stunned. Like, the lawyer just went radio silent, I think actually blue screened when Randy Walters, this is Randy Walters, by the way, I forgot to mention his name, star of Afro Man's hit song, Randy Walters is a son of a bitch. So he's now on the stand, and he had a crazy mic drop moment when the lawyer's like, and we all know the claim is untrue about him having sex with your wife, and Randy's like, I don't know. So it seems like he actually thinks Afro Man might have fucked his wife or something. So now he's on stand, and it only gets worse from here. It looks like he starts to get angry at his wife about the claim.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know.
I've been with that woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of? Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
He thought he was playing chess, but he was actually just playing with his own butthole. I don't know what strategy Randy Walters was cooking up there in the noodle, but this is stunning stuff right now. He was giving him like a layup. He's like, all right, so the claim is untrue, right? And he's like, I don't know. I would hope my wife isn't cheating on me. We've been together for fucking years, but now that he's made a song about having sex with my wife, well, maybe he is. And maybe she's cheating on me, and maybe I hate her for it. We'd have to ask Afro Man about that. Because now it's put out there, and now it's giving me a lot to think about. Like, it looks like he starts to stew, like steam there about it. I really don't know what happened there, but oh my goodness gracious, when I tell you I was laughing, I was belly laughing when this guy started saying that. And you could hear the lawyer kind of switch on to like okay, this is weird, but I'll play along mode, where he's like, okay, so you're saying we can't verify whether or not this is like a true or false claim? It's not verifiable info? Because if he's going to try and say that this is defamatory and then turn around and say that he doesn't know if it's true or not, how the fuck can you say it's defamatory? Like, it's an outrageous tactic? I don't know what else to call it from Randy Walters here. It was mind-boggling.
She raided my house. She just collected my camera. Then she went down on my spouse. I just don't know what I'm gonna do. Y'all keep on laughing. She gonna eat your wife's pussy. Come on, Lisa. Look around, Lisa.
As you can probably gather from the song here, this is an officer involved in the raid. Her name is Lisa. According to Afro Man, she even disconnected one of his surveillance cameras. I bet she's really regretting not bringing a fucking EMP device there to blow them all out, so that way, the songs never got made. But here she is taking the stand in court, and boy howdy. So they're playing the Lick 'em Low Lisa song, which is one of Afro Man's tracks dedicated to her. He made songs for like every single officer in the raid. So they're playing her song, her ballad, and she starts crying during it. And they play the whole song as she is like, tearing up. I don't think they're legitimate tears. I think these are crocodile tears designed to try and garner sympathy from the jury, like, oh, look at the toll this has taken on her. So I think that's a little bit of acting there. And trust me, I know acting when I see it. I don't like to usually bring this up all that often, but I actually started in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 as District 8 hospital helper. Not a big deal. I don't really think about it that much anymore. Point is, I know when someone is playing a character. And right now she's playing the sobbing, traumatized officer who is being unjustly made fun of in a song. A very silly track. Like, it's ridiculous. They play the whole song, too. They sit her right there like it's a fucking Fine Bros React segment, and they make her listen and watch the entire thing. I don't understand why, to be honest with you. I feel like he probably could have just played like the first minute, maybe minute and a half, and I think the message gets across. It's a song making fun of her. Talking about like how Lisa eats a lot of pussy and, not taking her job all that seriously. I feel like you probably don't need to play out the whole song, but the fact that they did is comedic gold. So the cameraman even pulls off it there for a little bit just to show like the whole scene in the courtroom. And I'm very curious what the jury was doing. Like maybe they were stomping their feet and snapping their fingers to the track because it kind of makes you want to groove a little bit. It's got just like a real like classic feel to it. And then it pans to Afro Man. Somebody give this cameraman a raise. That is incredible camera work right there. As you can still hear Lisa sniffling and trying to get more tears out, it pans to Afro Man as the song is still playing, by the way, and he is just sitting there staring a hole through her. He is just unflinching, just staring at her. I erupted into laughter with that camera pan to Afro Man. And now, it doesn't stop there. As she's still on the stand, they didn't just play the track or anything. They also just started playing some clips that he made making fun of her, almost as like a non sequitur. They just kind of pull it out of nowhere, like, can you pull up another insult here real quick? This the jury's gonna love this one.
Go to the next one. Which number is this?
Number 21, and it's a video.
Lieutenant, look at Low Lisa. Stop looking at pussy back there. That's your problem. You always look at pussy and you don't even know how many pussies you've licked. You don't even know how many video cameras you've disconnected.
What number? That was 21?
Yes.
Did you see that video when it was posted?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
Yes, next one, please. They got a whole folder here to go through. They got her posted up there like it's a Comedy Central roast. They don't even, like, go in there and really talk about it all that much. It's just... Yeah, did you see this one when it was posted? Yes, Your Honor. Did you make sure to leave it a like and a thumbs up? Did you leave a comment as well for engagement? Okay, just checking. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I get why it's there, trying to show, like, you know, he's insulting her a lot or, like, defaming her by making fun of her a lot. But, like, these are just short clips of him taking the piss. He has a right to do that. Like, all you're doing now is just showing a bunch of insults directly to the person being insulted and maybe making some people on the jury laugh. Like, truly incredible strategy, I've got to say. Again, like, all of this hoopla with the defamation lawsuit from the officers have done nothing but further humiliate the officers and put a bigger spotlight on it.
Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You were
received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the context of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but you'd have to ask him that question.
Okay. Well, I'm going to play what's marked.
Okay. Okay.
About it there. So you've seen Exhibit D, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You would admit that's you with the glasses walking by a lemon pound cake on the counter?
Yes.
To be honest, this is probably the best promo any artist could ever hope for. They played, like, all of his greatest hits here from this whole saga directly to the people he was making fun of, and left in all of, like, the links and the promo and, like, the calls to action pushing to Afro Man's socials. Like, you could not pay for this kind of marketing. It's too effective. Like, oh my god. So they play the entire Lemon Pound Cake song to Officer Pound Cake, and then they're like, yeah, so that's you, right? That's why they call you Pound Cake, brother. And he's like, oh. Like, this whole trial was amazing. And thankfully, it has a happy ending as well. The cherry on top of the Lemon Pound Cake. Afro Man won. The First Amendment won.
In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed. So the matter will be concluded with defense verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Klingler. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you to the court staff and the Sheriff's Department for security in the building. And we'll go ahead and stand in adjournment.
You love to see that right there. So they were looking for a lot of money from this case from what I can see online. Doesn't seem like they'll be getting a single penny. Nothing at all here except for further humiliation. What an incredible defamation case. Fucking Goof Troop here really came after him. Didn't work out. Those officers were really upset about the songs, and now they got a lot more to be upset about, I think. I had to talk about this. This shit had me laughing hard today. So, anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. A couple nights ago on stream, I was ranting about a topic, and now I want to rant about it again, but this time in a video, more deeply. Some of you might have seen this. Fist of the North Star just got a new anime adaptation announced. Fist of the North Star is one of the most beloved classics of all time, and in a lot of ways inspired tons of the anime that many of you watching this might really enjoy. Without Fist of the North Star coming in there raw and no rubber, a lot of this anime that has been blowing up in recent years may not have ever existed. I may not have ever existed. Maybe no Fist of the North Star, no Charles White. Who's really to say with the butterfly effect? And by all accounts, a new Fist of the North Star adaptation in this day and age where so much high quality animation is being done, the anime industry has never been bigger. It should be a slam dunk. Like, this should be the easiest buckets of all time. But take a look at this trailer. Let's see what kind of disgusting garbage they served up on the plate.
お前はもう死んでいる。
Yep, the ugliest looking CG you can possibly find. It's just downright disrespectful to Fist of the North Star. Fucking Marvel Rivals porn is more respectful to the IP than this abomination. It is revolting to look at. It is very clearly the cheapest option. Half of the shots in the trailer don't even have backgrounds. It's like they're just fighting in the void Squidward goes to be alone. Like, that'd be fine for, like, a stylistic shot for a fight, but, like, so many of the action scenes, they don't even have backgrounds, I imagine as a means of saving money on the budget. Now, I'm gonna take a brief pause to thank the sponsor for the video. Big thanks to Mecha Break for sponsoring this video. Mecha Break is a high-speed, high-octane, action-packed third-person mech shooter that's free to play, has multiple game modes such as 6v6 hero shooter, a 3v3 deathmatch, and Mash Mac, which is Mecha Break's unique take on the extraction genre. You can choose from 13 distinct mechs, or strikers as they're called in-game, each with unique playstyles like Brawler, Sniper, and Support. You can customize your pilot and mech to explore an interactive space station hub and dive into dynamic large-scale battles. Many of you remember the beta from a few months ago, and now that the game is finally here, there have been some huge upgrades to make it a more refined and deeper experience. So you can download Mecha Break right now for free on Steam or on the Xbox console storefront. Once again, big thanks to Mecha Break for sponsoring. Now, as I was saying, it's not good looking. This kind of animation just reminds me of colliding action figures into each other. It doesn't really do much. It's just really boring and awful looking. This obviously wasn't very exciting for most fans of Fist of the North Star, and immediately drew parallels to the infamous 2016 Berserk anime adaptation. That is probably one of the most hated anime in recent times, because Berserk is one of the most beloved classics, of course, again, and it got treated in a similar way that Fist of the North Star seems to be, where it got a CG anime adaptation that nobody liked.
Berserk 2016 is the most visually offensive thing I've ever had the misfortune of looking at. It's so bad, even ISIS wouldn't claim responsibility for it. But don't worry, I'm going to break it down piece by piece in this in-depth analysis at why this anime is fucking garbage. We'll start this off with the key and most important point for everyone to understand. Everything is wrong.
I mean it, there's not a soul on the planet that can watch this without getting the need to vomit. Just look how ugly it is! Who is this even made for? I don't understand. Fans of Berserk, and by extension now Fist of the North Star, are not gonna want to see one of their favorite properties look this bad. I don't think there's a soul on this planet that enjoys this style of animation. It is just unanimously spit upon. Fucking the meme of Mario goatseeing himself is more visually appealing than this. And I'm not here to say all CG anime is bad, because that's just not true. Trigun recently got a CG anime that did look good and was very solid. Most people were pretty happy with it, as I understand it. I thought it was good. Not all CG anime is dog shit, but this is. The Berserk 2016 quality animation, which seems to be what Fist of the North Star is directly using. It feels like they almost asset flipped Berserk 2016 and slapped Fist of the North Star skin on it. That is an objectively bad style. It looks cheap. Most of it's even like still images. Berserk 2016 tried to blend 2D with 3D, so it was constantly conflicting as well. Like, it was just this fucking dichotomy of disaster. I don't know if Fist of the North Star is going to follow that. All we've seen is CG, but it doesn't look good. It is that same really low quality looking style that just, it is just awful. And it's even more nonsensical because it's not like these are just throwaway names that no one's ever heard of, obscure titles. Berserk and Fist of the North Star are extremely influential properties. I don't know why they get this treatment, especially considering how big the anime industry is now. It is huge. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. And some of the most, like, nothing burger anime are getting beautiful adaptations. You'll have shit come out of nowhere that no one's ever heard of with ridiculous titles like, I was bullied in high school but then magically whisked away to a medieval MMO where everyone's made out of candy, and I learned that my 10th grade English professor had a fart deficiency. And then you'll watch the trailer for it, and it looks like a fucking Demon Slayer level movie. Like, the animation is that crisp with all the bells and whistles for something nobody gives a shit about and no one's ever heard of. Meanwhile, Fist of the North Star gets this treatment. It gets the shaft. It is incomprehensible to me. What are your thoughts on the CGI trailer for the new Fist of the North Star remake? Everyone's saying it's going to be like Berserk 2016 all over again. I've actually got the hottest take on that. I saw the trailer. And I'm gonna be real brave and say it's gonna be worse than Berserk 2016. It is so insulting how they keep disrespecting the classics with this style. Like, look at how ugly that is. I saw a tweet. A buddy of mine sent me a tweet that said, anime studios, when they're tasked with adapting The Summer My Boyfriend Turned Into a Pencil Eraser I Shoved Up My Ass, and it's like the most beautiful animation you've ever seen. And then anime studios, when they're tasked for adapting the most beloved classics ever, and then it's this dog shit. And that is super true. There's just no excuse for why Fist of the North Star gets this. Especially after the reception to Berserk 2016, and this looks just as bad, if not worse. Meanwhile, that rooster fighting anime gets shitty CG that somehow looks way better than this. Okay, hey, let's not get carried away. That rooster anime looks amazing. And yeah, it actually does look better than Fist of the North Star, animation-wise. Yeah, but that one's gonna go nuts. And it looks significantly better than Fist of the North Star. And, like, I just don't get it. I don't know why they won't give these beloved anime the respect they deserve. Again, I want to reiterate, I'm not saying that CG anime is just doomed to failure, it's always going to be terrible, because there are examples where that's not the case. I already mentioned Trigun. But this, what you are seeing with Fist of the North Star, is not the Trigun level CG anime. This is just... I don't even know the right word for it, because I don't think it's, like, super cheap. It's definitely cheaper than all the alternatives, but there's no way that it is, like, pennies to produce. Like, this is probably still multiple millions worth of production. What is even the point in making something that looks like this? Just don't do it at all. Just save those millions of dollars, because this is just worse than having nothing new for Fist of the North Star. This doesn't get anyone excited. All it does is anger fans of the property. It's not going to bring in anyone new, because I highly doubt there's a lot of people out there that are going to see maybe one episode of this and really resonate with it and just get invested, fucking engulfed in the universe because of how ugly and lazy this looks. It's not appealing, especially compared to all of the extremely high quality anime that are coming out all the time now. It is stacked. This has no chance with this style here, so why are you even bothering? Either do it right or just don't do it at all. I don't know how that wasn't a lesson they learned back in 2016 with that Berserk animation that completely flopped, and now Berserk hasn't been touched in the anime world since. Like, this really should have been obvious, but I guess it wasn't. And now, unfortunately, another beloved classic is experiencing the same shit here. It's crazy to me that it's happening again. I really don't know who this is for. I don't think there's anyone out there that likes this style, so why the fuck is it still being made? I don't get it. That's really about it. So yeah. There is a cheat code floating around right now that science doesn't want you to know about. It's kind of a well-kept secret, but there is a word that can summon money. It's an ancient incantation that's starting to become a little more popularized, and basically any company that says this word gets a ton of money instantly for nothing. And that word isn't open sesame, it's AI. As long as a company says that word, for some reason, the most brain-dead, insufferable fucking morons will pour endless amounts of money into it. Let me show you the most recent example, and I think quite a few of you have probably seen this because it's blowing up. Allbirds, or excuse me, what was formerly Allbirds and is now Newbird AI. Allbirds was previously a shoe company. It was once valued at $4 billion and then recently sold for $39 million. They crushed it. They really, they did it. That's big business, baby. And because this was a failing brand, they made a pivot, or they announced a pivot 2 days ago that they were going to become an AI-focused company. And the second they made that announcement, their stocks shot up 400% and have only continued to climb. And keep in mind, this is a company that has nothing. They fired like all of their employees from what I can tell. They got rid of all their shoes. They don't manufacture anything or have anything. And they haven't even begun with anything AI outside of an announcement saying, we're going to pivot to AI. So right now, people are golden showering them with tons of money off of just a thought. Literally the concept of an idea for this company, and they changed their name to Newbird AI. That is how out of control this fucking mass psychosis around AI is, where people just instantly throw all of their money, dump in their wallet at the computer screen just because a brand said the word AI. A brand which, by the way, is not successful. Again, they sold a $4 billion company for $39 million because it went straight into the shitter over the last, I don't even know how many years. You see the shoe company pivoting to AI and the stock jumped 800%. Allbird. I didn't look into that, but I kept seeing that pop up on tons of headlines. Basically, it was a complete failure of a shoe company, and then they made this announcement that they're going all in on AI to get a bunch of, I don't even know what it was, GPUs, and selling computation power to AI services or something. And then all of a sudden everyone just pumped their stock. I don't know, I didn't look into it. But yeah, this felt like a very interesting thing. Allbirds shares soar on a very 2026 pivot to AI. Shares of Allbirds, the 2010s pioneer of trendy sneakers, I've never heard of them, and eco-conscious millennial marketing took flight in an almost comical fashion Wednesday morning after the company announced an extremely 2026 pivot, abandoning its environmental agenda and getting into the AI business. Literally every company on the planet. The stock, which had been in the gutter since November 2021, shot up more than 600%, closed at $14.50, up 582% from Tuesday's close. Catalyst came from Allbirds' announcement that the company, once valued at $4 billion, would soon reemerge as a new entity with a focus on AI. What? No one's ever done this! Oh, I see why everyone started pumping it. Wow, nobody's doing that. What the fuck? Can you do that? Oh my god! Wow! Essentially, it's going to buy and rent out computing power to tech startups? It's genius. Whoa! The shift comes just weeks after Allbirds sold its footwear assets and branding to American Exchange Group, which specializes in selling licensed fashion accessories with already existing recognizable brand names for just $39 million. Oh, I bet this company's gonna kill it in AI, though. They took a $4 billion business and sold it for $39 million. NFT bros are coming in their little trousers right now with those kind of returns. That's fucking business, baby! That's the kind of company that's gonna be trailblazing in AI. Again, a highly underutilized market. No one's touching AI right now. They're bucking the trend. They're going where no brands dare to go. Into an AI pivot? Fuck! These guys are brave. These guys are so brave. Allbirds, which will be rechristened Newbird AI. Oh, God, that hurts. Eek. Yikes. Terrible name. New Bird AI. Ooh, more like No Bitches AI. Yikes. Said it executed a $50 million deal with an unnamed institutional investor to acquire high-performance GPU assets to begin transitioning into a fully integrated GPU as a service. Yes! Oh, I can't wait to hear who this unnamed investor is. Dead Parrot. Despite the stock's sudden surge, though, Allbirds remains a shell of its former self. Market value was shy of 150 mil at Wednesday's closing bell. Worth underscoring, the sneakers to AI pivot is not exactly part of the standard corporate playbook, and the novelty may have amplified investors' early enthusiasm. Investors, these are just brainless drones, man. These are actual, just like, hype goblins seeking out any kind of quick pump and dump. Investors, my fucking left butt cheek. I might short this. I'm not like a big stock guy, but this feels like the easiest, safest short of all time. Am I crazy? I feel like everyone's doing that now, though, so it probably won't work. I imagine genuinely everyone is shorting this right now. This is just so baloney. This is just such barnacles. Still not as annoying as Crypto Bros, but it's damn close. I would say it's getting to Crypto Bro level. Like, very... Like, you're right, I think Crypto Bro's still more cringe, but this is, like, right there. Like, one little fucking pube away from that level of cringe. Because it's every company. Genuinely all of them. This is a failing shoe company that all of a sudden just said, okay, we're pulling the emergency lever, AI, and then they're just getting showered with money. Apparently, Allbird was a Kickstarter company that sold shoes made with recycled sugarcane and eucalyptus. Ironically, Time magazine even praised their shoes because it reduced carbon emissions. And now look at them, fully pivoting into AI, the antithesis of that. You'll love to see it. It's a feel-good story. The name may have changed, but the values are still there. Allbird lives on in New Bird AI. Saving the world. One grok bikini photo at a time. The shift is notable for another reason. Allbirds' low-profile, sustainable, wool-based shoes quickly became the Silicon Valley wardrobe staple when they launched in 2016. Arguably the peak of the lowercase L liberal do-gooder era of retail. What the hell is that? What the fuck is that? When marketers convinced upwardly mobile office workers that they could simply shop their way to low-carbon, zero-waste future they believed was in reach. Okay, that I remember. That's what they call it? I haven't heard that term. Allbirds were more than sneakers. They were political statements, alerting wearers' status to fellow members of the coastal millennial techno-optimist tribe. Oh my god. What the fuck am I... This can't be real. This is so embarrassing. What? Yes, I consider myself something of a techno-optimist. You can tell by the shoes on my feet. You and I feel we'll get along. This narwhal does bacon at midnight, thanks for asking. Now, the go-to tech worker accessory has become the tech itself, and the tech itself is just the abstract promise of compute to power AI products that aren't exactly turning a profit yet. But any day now they will. That's the good thing about it. They're actually going to be spitting and shitting money. It's coming, and it's going to trickle down to the rest of us. It always does. That doesn't mean the new brand New Bird AI is doomed, but it does illustrate Silicon Valley and Wall Street's seeming willingness to reward any company that slaps the words artificial intelligence into its pitch decks. True. Very true. It's a virus. A genuine fucking virus. Underscoring just how much has changed since Allbird's heyday, the new company also plans to abandon its foundational commitments to environmental conservation. What? I can't believe it! The AI company is now abandoning environmental conservation efforts? How? Why, I never! The company, which one touted sustainability in every step, was established as a certified B Corp, or a for-profit business with higher than usual standards for its social and environmental impact. But its new business is a notoriously energy-intensive process, so the company plans to ask shareholders next month to approve a charter amendment to remove references to the company being operated for the environmental conservation public benefit, according to the regulatory filing, which will be approved. No doubt. After seeing the stock pump, no doubt. To be sure, Allbirds' footwear business hadn't been going great lately. I certainly never heard of it. The company stumbled as it grew rapidly, opening dozens of stores across multiple continents, but failing to move enough inventory to make them profitable. Allbirds has gone from being a high flyer to a dead parrot. Yeah, I mean, they sold a $4 billion business for 39 mil. That's like phase stock. That's brutal. Genuinely brutal. The reason for the lack of traction was that Allbirds' sustainability pitch has never been a key consideration for most footwear consumers who are more concerned about style, price, and comfort. When in doubt, pivot. Allbird is hardly the first to do a full 180 to chase momentum around new tech. It's also not uncommon for such pivots to signify a bit of irrational exuberance in the market. Take one-time soft drink maker Long Island Iced Tea Corp., which capitalized on the crypto craze of 2017 to rebrand as a blockchain technology company, even renaming itself Long Blockchain. What? While the initial pivot sent the stock up 380%, it didn't quite work out in the long run. The Securities and Exchange Commission charged 3 people with insider trading. The company never became an operational player in blockchain tech, and its shares were delisted in 2021. I had no clue. I never even heard that. Well, that's positive historical data to pull from for new bird investors. It's looking good. The future's looking bright. Surely AI compute infrastructure won't go the way of crypto craze and NFTs. Wouldn't do that. Showing no signs of it. And as the tide has turned for crypto, several Bitcoin mining firms have restructured themselves to focus on AI infrastructure instead, but the extreme market reaction to Allbirds' move may be without precedent. Motivation behind the corporate pivot is sensible, the market reaction less so. A 6x or 7x move for a company that is literally ditching its prior business model for one in which it has no demonstrated expertise says quite a bit about a market froth and investor willingness to chase moves. Yeah, because these people don't care. These worms, they do not care. If it says AI, they will put their money into it. They won't give it even a second of thought. Silicon Valley, the article, heard like 50 buzzwords and multiple nothing statements. Pretty much. I mean, pretty much. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just trying to dump the bag onto someone else. That was the entire NFT pitch. Dump the bag onto someone else. Don't be the last one holding the bag, dick in your hand. And that is exactly the same shit that's happening right now. And see what's going on with New Bird. Have they even begun doing anything besides this partnership with an unnamed investor for $50 million to acquire high-performance GPUs? This could be anyone. They might have partnered with God to just manifest infinite high-performance GPUs for New Bird AI. I'm excited to see who it is. Can't wait. Don't these guys make running shoes? Not anymore. That's for the birds. That's caveman shit. They now make nothing. Literally nothing, by the way. They actually don't have anything. They have a statement. They have literally an idea. The idea of them doing something that literally every other company on the planet is doing. Guys, we're no longer making anything. Instead, AI. Thoughts, money, thoughts, money. And they have nothing to show. There's nothing. Tim Brown, co-founder and co-chairman of Allbird. Go to the Allbird subreddit top. Apparently they fired all their employees 2 months ago with only a 3-hour notice. So do they not have any employees? So now it's a company that has no employees, and the founder just said, AI! We're AI now. Now we're New Bird AI. And people are giving him money. Is that actually what's happening? Well, maybe he's going to have ChatGPT run it for him. ChatGPT is going to be his sole employee. Dear team, I'm writing to share difficult news. After careful consideration, we have made the difficult decision to permanently close a number of our U.S. full-price retail stores, which includes your store. Consequently, January 26 marks your last day of employment. Despite great efforts, these stores have not achieved sustainable performance. This is not a reflection of your effort or execution. The work was meaningful and impactful, but not sufficient to reach our objective. So sorry to hear about this, OP. Allbirds did not handle this well at all. I'm an Allbirds nerd, and this is really making me reconsider continuing to buy their products. Well, good news, you don't even have to consider it because they don't have any products anymore. They got rid of all their products in order to have nothing. But you can invest in the concept of a business that has the word AI attached to it. So, all in all, a net win. From nothing to nothing. Started from the bottom, and the bottom is where it stays, but with a new name. Investing in thoughts and shit. So true. Actually, so true. Tim Brown said a thought he had in his head, and I liked it. So here's a lot of money invested in his company, even though there's nothing there. It's not even really a company at the moment. There's a marketing trend that's existed for far too long now. It's been years, and it's more cringe than when all companies tried to use Gangnam Style to promote their brand. It's this fixation on diluting all logos to just be bold text with the company name, just this minimalist garbage where it removes all fun and whimsy and personality and completely erases all creativity of logos and just reduces them to the company name on a very bland color. It's like the most sterile shit ever. It's not interesting. I think it super sucks, but this has been the norm for corpo dog shit for a while. I still think the most infamous example is when Staples made an entire E3 press conference to unveil their new logo, where they removed the iconic Staples logo to make this. And then they had, like, paid shills in the audience going, yeah! Whee! All over, like, this Staples logo unveiling, which, again, nobody cares about. It's a worse logo. All you've done is just make a worse logo. And now Cracker Barrel has finally followed suit where they redesigned their logo, and man, did it hit them hard where it hurts the most. Right in their fucking precious nutsack of money. Pretty much overnight, they lost roughly $100 million in value. Their stock took a nosedive into the shitter here. And of course, plenty of people make the argument, it's just a logo, this is so overblown and unnecessary, it's not that big of a deal. And I guess I can kind of understand that, but I also understand why so many people are fed up with the enshittification of things. Like, everything seems to like be going in this direction where it gets boiled down to like the same generic sludge where everything has to be the most bland, sane-y poop ass. Like, it's just so unnecessary. Like, changing that logo and making it simpler does nothing for Cracker Barrel or for anybody. It's just a waste of time and resources. And there is more to it. It's not just the logo. They are like redoing the menu. They're redoing the restaurants as well. The idea is they want to make it the Cracker Barrel of today and tomorrow is the verbiage that the CEO used. She actually went and did an interview with Good Morning America where she affirms that Cracker Barrel is really happy with how everything's going and that the response has actually been overwhelmingly positive. I don't know if they're just filter feeding her like 5 like tweets on Twitter that are like, actually this is good. And they're like, yes, we're going in the right direction. But they don't seem at all shocked or rocked or even slightly perturbed that their stock has just nosedived after unveiling the new logo and the plans to like redesign and redo certain elements of Cracker Barrel.
Well, remember, the heart and soul of Cracker Barrel is going to stay the same. And so today we're actually launching a new campaign called All the More, which really highlights how people feel about Cracker Barrel. It's bigger than just a meal. We've got a retail shop. You're going to get great country hospitality with our scratch-made food in our restaurants. And that's really what this campaign celebrates. So we've enlisted a little bit of help from a guy named Jordan Davis. Maybe you've heard of him. He's got a new single and album out, and he's in our ad and is the voice of it as well. And it really, again, just highlights those things that make Cracker Barrel Cracker Barrel.
I know everyone's all excited about Hollow Knight Silksong around the corner, but I tell you what, I am chomping at the bit to get a piece of that Cracker Barrel ad campaign with Jordan Davis being the hired spokesperson for it. I can't wait. That's exciting. Yippee. Thanks so much for sharing. Basically, this whole interview is her just trying to reassure people that the Cracker Barrel they love is going nowhere, even though they are redoing the inside of the restaurant, even though they are changing the menu and redoing some of the dishes, even though they are changing the logo, and even though they have redesigned their philosophy to be more about the Cracker Barrel of today and tomorrow as opposed to the Cracker Barrel of the past. But other than that, like, everything's exactly the same.
Is the food changing?
The food. Well, here's what I'll say about that. Innovation has proven to be really great at Cracker Barrel. People are loving our new menu items. We're reinvigorating our dinner menu.
And a lot of restaurants are leaning and going back to nostalgia, things that the customers are really comfortable with.
We never left it.
Yeah, you never left it, but you're changing up. You're kind of going a different direction. Why is that your strategy?
Yeah, because the Cracker Barrel needs to feel like the Cracker Barrel for today and for tomorrow. And again, the things that you love are still there. We need people to choose us, and we want people to choose us because people love this brand.
People love this brand, which is why we're changing it. It's just, I don't know, it feels really contradictory because, like, this is all about her saying, like, no, everything that makes Cracker Barrel is going to stay the same, you know? We never left nostalgia. Except we are leaving nostalgia. We're modernizing. Like, her whole spiel here, like the entire pitch, is about why the modernization of Cracker Barrel is a good thing and it's the right direction to go for the company. The changing of the menu, the new food, bringing back like some old food. She mentioned like a meal is coming back, or I don't recognize the meal by name. I've only been to Cracker Barrel like maybe 10 times in my life, actually all of which have been a pretty decent dining experience. I've never actually had like a really bad time at Cracker Barrel. It is kind of cute as like this old-timey experience. But what she's insisting is like that experience will still be there, but modernized. But that clashes. I don't know how you could modernize an old school, like old style experience. Like that would clash by its very nature, I would think. Like if you're improving the food, great. I never had any big complaints about the food at Cracker Barrel, but if you want to introduce more high quality cuisine options and just upgrade it, that's fine by me. Let it rip. I just don't know why that also means you have to redesign like the entire like brand identity and whatever. To me, it reminds me of what video games have also been doing for a while now, which I fucking hate, and I'm always the first to spit on this, where a new entry into a franchise will have the same name as another entry in the franchise, and it grinds my ass so hard. Like Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. That's actually 6 games I just named right there, because there's 2 of each, and they are so different. So Call of Duty Modern Warfare is different from Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is different from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is different from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Like, you see the problem? Like, I hate that shit. I'm going off on a different tangent. Stop me now before I start getting out of control with the ranting. Point is, Cracker Barrel feels to me like it's doing that same thing, where it's taking Cracker Barrel and introducing Cracker Barrel 2025 on it, which is different. But she's insisting that it's the same, so what's the point in trying to present it as different? Like, just go ahead and make a marketing push that's like, hey, we upgraded our food, we changed these things around, we added new things to the gift shop, some more modern items, we repainted things inside to brighten it up, that kind of thing, whatever. Another thing she mentioned is they're changing the chairs to make more comfortable chairs. Big thumbs up for me. I actually hated the chairs at Cracker Barrel sometimes. My ass is a little bony, so sitting on those chairs is a little uncomfortable for an extended period of time. So changing the chairs there, great idea. Does that also mean that it needs to come with like this whole push of like, Cracker Barrel's new? We've changed the logo and everything. I don't think so, but that's the trend of business these days, where even like the slightest change, you need to introduce the sequel. Like Overwatch. Overwatch 2. We've done almost nothing, and we're calling it Overwatch 2. This is the sequel. It shit sucks. It's just super useless. Like, that's kind of like the DNA that I feel from this Cracker Barrel logo change and like this whole push about like the refreshing of Cracker Barrel. I think ultimately it probably won't change that much, but they have changed the logo. So immediately people will recognize it as something different, even if she's insisting it's going to be the same experience. And I think the logo is worse. It follows another trend I hate of these really boring minimalist logos. I think there's nothing fun or creative about it. It sucks a lot of life out of a brand. It just seems like a huge waste of resources to take a logo that everyone can immediately identify and take everything out of it to just be the name, and then try and present like, Cracker Barrel 2 is here. This is the refresh. But also, it's like the exact same experience that you've always remembered. Don't worry, everything you love about Cracker Barrel is still there. Okay, well then why did you redo the logo, and why are you calling it this huge refresh? It's just, I don't know. It feels super sloppy to me. I'm not surprised to see people aren't really responding well to it. It's worthless.
What if all the customers are coming at you hard enough about the look of the restaurant and they want to go back to the old way? Would you do it?
Honestly, the feedback's been overwhelmingly positive that people like what we're doing. I'll give you another soundbite. I actually happened to be in Orlando last week with all of our managers. We bring them together and every other year. And the number one question that I got asked, Michael, was, how can I get a remodel? When can I get a remodel? How do I get on the list?
Oh, really?
So because the feedback and the buzz is so good, not only from our customers, but from our team members. They want to work in a wonderful restaurant. So
sure, that's all fine and dandy, but it is not really representative of everyone's perception of this redesign and this refresh. Like, you can anecdotally talk about the managers in Orlando shaking you like, when can we get a remodel? And use that as an indicator that you're going in the right direction, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Like, I feel like, and of course I'm not in the board meetings here, but I feel like you could point to the stock price correlating with when the logo design dropped, and then also couple with all of the feedback you can publicly see from everyone, including your loyal customers, and probably make the assumption that maybe there's more people unsatisfied with this than we're thinking. Like, they're currently writing it off as a vocal minority, but I feel like it's probably a pretty large group of people that isn't really excited about this. Of course, plenty of people that are upset about it are people that never eat at Cracker Barrel and probably never would have stepped foot in one in the first place. But there also are definitely some customers that probably are a bit turned off here because it's following the trend of every other business that is diluting everything that they've built into just being like generic slop looking. Even if that's not the case here with Cracker Barrel, people have already seen this song and dance from plenty of other businesses over the years that a lot of people are just tired of it in general. Now, what I will say is I don't think this will last long. Not like the logo and everything and the refresh. I'm sure they will fully commit to that, and that will probably be the norm from this point going forward for Cracker Barrel for a long time. What I don't think is going to last a while, what I think is ephemeral, is people avoiding Cracker Barrel and the stock plummeting. I think this will follow the trend of most shit where once it stops being flavor of the month, people will just go back to business as usual and they'll eat at Cracker Barrel when convenient or with their grandparents or something. Like, they're not going to be canceling trips to Cracker Barrel a week from now. So I'm sure it'll probably rebound to some extent or even completely. Maybe it ends up being successful for them. I don't know. I just don't think it's going to stay like this from this point going forward. But I guess I could be wrong about that. Maybe people are just like, you know what, fuck Cracker Barrel for this, and they're done with it. That's possible. I just find it unlikely because that almost never happens. For any business, really. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about this. That's about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Dead Space 3. Let's do this shit. I just restarted from last save. Now we're sustaining heavy fire during the cutscene. Get down, gentlemen. The enemy has a lock on our position. We've got to find cover quick. We're sitting ducks out here. Do these bullets not concern any of you? Oh, fuck. Didn't mean to pause the action. This is not laser tag, assholes. These are bullets. They can make you feel pain. Don't tell them to calm down, Norton. There's a squad of hostile Wookiee snipers outside our position. Isaac just gave the bullets a hug. His titties just devoured the whole clip. Danik, I don't give a shit about your shitting plan. We should be focusing on retaliation, or relocation, or global lubrication. Goodness gracious. Shake it off, bitch. A little bump on the cranium should be the least of your concerns. We're standing in the middle of Skynet target practice. Will somebody shoot this pile of ass cheeks? He's standing there blasting his shitter around. It should be an easy shot. Don't point your noodle fingers at me. Go fuck yourself. Oh no, look out, he's got a gun. We're only being shot by 100 more of those in the background. Don't be afraid of him, Norton. You're already being shot at and you're doing just fine. Oh, what the fuck? Isaac's true form has been revealed. Oh shit. Jeepers creepers, it's the Headless Horseman. Oh fuck. I don't think that bullet made a difference. He was missing an arm, leg, and head. I think he just bled out. Grenade out. Torso inbound. There we go. Isaac is in his ultimate form. He is digivolved into Isaac Legsmon. Thanks for the gun. I'm ready, Captain. I got clothesline. Be advised, the enemy is using anti-lower body ammunition. Proceed with caution. What an incredible metamorphosis. He goes into the cutscene as a man, and he leaves as the most powerful legs in the universe.
Alright, man. This new tactic that they're pulling out for the Epstein files that they're really digging in deep in the John Madden playbook for is unbelievably ridiculous, even by the standards the circus has already set. This is like if I pissed on your head, but didn't even try and call it rain, I just called it piss. I just say, hey Buster, I'm urinating on you, and you're just supposed to like thank me for it. Last night there was a big bombshell breaking. All Epstein files released. Pam Bondi announces DOJ has released all Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, including justified redactions and a list of high-profile names appearing in these documents. When I saw that fresh little nugget drop there, I actually thought that there was a huge Epstein file dump where they actually did unredact everything. Maybe Pam Bondi getting biblically smacked down at that hearing the other day and embarrassing herself actually did lead to these files coming out, the remainder of them. But it turns out that's just a fucking lie. That's just a big-time, full-blown fib. And of course, it was a speed run to community note it as people went to check, only to learn there are no new files. What's being referred to here are the same files that came out a few weeks ago, the 3.5 million files from a couple weeks ago. And now the new thing here is, I guess after Pam Bondi got fucking farmed on Rust by anyone with even a single semblance of a brain at that hearing, she huffed and puffed and then farted out a giant list of names from anyone that was even mentioned anywhere, which includes people like Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17. So this has naturally been called out by a lot of people saying, to have Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17, in the same list as Larry Nassar, who went to prison for the sexual abuse of hundreds of young women and child pornography, with no clarification of how either was mentioned in the files, is absurd, which it is. It's done on purpose with the sole intent of confusing and muddying everything here. They combined the actual, real, evil child sex trafficking clients with just random people's names who appeared in emails like Janis Joplin. This is ridiculous, and it's just blatantly corrupt right in your face. There is no new files here. That is just a lie. Yet for some reason, it's being peddled by tons of people as if it's real. I guess they all got the call, so Alex Jones here preaching about how Pam Bondi just unleashed the full Epstein files. She dropped her trousers and took a shit on this whole narrative that the Epstein files implicate anyone in this administration. In fact, it backfired bigly on the left, on powerful Dems like Bill Clinton. And others busted, while fake smears against Trump are bullshit. Vindication for Trump. It's crazy how Alex Jones, for years, was talking about this elite pedophile ring that was raping and torturing and killing children, and now he is finally proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be right. He was completely correct on that, and now he has to pussyfoot around the subject, just tiptoeing, walking on eggshells because some of his friends are in there. Dude went from secretly filming Bohemian Grove to being best buddies with its members. So now, we all know that this is correct. Alex Jones could have taken a victory lap on this shit, but instead he's been preoccupied with 6'7" Labubu and whatever other dog shit that is, and anytime he mentions the Epstein files, he has to do so with Trump's cock in his throat about it. He only focuses on those easy, low-hanging fruit of the Epstein files like Bill Clinton. Alex Jones explores the Epstein files like this with his hands over his eyes, really scared, making sure to put on the blinders so he could block out all of his friends' names, so he can laser focus on easy shit like Bill Clinton, who everybody knows is guilty in all of this. Real groundbreaking stuff, Goober. It's incredible what a paid shill this guy is. And I just saw he's doing like a press tour about how all of this is the result of Trump, by the way. He went in there and said, you gotta release this now. It's time we fucking release everything unredacted. No more, softball in it. As if Trump was the reason this happened. Even after, for a whole year, Trump has been saying it's a hoax. It's not real. Move on, move on, move on. We gotta stop caring about this Epstein stuff. Does anyone still care about this? No one in America cares about this. Yeah, Alex, I'm sure Trump is the one that went in there and really strong-armed the release of anything. And again, Alex Jones is saying all the files are released now. That is just provably false. That is not true. There are no new files that Pam Bondi just released, Alex. It should be obvious to anyone paying attention, or even just a smidgen of attention. You don't even have to, have your eyes glued to it or anything. Even just glancing should be pretty clear, painting an obvious picture that the powers that be are using Alex Jones as a very convenient mouthpiece to regurgitate their shit and defend them and do a lot of sweeping for them. We are in an era where you have this information at your fingertips, and they are telling you, disregard what your eyes can see and listen to us and nothing else. It's so fucking scary because people are willingly doing it. You can check yourself to see if there are new files that dropped, and it only takes a couple of seconds to get the real answer. No new files have dropped. You can find the truth yourself, and it takes seconds. And they know that, so they're relying on you just being too lazy and too blind and too much of a sheep so they can just feed you things and have you believe them without bothering to check. So they can just lie and say that Pam Bondi just unleashed the nuke on Epstein. All of it's right there, and it's only Democrats. Look at that. Backfired bigly. And you won't bother to check it yourself. It's craziness, and it sucks that it works so well. If you do bother to do any amount of actual research on the Epstein files, you'll find it's more than just Democrats. It's Democrats and it's Republicans. It's a ton of the world's most powerful people that have engaged in some of the most unthinkable, evil actions imaginable. And these monsters, these fucking worms, treat it like a joke. CoffeeZilla just made a video on it. Howard Lutnick in particular, he's always busting a gut laughing anytime Epstein's even brought up.
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceive the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the island of the creep and brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up, this guy can't stop chuckling. Here's Lutnick laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just going to get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen.
They are literally laughing in your face about it. They know they're getting away with it. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's just so brazen, like CoffeeZilla said. And then you have people like Alex Jones that are just parroting that same shit like, everyone's absolved except for the people we don't like. And also, by the way, even if it was only the people you don't like that are implicated here and guilty, why aren't they being arrested? Ask yourself that question. Why aren't the people like Bill Clinton being arrested? Why is nobody getting arrested for the Epstein files? I know I've already said this, but even if the only people that were guilty in here are the people you personally don't like, why wouldn't Trump and this administration be going fucking full throttle, whole hog at them, trying to throw them in the slammer? Food for thought, I suppose. Perhaps it's because they know if they went down, it would put them at risk too, because it's not just the people you don't like. You are just so focused on the ones you don't like that you'll block out all of the other shit. You will not use your own fucking brain. Now, another big thing that's come out that it seems like a lot of mainstream media and a lot of Twitter personalities refuse to speak on is Epstein's potential ties to Israel. It's very weird. Yet no one really seems to want to talk about that connection. Why is that? I just find it odd how you have so many Twitter patriots and mainstream outlets that just outright ignore this potential connection of Epstein and Israel. And Israel is a very important subject in American politics, it seems. Politicians can't stop praising them, glazing them, and Trump in particular, his mouth has become a glory hole for Netanyahu. So don't you think it would be something worth talking about and investigating if there is potentially a tie between Epstein and Israel? I mean, I feel like that would be something that a lot of people would want to know more information about to find out if it's true or not or what's going on there. Because again, every politician in this country, this administration and even previous administrations love to bend over for Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked every day to do that.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel and bring home Israelis and make sure we stand by our number one ally in Israel.
That's right. What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel. Defense of Israel.
What is number one?
I have said to people when they ask me if this Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid, and I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental to who we, fundamental
Miriam Adelson is amazing. What she has done for Israel, for our country, and for this world is second to none. Thank you, my friend. The sad truth is, for way too long, anti-Semitism has been allowed to grow unchecked in this country. Too many institutions have abdicated their moral responsibility to speak up.
There's an additional 100 clips I probably could have pulled, but these were the ones that were top of mind, and I think it's pretty clear that Israel is an extremely important subject to the powerful politicians in this country. Fucking Ted Cruz goes as far as to say it's the sole reason he got into politics is to defend them. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't know how that's not treasonous. He is a representative in our country who is openly stating that his priorities are a foreign entity. Whatever, I guess. I suppose that's fine by today's standards. I don't really get how. And boy howdy, isn't that Nancy Pelosi statement quite the eye-opener. Even if everything crumbles over here, we will still find a way to honor our aid to Israel. We'll start botting in RuneScape if that's what it takes to make enough money to send it to Israel. Damn everything else here, that's the most important part. Pretty crazy shit, I would think. I feel like maybe I'm on the crack pipe here, but that should be a little concerning that the politicians that are supposed to be representing this country seem much more focused on the interests of another. But anyway, my point is, with the release of all of these Epstein files, even though hundreds of the files are just completely worthless garbage that are fully fucking redacted, just nothings, there is still a lot that remains that showcases a potential connection of Epstein and Israel. Now, of course, nothing's confirmed or anything, but shouldn't that at least warrant some kind of investigation, at least some kind of poking around? This administration is very blunt about how little they care about the Epstein files. They literally say that. Trump always talks about how no one should care about this and move on. And also, they're very open about, we're probably not going to look to investigate anything. There's nothing actionable in there. Whoops-a-daisy. Can't do anything about it. Sorry. And, of course, Perjury Patel just continues to lie about it. But anyone that actually takes a peek at it should at least find it odd that a lot of these outlets, like journalist outlets, a lot of politicians, and a lot of the paid shills online are not talking about the Epstein-Israel connection in any capacity whatsoever. And when they do talk about Epstein as a potential spy, they always make a mention of CIA, or, maybe not being a CIA spy, but never going as far as to talk about a potential connection to Israel. That should be very weird. Why is that something no one would talk about when Israel is such a huge piece of this country, apparently? Why wouldn't that be something that would be more discussed by the mainstream? It's all so blatantly corrupt. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this latest lie. That's really about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
There's a very popular trend in modern horror movies where you make them suck as much shit as possible and they're just entirely forgettable. Luckily, that's not the case with it. I really enjoyed the first one from start to finish. I thought it did a great job in its horror elements as well as its comedy. The comedy really stood out to me because when you go to a Stephen King movie adaptation, the only comedy you're usually getting is unintentional because they suck some fat fucking asshole. That wasn't the case with it, and it really stood out to me. I really enjoyed it. I think it was a very solid horror movie and just a really purely enjoyable movie start to finish. It Chapter 2 had its work cut out for it to really follow that up. And it did a great job, and a lot of it boils down to just incredible casting. Bill Hader as Richie absolutely fucking annihilates the role. He is a really, really talented actor, as well as James Ranson, the one who plays the adult Eddie. And he's basically as if the kid actor grew to a 40-year-old man in the 2 years it took in between this movie and the last one. It's like the same goddamn guy. It's as if you actually are watching the kid in an adult's body. They act the same, they basically sound the same, and they even fucking look the same. It's wild. I don't know if James Ranson's the young child actor's father or something, but it's fucking wild how similar they are. But there's no bad characters or anything like that. I just thought those two really shined in my opinion because once again in an area I didn't expect it to be great in, comedy, it fucking nailed. I didn't think they could make it happen twice. I didn't think you could take Stephen King's work and make it intentionally humorous twice and have it land, but they fucking did it. And I respect that because it made me laugh a couple times. I thought it was just really well written there. As far as the horror elements go, I actually think they're weaker in this movie than the first one, and I didn't even think the first one nailed horror to a certain degree. It did it decently enough, but it's kind of a double-edged sword because you have them going on this mission of finding themselves and what they want to be, what they're hiding, what they've forgotten, and you don't really put a whole lot of horror into it. Yes, in all of their situations, Pennywise is there kind of fucking it up and making them face it head on, trying to bring out the fear. I get that, but it's just not very effective. It's far more emotional, I'd say. And also in some of these arcs, the CGI hurts it. Like there's some downright goofy looking CGI moments where, you're sitting on a bench and all of a sudden you got like a fucking CGI kaiju lumberjack wielding like some type of World of Warcraft item as a fucking weapon coming at you. And it looks kind of like a video game cutscene. It's not believable. It's just really silly. And that's a little disappointing, but if it was going for silly, it nailed it. And it's hard to tell because the movie is self-aware in certain places, but then you have this whole thing that's kind of like, this is supposed to be scary, but it's not. And that comes out pretty hard at the end, which I'll talk about in a minute. I'll get into spoilers just to kind of make my point, and I'll let you know well before I get into there, but I'd really like to get that out. Another thing I really appreciated about the movie is that it wasn't afraid to shy away from being brutal again, like the first one. I always appreciate that, because in a lot of modern horror movies, even if they are R-rated, their idea of being brutal is, here's some severed arms and here's some severed legs. They don't really show how it gets to that point or what goes on. It shows you all of that shit, and I guess I can appreciate that to a certain degree just because most modern horror movies are so pussified, just very pussied. They're just not, they don't have any bite to them. At least I think in its deaths and brutal shit, it goes kind of hard in that department. And I really just don't have a whole lot of negative things to say about this. The comedy landed when there was elements to try and make you creeped out. It sometimes worked, though it never really felt earned with enough tension built up for it. But it was always fun to see. I think the It franchise has a unique advantage where it can show you all types of fun stuff. It's not locked into just like paranormal shit where a chair is moving weirdly or somebody's possessed and they're walking around like fucking Frankenstein's monster hands out. It shows you a lot of cool shit. You have a clown just fucking with you and showing you some really cool shit, and I really enjoyed that, even if it wasn't all that scary. Now, at the end of the movie, now I am going to get into spoilers, just a few spoilers, forewarning if you want to avoid that. The end of the movie gets downright very silly to me. I think the CGI with Pennywise the spider doesn't really work all that well. It looks like some low-budget Dead Space shit to me. I didn't think that was very intimidating, and I really don't like that trope of, he's been omniscient this whole time, and now all of a sudden characters can kind of sneak around to the side of him while he's distracted slapping at a wall. Yeah, this entire movie, he knows everything going on everywhere about every single one of these characters. Now, when they infiltrate his lair at the very end, he has no idea where they're going or what's going on. That makes no sense. That's when he should be strongest, right? And if he can't, read their minds like he has been able to, all he had to do was, out of his fucking peripherals, he would have seen people sneaking around to his right and maybe acted sooner and stopped them in their tracks. It's just a horror movie trope, I suppose. And I also thought when they defeat him, it looked extremely easy, and it's something he should have expected, because it's kind of what they fucking did in the first one already. They basically just defeat him by insulting him. Hey, your dick's small. You're just a clown. You're just a small clown. You're a clown, you're a clown, you're a clown. He starts shrinking and shrinking. Oh no, you're hurting my feelings. I'm big, no. And then they crush his heart, and that's the end of it. It's underwhelming. And I know that's how, I understand it follows the book a bit. I didn't read the book, but I understand that this shit happens in the book as well. So I get it, but, as when they were younger, you can excuse it because it's kids doing it. It's very different when you have 40-year-old men and women doing it. Like, you're a clown, you're small, fuck your stupid dumb stuff, and he's shrinking. It's just a little goofier, and it really wasn't that threatening at the end, in my opinion, especially after, you have 2 movies to build up a final showdown, and you get it like that, where it just ends up a roast, really shitty roast. Just kind of underwhelming. That's my only, actual huge complaint, just because I felt that was just not very good. But putting that aside, let's plug It Chapter 2 into the Moist meter. I'm giving It Chapter 2 a nice 80%. I think it is a very enjoyable movie with a lot to offer anyone. It has a very long runtime, but I think it's warranted. I think there's enough substance in the movie. I think nothing really feels overly rushed, and I just really enjoyed it start to finish. A very solid horror flick that's surprisingly humorous. That's about it. See ya.
Well, The Boys finale aired, and it's pretty much exactly what I was anticipating. Really underwhelming. The whole final season was unfortunately disappointing. Just a really weak finale, especially for all of the build-up that we've had for years now, and then, like, this season was billed as, Homelander's snapping, it's about to be nuts to butts, there might even be fucking boobies blowing up all over the place, everyone's fucked, that kind of thing. And yet this whole final season felt like the smallest version of The Boys so far. They took something that was, like, really big in scale and, like, dialed it into something much tinier and teenier. It's just, I don't get it. So, like, I won't regurgitate all the points I was making for the first 6 episodes. Instead, I'm just going to focus mainly on the ending, but a little bit of some of the stuff I hated as well with episode 7 getting into it. So let's just dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs. Where do I even begin? I think one of the biggest flops here was, like, the introduction of V1. I don't think it actually did anything. I think it is solely there to set up Vought Rising. When Homelander does get V1, nothing changes. In fact, it feels like it even depowers him. So V1, that's how the Soldier Boy and that original troop are able to survive the virus that was supposed to be like the, basically kill switch for Soups. It doesn't work on Soldier Boy because of the V1, so then that becomes Homelander's new goal for most of the season to get the V1. Then he gets it, and then he wants to make an amusement park. So now we have an immortal Homelander who should be, like, in prime killing capacity. He's already snapped, views himself as God, and then does nothing. Actually nothing. And in the final fight, he feels significantly weaker than any other time we've ever seen him. So the experimentation on Kimiko to get her to have the Soldier Boy blast, which basically turns Soups into normal average Joe Schmoes, he knows this, and while fighting for his life, he's been nerfed. It's like he's playing on, like, EU servers or something with lag. He is slow. He is not powerful. His laser eyes, which we have seen him actually cut Kimiko in half with, don't do anything to her. Like, he's not able to even, like, cut her in half anymore. Even though he uses his laser eyes directly on Kimiko, it doesn't, like, pierce her chest, cut her in half, damage her in any way. She just takes it and then gets up like she got hit with a water balloon. So why is he so much weaker now when he has V1 as well? This should be like a, Armageddon type situation, but they're treating him like a joke. And I don't mind, like, the final team up of Butcher plus Ryan against Homelander. I think that's very satisfying. And Kimiko being the one to have that blast, I think makes sense. I wasn't like, that came out of nowhere and feels shitty. I was like, okay, I could see that. It makes sense, especially with, Frenchie dying beforehand. I think that ties it together and works. But what doesn't work is how weak Homelander is. It feels really lame. Especially when you consider a couple scenes before their final showdown, he took a guy to space like that. It was like an instant transmission from Dragon Ball Z. He had a guy, he didn't really fuck with him, so he grabbed him, he shot up into the sky, and then came right back down, and when asked what happened, he said, oh, he's an astronaut, so I took him to space. Why couldn't he fly like that when his life depended on it? Why in the final fight, in the couple of times he tried to fly away, was it like me on a tricycle trying to get away? I don't get it. So truly, I just don't think the V1 did anything meaningful to the plot of The Boys. Like, it gets introduced at the final season here, completely changes the trajectory of everything that had been building, because now we have another new side quest, another new doodad we're gonna have to look into and stop from getting into the bad guy's hands. And even when it does, who cares? like actually, who gives a fuck? It didn't matter. I think they spent so much time on that to get Vought Rising, off the ground a little bit, put some poop in that butt, that they kind of abandoned a lot of what they were building to previously. Like, example, one of the huge things was the flight recording where Homelander just lets the entire plane die in season 1. That was going to be like their big, weapon against him in the public eye. And we built on that for fucking years. And then that gets dropped early on in the season, only to just be written off as AI immediately, which I get, like, yeah, that's an easy way out. You could just say, oh, it's AI, it's fake, and people believe it. That's what they do in the show. But why do that for this? Why build for so many years just to have them finally get to that point where they release it, and then it's only like a fleeting mention of, oh yeah, that was a Starlight AI video. Didn't happen. So it just feels like, okay, that was a waste of time and doesn't really do anything in the grand scheme of things, huh? Same with Soldier Boy. He gets put back on ice. That was the big finale for Soldier Boy in the last episode. He gets choked out and put on ice again. For the third fucking time. All they do with that character is they thaw him out. He acts wacky and silly and like tough for a little while. They can't really beat him. He talks about, you cum guzzling, jizz pirate, that kind of stuff. You, butt bubbling, motorboat nut swallowing, scallywag. And then they put him back on ice when they can't figure out what else to do with him. So he just goes back into stasis. Like, come on. That's not satisfying at all. Like, it really feels like so much of this was built upon the idea that they had to find ways to keep it milkable because they have so many other boys projects already in the works. So now we've waited all this time. This is supposed to be the big finale, and yet it feels like they're still just setting up things for other things outside the boys, which means the boys itself gets kind of strung dry and feels bland and feels like it's missing so many important components for closure. And there's just so many things I didn't like about this, man. And even going back a couple episodes, Black Noir 2's death. Like, I think the breakdown of their friendship was handled well. Like, I think that was entertaining and done decently enough because they gave enough time to flesh out the Deep specifically, as well as, like, his obsession with being in Homelander's good graces so he could suckle milk from Homelander's tit. And Black Noir 2 was kind of standing in his way, so they start to have the breakdown, and then he, steals some of Black Noir 2's credit. That further strains it, and then it eventually culminates with him killing his acting coach, and then Black Noir ends up killing a billion fish, which the Deep is rightfully blamed for because of the oil pipeline and stuff that he was talking about, which then causes him to be excommunicado from water itself. And because of that, he kills Black Noir too, but they don't have like a real final fight or anything. He strangles him with a cord and then stabs him in the face, like in the neck. Black Noir 2 can fly. He's bulletproof. How the fuck is he getting choked by a cord? Like, I understand the Deep is also superhuman, so he's got strength. The cord would break. Why wouldn't you just have them, like, actually fight? So that way it feels like, this was a big deal. This was a, death befitting of a character you've spent this much time with, but instead it's just a fucking whimper. He gets strangled by a goddamn ox cord and then stabs him, and that's the end of it. And then he never gets mentioned again. Black Noir 2's name never comes up again. Not once. So again, it just feels really underwhelming. Speaking of, another character, Sister Sage. Holy shit, I have never seen a character that's supposed to be the smartest character in the world be used so stupidly. Like, that character trait in other shows, like this is the smartest person ever, always leads to some really fascinating situations, and I think relies on good writing for it to work well. Here, that was just completely absent. Sister Sage at no point in this final season felt like the smartest character in the world. All she does is sit around, kind of do nothing. She then explains her goal of like, let everyone die so I can read in peace in my bunker. Like, okay, I guess. But she doesn't do anything to like actually get there using her intelligence at all. And then when she does like betray Homelander and go with the boys, she is the one that fucks everything because she, for some reason, decided to let Soldier Boy come through during the V1 transfer, and she didn't expect Soldier Boy to give Homelander the V1. Human emotion makes no sense. Love. I can't calculate it. I don't get love, which is a cliche I've seen explored and you've seen explored in other smart characters. Love, the X factor, the chemical X, no one can quite figure out the composition of it. Doesn't make any sense. It goes against logic. But it's like, why even bring Soldier Boy there in the first place? That did nothing to help with the goal of getting the V1, it just puts it in more jeopardy. So he shows up and then just does give Homelander the V1, and then she's fucking shell-shocked, and then spends the next episode just moping and watching Love Island and lobotomizing herself. And then when she does, like, dust it off after a motivational speech from Frenchie, she, like, helps one time with the experiment on Kimiko, which does actually have a big impact. But then that's it. In the final episode, she gets hit by the Kimiko, chest blast, the big beam, loses her powers, and becomes average, saying, "I'm stupid like all of you," and then fucks off to Disney World, or, what was it, Universal Studios, I don't remember. She went to Orlando. So, she never did anything like the smartest character in the world was only the one capable of doing. She just does, like, basically nothing except check Frenchie's work and, like, change a couple numbers around to make it actually work better. It's just so weird because you would expect the smartest character in the world to have all these plans and account for everything imaginable, and, like, you're always playing into their palms because they know what's coming because they're that smart. But Sister Sage, the smartest person on the planet, she does nothing but eat Taco Bell, lobotomize herself, and doesn't actually do anything with her intelligence, like, ever. And then just goes to Orlando, and that's it. It's just such a fucking wild usage of that kind of superpower, or really not even usage of it. It's, again, just underwhelming. I like, that's just the word to describe everything with this whole final season. Everything about it was just so underwhelming. And even in this final season, they still found ways to focus on shit that no one cares about. Like, why do we have it was like a 2-minute scene of two, like, throwaway villains sniffing each other's assholes, telling each other what they had for lunch? That's in the second to last episode, and we're spending time with that kind of shit? Like, it's just, it's so little worked about this finale, unfortunately. Like, Starlight vs. the Deep. This is something that I think had been building the entire series. And the Deep, you always had this sense like, oh, maybe he'll turn on Homelander. He's constantly belittled, but it never quite sets in, and I think that works really well for his character. So then it's a final showdown between Starlight and the Deep. All the terrible shit the Deep has done. There is no redemption to be found whatsoever. And their final fight, Starlight takes him to the beach. Why the fuck would she do that? That is where, presumably, he would be the most powerful. She has no idea that the ocean now rejects him. She is not aware of that at all. Why would she choose to take the Deep to the fucking sea to fight him? That makes no sense. That's the dumbest shit imaginable. What? Why? Of course it works out because the sea does reject him, which, again, Starlight doesn't know. So she does win, like, the hand-to-hand fight, and it's an okay fight, I guess. I would have liked to see it be, like, a little more, like, emotionally weighted. Like, it still felt fast. Everything felt rushed here because it's the final episode, and this whole season was written as if they had, like, 15 episodes to go. But it does ultimately end with him getting blasted into the sea, and it has kind of a callback to how he killed Black Noir's acting coach, the director. He gets ass murdered by a sea creature, a tentacle popping up from his butthole out of his mouth, and he dies there in the sea that now hates him because he betrayed them. Starlight had no idea that was the case. Why did she take him there? That's just ridiculous. Like, that is just dumb. There's a lot more I could yap about, but I've already been going for a little while, so let's just instead focus on some of the biggest things that make this so weak. And I've already touched on one of them, but the scale of it. This was billed as the Scorched Earth final season, and I think they did a great job building up to a Homelander just snapping and going fucking insano style on the entire planet. And that's what everyone, myself included, was expecting to happen with this season. But none of that ever gets there. At no point does he go Scorched Earth. And in fact, in this, like, genocide mode Homelander, he kills less people than he ever has in previous seasons and is far less threatening than he has ever been. I don't mind that they have him be like a sniveling, temper tantrum throwing loser that everyone makes fun of and constantly calls pathetic. I think that fits really well with what they've built for this character. But the whole thing is he has snapped. He is unhinged. He is a loose cannon. but he never actually does anything scorched earth. There is no big, like, holy shit moment or anything like that. It actually feels like a neutered Homelander, especially in their big final fight, which I've already blabbered about. But one other thing I want to mention is, you remember how he kills Frenchie? He basically teleports across the building right in front of Frenchie. Why couldn't he do that in the White House? Why couldn't he just start doing that speed blitzing out of there? Or just speed blitz insta-kill Kimiko, just fucking, one tap there. Like, it doesn't make sense. He had already lasered her in half earlier, and now his lasers are so weak, and now all of a sudden he's so slow, he can't fly away, he can't do anything we've seen him do before in the final fight. So the final fight doesn't even feel like a big moment either. It feels anticlimactic. It feels like it was like an inconvenience. The fights with Homelander and, like, with Soldier Boy were better. Like, I don't want to go back into, like, the nitty-gritty because I've already been blabbering so much, but there's just so little about this finale, and really the whole final season worked. It's just such a letdown. Anyway, though, like I said, this season does not follow through on where they were building Homelander to this global threat. He keeps, like giving lip service about it, like, if you're a non-believer, get ready to face oblivion and that kind of stuff, but it never happens. It gets cut short, and even leading up to that, it doesn't happen. So you just have a final season that feels like it's the actual smallest season yet. Anyway, I do want to give a couple of mentions for things I did like in the finale. I'd already mentioned a couple of things I liked throughout the season, which again were pretty sparse, but in the finale, I did think they did a few things pretty well. Notably, Butcher. I do think they did a good job with Butcher. Aside from the final fight where he's using less tentacles on Homelander than he did on fucking Newman, he's now much more content to not really be using his powers all that much for some reason. I don't know why he doesn't really go all out with it, but whatever. I do think when Homelander gets depowered, is no longer a soup, Butcher does a wonderful job of being that boogeyman. Just early, like moments earlier, we heard Homelander say, "Do you think I'm afraid of William Butcher?" And then we see him just crying, begging Butcher not to kill him as he menacingly walks towards him, just unflinching, just diabolical. And Homelander is crying. He's saying, "I'll suck your dick. I'll eat shit on live TV, whatever you want. No, don't do it." That kind of thing, which I think is the perfect ending to Homelander. Exactly what that character deserves. Exactly where I was hoping it would go. And then Butcher does the crowbar into his skull, pops his head open, killing him. And on live TV, and everyone sees Homelander go out in a sad, pathetic, despicable whimper. And I think that was a really good ending to Homelander versus Butcher. It's just a shame that how we got there was as weak as it was, because I do think they stuck the landing on the actual killing of Homelander. I think that is exactly what it needed to be. And I think what happens next with Butcher is exactly what needed to happen. He doesn't just instantly get forgiven by Ryan and, he doesn't just all of a sudden flip this switch and now he's like the nicest guy ever. He's out mowing his lawn, waving to his neighbors and stuff like that. He doesn't get that happily ever after because William Butcher as a character is not someone who even thinks he deserves it. So I think them committing to that was the right call, where he takes the virus and he is going to finish what he started and what he always wanted to do of killing all of the soups with this virus. So he goes, he gets everything set up, he's got his finger on the trigger ready to do it, and he is confronted by Huey. And I think this standoff between Huey and Butcher is exactly where things needed to go, exactly where things had been building with a final confrontation between these two. Huey, after everything he's been through, has not lost himself. He tiptoed on that, line a little bit, but always came back to being the Huey that we had always known from the very beginning. He stayed true, which is something Butcher also makes a mention of. So Huey and Butcher, they clash, and Butcher is obviously fucking clobbering him. He is walloping Huey, and it looks like Butcher is going to follow through on killing all the soups right in front of Huey Even though Huey's like, this is your moment. I know you still have a heart. I don't need to be your canary. I don't need to be your Lenny. But it's not working. Looks like Butcher's going to go through with it until eventually he sees Lenny and he starts to take his finger off the trigger. Huey shoots him. And Huey felt he had no choice because Butcher, it looked like he was going to do it. It looked like he wasn't going to stop. And I believe Butcher wanted this to happen. I think that's pretty clear that Butcher was hoping that Huey would be the one to finally put a stop to him as well. Like, in everything that he's suffered and everything that he's done, he can't help himself. He said he wasn't going to stop, even though it looks like he was going to, but he still seems like it wanted to put Huey in this position where he had no choice but to kill him. Because I think that's what Butcher wanted as well. His way of trying to atone for the past through Huey, you know, his view of him as Lenny and all that. I think that was a fitting conclusion for Butcher as a character, as well as Huey and Butcher's relationship. I think they did that well. I'm sure people will have their issues with it, but for me, I thought that was something they actually did well there. It was everything around it that didn't quite work, especially in this season where Huey and Butcher's relationship isn't really something that's thoroughly explored or really examined all that much, aside from like a couple of mentions here and there about like, oh, Butcher, maybe you do have a heart because you just pet terror. That's great. Awesome. Love to see that. Like, it's something that they threw into the fucking back rooms and forgot about, but it's something that had been integral throughout the series. So I think that is a fitting conclusion there. I just wish the rest of the season also built up to it better, especially in the finale. But those are two things that I do think were done well, with Butcher and with Huey and Butcher at the very end. Outside of that, just there's not much. There really isn't. Oh Father was fine. I actually think Oh Father was a really interesting character, but then he just goes out like Black Bolt from fucking Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. It felt extremely quick for a character that had become such a big deal, but they were running out of time. They forgot that it was the final episode, so now they gotta rapid fire all of this shit. Ashley then, grows a conscience and decides to come around to help the boys, which gets them in the position to fight Homelander, which, they kind of sprinkled that seed of doubt, like maybe she'll turn, maybe she won't, even though in every other opportunity she doesn't, and then here all of a sudden she does make that decision, even though this is the one time when she turns that actually directly put her life in danger immediately, because she goes into gunfire into an ambush to save them. Feels like if she was ever going to turn, it'd be on one of the safer ones, but here she does make the plunge and it saves the day. Everything just happens so fast. It feels very rushed, which I expected. I think most people expected, because this whole season had really dragged its feet and never really felt like we were reaching the end game. It never gets to where we were led to believe it would, with Homelander going scorched earth or anything. It's just not a good finale, and it was not a good final season, unfortunately. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to yap about it, give my thoughts on it. That's really about it. So yeah, I just hate this guy I'm about to yap about. He's a degenerate streamer that no one really watches in the first place. His career is a bigger flop than the new Snow White movie, and apparently he's been banned numerous times from basically every streaming platform, but he keeps crawling his way back like the little roach that he is. And even though he's a public nuisance that's perpetually goober maxing, he doesn't even really have a community of people that follow him ironically. Typically, with a special specimen like this, there will be people that tune in just to watch all of the madness unfold and point and laugh at the guy. But he doesn't even have that, because he is just so unbelievably lame. He's such a colossal loser that it's not even fun to watch him ruin his life. You get more entertainment out of a knock-knock joke than tuning into this guy's streams. He's a pile of shit that not even mosquitoes will fly around, and there is an endless supply of things you can easily shoot spitballs at when it comes to this guy, but there's one in particular that I want to focus on, and the whole reason I'm making this. How often and how proudly he abuses his dog on stream.
Hey! No. Come here. Stop. Come here. Don't fucking hit the dog. That's my dog. No, you don't fucking grab her. I do what the fuck I want. No, you don't grab the fucking dog. Don't tell me what I do when I'm up. Bro, this bitch is thinking she gave me a fucking... Don't grab. Stop! Baby, stop! What are you doing?
She knows because she knows she'll get hurt if she don't listen.
I imagine this brain-dead moron can't spell the word context, but I already know, in defense of this clip, he would try and point to the longer version for the full scoop, because you're only taking a snippet of it, it's out of context. Even though there's really no amount of context that justifies hitting your dog and making the dog yelp in pain, and then forcefully dragging it back into the room to throw onto your chair. But if you want the full version of this clip, which is also equally hard to watch and also still paints a very bad picture of this piece of shit, I'll go ahead and show you that too.
Come here.
It's okay.
Come here.
Peaches.
Come here, Peaches. Don't, bro. This bitch is thinking she gave me a fucking.
Don't grab. Stop! Baby, stop! What are you doing?
This is my fucking dog. I don't give a fuck. Stay. Hey.
Stop!
Hey.
Stop!
Stay. This is my fucking dog. I don't give a fuck. You don't
Stop!
You're not
She's in pain.
You're not taking my dog away from me. I don't give a fuck. You're not taking my fucking dog away from me.
She's in
the fuck,
pain.
Stay.
Stop!
You're not taking my fucking dog away from me. I don't give a fuck who you think you are.
The girl in the clip is trying to calm this raging dork down and try and remove the dog from a dangerous situation here from him. And he continues to fucking fee-fi-fo-fum his way around there and forcefully grabbing the dog and slamming it onto his chair, which again causes the dog to scream in pain and try and run away in terror from this menace. And I am pretty sure he tries to paint this as like a, oh, I just love my dog, and she was trying to separate me from my dog. This bitch is trying to take my dog. You won't take my dog away from me, my beloved pet that I cherish. Which is a bunch of dirty barnacles. He makes the dog cry multiple times here. The girl even points out, like, stop hitting the dog. And then at the end of that clip, he does, like, try and rub the dog's chest after he has slammed the dog onto that chair multiple times. He needs to have this dog removed from him. This is not fair to that animal at all.
That's so bad of you.
I'm literally gonna fucking kill this dog, bro.
This is not good.
You never come to you're in that cage for 24 hours now, dumb bitch. Fuck it. No. She's staying there for the rest of her fucking life. She's staying in there for the rest of her fucking life. Fuck all that. That bitch is staying in there forever. Fuck that dog. I hope she fucking cries. I hope she fucking wants to commit suicide, that dumb bitch. I hope she jumps off the fucking balcony.
Hey, no.
Wow, yeah, you can really feel the love. Regular old John Wick here with the amount that he cares for this animal. What a sane human being this is. It's fucking unhinged, man. In so many clips, this girl is constantly trying to get him to stop hitting the dog and stop, like, being really mean to the dog and, like, locking it up and threatening it.
I will fucking kill you in front of everyone right here. I will fucking kill you. Right now, I will fucking kill you right in front of fucking everyone. I will fucking kill you, alright? I will fucking kill you right here. I will break your fucking neck right here. Sit the fuck down. Dog, I'll literally kill this dog. I literally will kill this dog.
This is why this is perfect.
Fucking sit.
Lay down. Lay down. Do you want more water?
Fucking stupid dog. I hope you fucking...
Just look at some of these messages in his chat from these loveless, dickless homunculi. They get so excited every time he starts to talk about killing his dog or when he starts hitting his dog. So like this first one, Peaches need to be strangled. That's his dog's name. Clearly not a service dog. Beat that dumb service dog up. Bad dumb dog. Like, what the fuck? He is addicted to talking to his dog like it's a League of Legends ranked game. Like, this kind of shit here he tries to downplay as, like, not being super serious, and the community tries to delude themselves into thinking that he's just trolling, but I think it's pretty clear he does mean these things. He actively hits his dog. I think it's pretty clear we have a lot of evidence to indicate that he means this vile shit that he's spouting about his dog. I am also very shocked that I even used that nomenclature, community, to describe what he has, because that's not what he has. He has like 4 people that tune in occasionally and make like one message in chat every 10 minutes. Like, you can see it for yourself. The proof is in the pudding. Somehow this brain-dead worm thought it'd be a good idea to post his dead chat on screen And that shit is not moving. That's going at a glacial pace. You're seeing more activity on Yahoo Answers than you will in one of his streams. And Yahoo Answers has been shut down, buried in the dirt for like 9 years. I cannot believe that he even puts that up there on his own accord. So he doesn't really have a viewer base or anything like that. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't help but talk about this guy because this is just infuriating. And I haven't seen another streamer so proudly just abuse their pet on stream like this. It's craziness.
Give it up. Give it up.
She is a pillhead and a borderline personality cunt. She is like only use me Blades X. Dealing. She is bad news.
If you don't shut up, if you don't shut your mouth, okay? If you don't shut your mouth, it's gonna be bad. If you don't shut your mouth, it's gonna be bad. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
This isn't all of them, but I don't think there's any need to show you more. This kind of thing is just heartbreaking. That dog seems like such a sweetheart that does not deserve to have an owner like this. No dog does. This shit is just so foul. Yeah, like, and another thing he'll do is he'll hit the dog really hard. He'll hit Peaches hard as fuck, and then very lightly, like in that first clip where he was sleeping. In fact, most of the clips you can find of this guy are sleeping on stream. That's like the main thing he does is just fucking hibernate and hope people will donate while he's asleep. But anyway, you saw him lean over and just clobber Peaches on the snout and then lightly tap Peaches on the head. And then he even had the gall to make a gesture up here to try and invite Peaches to come sleep on his chest. It's crazy how often and how proudly he does this shit, and even more crazy that there's like 6 or 7 weirdos that'll watch and cheer him on, encouraging the behavior. And I imagine that's a big motivator for this guy. He'll just bring Peaches on stream, threaten to kill the dog, and hit the dog quite a bit, and get some cheers and applause from these absolute fucking vermin that are watching him. But like I said, most of his clips that you'll find are him sleeping. That seems to be like the bulk of what he does is just go to sleep while filming it. But his most popular clip isn't from his snoozing streams. It's actually from him threatening to shoot some kids. Like inviting them out so he can shoot them.
Where are you from? What's the background?
I'm from Toronto, kid. Pull up. Pull up. Your little ass gun that you never shot in your life. Show me the bullet.
No, man.
Exactly, your fucking fake ass gun, boy. Yeah, come pull up, boy. Come pull up.
Alright, let's fucking do this, mate. Let's fucking do this. I'm gonna fucking bring my fucking deal,
please come to Toronto, pussy boy. Come to Toronto. Okay, yeah, really come to Toronto now. Really come to Toronto, pussy boy. Don't remember, I'll see you around, kid, and I'm gonna fucking light you up with them hollows. I swear to God I will.
Show me.
I'm my mom's life, and I ain't a federal little boy. I'm streaming right now, pussy boy. Yeah, come to Toronto. Record this, bitch, boy. Record this, pussy boy. Oh, yeah. Record like a good little bitch. Record like a good little bitch.
Incredible stuff. Riveting, really. I don't know the whole lore here of everything that happened. That seems like some real degenerate shit across the board. But I will say, that insult of like, record like a good little bitch, that falls really flat when you yourself are also recording. Brother, you're streaming it. That's two sides of the same coin. In fact, that's a step above recording it. Not exactly the optimal insult there. You kind of took some self-sustained damage on that one too. You hurt yourself in the confusion there as well, since that also included you. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this guy because I just can't fucking stand him. I think that this is completely unacceptable behavior to just be abusing your dog on stream. I think that shit super sucks. That's about it. See ya. I'm making fun of the Starbucks CEO because he recently defended the absurd price tag, the $9 cup of joe, and then talked about how customers are willing to shell out that premium because it's a great experience. It's all about a great seat and making a great connection with your barista. Basically, you're going to fall in love with your barista and it's worth every goddamn penny. Now, the reason why I've just given you that, like, AI synopsis right there on what this video is going to be about is because I don't know how much of the actual interview I can use here because it's the Wall Street Journal, and historically the Wall Street Journal is like a fucking cartel when it comes to anything that it produces. Or even if I've shown you like a clip from something in the Wall Street Journal, I've gotten in trouble in the past for it. Even if it's like a 5 or 10 second clip, they've come at me looking for fucking scalp. They'd be plucking my teeth out of my mouth until I apologized. Like, I do not fuck with the Wall Street Journal. Like, they've done great reporting, I get that, but any time that I've tried to opine on something that's been broken by the Wall Street Journal, I am very prohibited in what I'm allowed to show you, so instead we're going to be looking at, like, a transcript, and maybe I'll jump scare you with, like, split seconds of this CEO talking in the interview and see how that goes. So yesterday, the Starbucks CEO, Brian Buttfuck My Wallet, went on to defend the company's $9 cup of coffee, insisting that the price reflects a premium experience offered to customers. He also was recently granted access to the company jet for personal travel, which is a nice little tiddlywink of information I didn't know about, so thanks to the article here for enlightening me on that, because he definitely deserves it. Brian needs to be traveling luxuriously, and he's doing the Lord's work out there. He's delivering mediocre coffee to every sucker out there willing to fork over all the clams for it. He also said that customers across all income levels are willing and happy to shell out big money for a chance to interact with baristas or score a great seat inside the chain. This article is kind of underselling how he portrays that. If I could show you more of the video, I would. But I'm going to drop that little bit and hope that it's okay. I mean, it's going to be less than 3 seconds. I feel like there's no fucking argument Wall Street Journal could make to take down this video, but I guess we'll see. I think it's important you hear it right from his lips.
That value is to be able to have a great seat, have a great moment of connection with a barista.
Son of a bitch, I tried everything, but I couldn't get it to 3 seconds. It's 4.5, but it's under 5, so I should be safe. I should be protected. I don't think they can roll up with the goddamn Pinkertons for me showing 4 seconds here at the very end of the interview. At least of this segment of the interview. So he's talking about the value you get, about the great seat, which I will slam my fist on the desk and shout, objection. What great seat. It's fucking Starbucks. It's like the most sterile, generic environment you can ever find yourself in. You sit down in a swamp-ass throne and you maybe tinker away on your laptop or something while drinking some mid-ass coffee. What great seat are you talking about here, Brian? And I can't make a lot of promises to you about what you'll encounter in your life, but I can make one promise that I know 100% with certainty will never happen, and that's you forming a special connection with your barista over going to Starbucks and getting yourself a coffee. That doesn't happen. I don't know what he's talking about. Do they have like intimacy coordinators on staff at Starbucks where they try and like get the baristas excited to maybe fall in love with a customer or something after serving a pumpkin spice latte? I doubt it. They are workers looking to just do their job and go about their day, not be bothered, not be harassed, and not have this expectation that a customer is going to come in there and form some kind of special connection because the CEO said so. That doesn't happen. It will never happen. I don't know what he's talking about. This guy must have just fucking did some ayahuasca or something. This is some baloney. And also, Brian looks AI generated. I know that is low-hanging fruit as a critique, but literally this guy looks AI generated. He has like that blurry-ass zoom background there, and he himself pops like a Pixar character. This shit doesn't look real. Brian looks like a fake human being. Anyway, out of fear, I'm not going to show you any more from the actual interview, but Brian does go on to drop some premium nuggets. What we're seeing is people, you know, they want to have a special experience, and regardless of what your income level is, in some cases, a $9 experience does feel like you're splurging. And then what that means is we have to make it worthwhile, right? And then in other cases, people believe, well, this is really affordable premium experience, because they're saying like, well, it's less than $10 and I get a really premium experience. I don't know what dimension this guy lives in, but it's so detached from reality. Out of touch doesn't even begin to encompass this. This is just like actual mental illness. This is delusional. He needs to be institutionalized. He needs to be medicated. What is Goober even yapping about? What premium experience? Every Starbucks is exactly the same. They're copy and paste. It's a place where joy goes to die. I wonder if you can tell that I'm not the biggest fan of Starbucks. I wonder if that's coming through loud and clear. I have never had a positive experience at one. The food is at best. I'm not a coffee drinker already, so they have nothing to offer me, and every time I've tried coffee from there, it's even worse than other coffees I've tried elsewhere. There's nothing premium about it. That's like saying that the shitter at the AMC movie theater is premium because you're comparing it to a gas station toilet at the local Shell. Like, it's still trash, man. Like, there's nothing premium about it. It is like the most by the numbers, formulaic, nothing new establishment you could ever venture into for your coffee and overpay for. You're paying $9 for a normal experience of just going and getting some mediocre beverage. There's nothing special about it, and there is certainly nothing that Starbucks does to make it worthwhile for $9. That is just expensive. I don't know who he is citing when he's saying, and then people look at it like, well, this is really affordable for a premium experience because it's less than $10. Nobody says that. No, not even an NPC that you programmed would say that. Because it's not. There's no premium experience, and there's nothing affordable about it. It's expensive. And also, it speaks volumes that he can't even justify the $9 price tag on the merit of the beverage itself. Instead, he is relying on these ancillary things like, $9 may feel like splurging, but we have to consider the entire experience of going into the Starbucks. That's what's most important, the ambiance. That's what makes it worth it, the premium experience. He can't even just say with his whole chest that our drinks are so good and so high quality that they warrant a $9 price tag. You're paying for the highest quality coffee on the planet. Because that's not what you're paying for. You're just overpaying for mid shit. And he knows that. And he knows he wouldn't be able to get away with saying that. So instead he's relying on these like X Factor things of a connection with the barista, a great seat, and of course, the premium Starbucks experience of being lucky enough to come inside of a Starbucks. It's a privilege, and you should feel honored every time you walk through those doors. That's what warrants the $9 price tag, not our shit-ass coffee. Anyway, the interview continues. Brian keeps putting his asshole in his mouth. He's talking about how Starbucks is actually doing very well, hasn't been impacted, and then even bragged about how the coffee chain is doing really well with younger generations. Hey Brian, you know what else is doing really well with younger generations? Fucking tongue sahur. Scalping neatos, fighting each other over Pokemon cards at Walmart and Target. That statement is a nothing burger to me. In my eyes, it is a full-blown venti vaporwave nothingness. Starbucks hasn't done anything to improve the quality of its products or improve its brand or anything at all. So I don't think it being successful with the younger generations is a testament to it doing things right. It's a testament to it just being there and existing. And the younger generation has clearly heard of it before, so they're willing to consume the product. That's it. I don't think he's hit some kind of home run here in recent Starbucks changes, because from everything I've seen, there haven't been any. It's just the same old Starbucks, but now just even more expensive than I ever thought possible for its shit. This fucking guy is so cringe. We're doing really well with Gen Z and millennials, and then really had strong performances across all income cohorts. It can start with as little as $3 for a traditional cup of coffee. And then obviously you can build your way into all sorts of customized drinks that people love and that move that ticket up. The way we're going to play the value game is you're gonna feel like it was worth it. Who walks away from Starbucks saying, holy shit, all that money I wasted was worth it? That was a premium experience. Who does that? What kind of actual loser has that kind of parting thoughts? Like, man, $9 down the tubes? But what a fucking experience. Oh my God, I think the barista might want to have sex with me. I think the barista wants to marry me. It just doesn't happen. There's no premium experience. He insists customers value the experience over discounts or flashy one-off promotions. Oh, that's what everyone says. I don't want to save money. I want to make sure when I go to Starbucks, everything is exactly the same and there's a chance of a connection with the barista. Please, don't help me save money with discounts or anything. I want to waste maximum amounts of money here at the same fucking Starbucks as always. Yeehaw. I'm sure, Brian. I'm sure. Anyway, I won't blabber on more about this guy. Just another painfully out-of-touch CEO I had to clown on. That's really about it. See ya.